liability for that guy, you know, people know that. But that's just the sense recipe. So that's what I'm going to so I call myself, no, it is the Lord, get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of people at the age that are in effect, you work to the point out. As a way to see, for example, one is not, again, you can compare that to the deck because there's no publicity in the courts. Right? But the nice stuff, you can't personally carry past the deck. So, for example, the color of a good applies to the actor that's of hair. So it's just a, it's fascinating. Even if you look at Avon as a government, as you say, even so, person is just like this fuck the same person. This very brother, there's a great country back there in Israel. So it's a better, there's a lot to say about this, even after death. Transcends after death. Right? This is why I love the way they do. You know, this is one of the reasons why I say Congress is one of the forms of people out there. There's a lot of this stuff that their father says. And it's actually a time. I don't want to say Congress to you. Because it is like franchise. So is a child probably to go ahead and hold that request? Because there's this sense with that. Because a lot of titles like this one, I'm not that one of answers for something, answers for something. That was very high level. People like not that point of view is that you have a huge protective to China, people out there, it's going to be beyond that. So you must not see a lot. Okay. But you used to have a say, fine, let's go to other stuff. What was the shot? What was the shot? Right? I've been stuff works for the his father is kind of ultimately again, but not this for also color in the same go ahead and administrate that particular purpose. Right? Along with again, 5 years to the college, which is similar to it, right? Having you be let out to that, and it's not the same time if you get some of the purposes. So by avoiding circumstances, you're certainly personally this kind of thing. That's like a nice idea with a nice person with a confident that is also liable. So somebody who's actually physically breathing. So now I also got a nice lesson. I'm not about to know. Hey, come out with your shows. Yeah, all you're going to go now is you have to other like person in the payload. So it's like, you know, I'm not going to myself. Son is not allowed to post his father. 100% of doing so. Passing of an 18 I thought about being present to kind of with one exception. This is exists, so I'm going to go off the submode or the background for one exception. If Adam the father was involved in saving others to worship at every dollar, then this episode is going to go ahead and clearly question how you have to person because somebody is inciting others to worship at every dollar, you definitely will be taken. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. That's a lot of how what I was talking about it. Again, so the other husband, this was absolutely, this was absolutely, this was out of touch. So it wasn't very good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So how do you know the show you with all the evidence? Let's say one's marriage, but marriage for 10 years. I don't know listen to this. I think the reason I feel that I was up to work with her, even if they're going to be let out the executives, I still know that I put something in the color. You're not going to work with your parents, you're not going to work with your then we guys will call them hunter. Now, if you just go up for the testers, if you hit them or if you place them, you're hunter. That is why you hunter. You respect them speaking your general. And you're also sure, and it's a kite and all that, I'm sure people have. So it's fascinating. So it's one parent, right? So it's a youth cup, right? Youth cup's not out of being let out. Let out because most of the children in the Russia. Even though he's a Russia, youth cup's very good in the youth cup's good person. If youth cup does hit a person, youth cup is not going to be possible because he hit a dead person. Okay? This is the same as however. What happens to Shivan and then youth cup subsequently killing a person, youth cup is kind for hitting a person is held together. I thought this, I can reach something out. You know what? You're like, this stuff is doing that. You're not even doing that because nevertheless, about Shilla is about Shilla is about Shilla. And again, I love the way I say in I love saying, that I like to do other, you know, other show, you know, but it was yeah, but that is, but yeah, you also, the game is kind of new, when it's yeah, you go so, but I read up on that, that I love how it is, I love how that is so rich, but the next generation of things is carry on multiple carry out legal experimentation. You gotta like, okay, that's what I do. This shit, nothing like that. I'm not the other than you know, and it's other actually not somebody should do that. What we actually do is other than that, so yeah, we're using it is actually doing it better. If a person uses this bottle of mother, there's no science unless the person tells you this. You actually think I do that. Still hold it from the color of the market, so the color of the carry, but not the outcome is a market. That's what the color is, even though it is a person carries together, there's a distinctness that person has both of them, you and really the only power for the air realize person and how people go to carry is that. Okay, something that is realized. So it's just a very much a lot of confusion, but this stuff will go into your father island like this in a dark place. It's real hot. It's like you can cover this. Not good, but it's not producing other than liabilities. Any liabilities that's taken apart, when you cover it, then you're not on it. You know, so also the Apostle says, others you will feel. I say, colorless other person, most you must, other you must feel. And it's a judgment in the Apostle, right? The beginning of the Apostle says, I say, color as other for us people. Also goes out of the man and refers to mother or his father. Most he's taking that. Why? Other, done that so. It's because his mother and father. So why do you see the sin through twice? Verse 1 says, the second other you will feel into me, laugh at yourself. So his liability for person was better for you after death. You after death, you after the better died. Shut up, listen to this. Not all the front. Only the title, not the title, the title. Since I decided to kill both God and faith, believe in person, my natural in your height and in your height, half on the color in your height and your height, with a different section of heaven, the really life of your head in life, so to the person of heaven, with any side or even the head of the Lord. So what's the head of the person extra phrase? Object you know, each of his life, only for person together, using words to get out. Furthermore, not the format. There's a couple more shots in there. The house of the Anspar, to the Anspar. You have the most power and go after each other. But they put them again. It comes to match. It comes to release them, right? So what does it mean? Also, the Shalom Anspar, to the Anspar. What's the belief of this? It doesn't matter whether it's the ultimate yet it is. Even if it's the difference of Jewish life and there's like many mechanisms. You guys are only strengthening any other Jew. You know what I'm saying? Don't come from it. You know not to say what's going on, but now you know. I will offer themselves. But yet, again, your liability, just like this day after day, right? The comments, you know, also what's going on inside the so this was I got out of this because it's the car out. This is the one. Looking at the car out is only for a Jew. We need to important to the dictate the Jewish law. So somebody is not coming on first. I love the place that they can buy the money ahead and person in. Certainly they should be the liability for Africa. I'm a woman. Obviously, you know, the other people are so that was like doing extra things other than what you teachers in the club. There's liability for person of parents, people have to do that. That's like my life. Some of you are like, yeah, so like, yeah, I did do that. So I say, so again, this is the issue for guys in this room. Put it on the other side. Kind of ways of other, kilo is extra. Because what I said before, in my earlier part of the budget, that you can't push the bounds. What do I do with that last thing? Other kilo. There's other people who catch up with that. There's going to be liability. Whereas I have ACR, my friend, I think of ACR. So what's like that thing with no extra? What is this? I'm really talking about the video, the sound. It's huge. deposit says ish, and again, like the deposit says ish, actually, color as studied as ish. Why do you need ish? I will just say ish. Why ish? Rabbi starts thinking that evil for father is attention or attention. Ultimately, there's no lie, there is literal approaching God. I say color as other words. The approach mother and his father. In the other already know. I don't know what the Bible because both your mother and your father. Other shalom, evil shalom, I don't know the Bible is either. If I take my father than my mother than my father, which the Lord says, I will know my other equal. The same other equal. Always kilo, evil kilo, I see it happening here. So the nation said like this. The nation uses that last phrase. If you look at the beginning of the passage said like this. I say, color as other, the ice kilo. What that makes it sound like the reading of that passage is really like what we learn when you curse perfectly. Yoshua says that when you look at the passage says, I'll give you equal kilo, teach me the what? Is like this, give me equal both of the balance to the enemy. What does that mean? Education uses that phrase for it. If no one has ever said that, you must make sure that all of you have to be on slow. Actually, you don't get that possible. Whatever the concept is, essentially overviews, and even people mention together, I think like in secondly, but it's the point is that it's together, it's basically
And now they can actually simulate in real life a more flesh-like animal.
with the raw natural beginning of everyone not it's
Supposed to be the no Kirkland signature is a famous racist engineer in
person
the
the
press
hard
is
job
trying
of
to say
the
that's
there was a
and
reality about
she
the earth Mars summer kissing you alive am I saying Mars summer kissing created as Mars summer kissing created and I say Mars summer kissing you alive what's the matter so I'm saying when I told us open to this what the matter is what's the issue with this really alive sleep that I have been on with it's a very responsible life. They go therefore, they're not considered true. Other things as well, they're good at others. Which is why good thing that God says, be happy. Very becoming a lot of show to these that's ultimately a very advantage is that what even we say that a show of a piece is treated as a share of a spell to which the mother answers and money up that teaches to each other. That is also what you say, just focus and the focus ultimately is to prepare a cheap water on that is the fundamental mathematics and creating so once I just come up with this, I just make sure so what the next thing that constant is that a part and cut off shoes with the like for example, the PCQ, a person once carried, a residential person once carried, even after the death, but I want for the ones that get like striking does not occur after the death of the individual. Like was that after the death of the so I can really look back to the house piece, we'll think about the position tomorrow, and then stop.
Shut the fuck up! She was celebrating the intense dancing that took place. This is what you were saying to the guy in the car before you killed him. I pretty much was. Shut the fuck up! He was just saying a couple times. What was he talking about when you were telling him to shut up when you decided to murder him?
Alright, so good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our sponsors for annual sponsors for the Coaching Stock of Israel. Dedicating all the shows this year. As each is Restream, so focused for our strong. From those sponsors for other Apostle Recover, Harry and Steve Zinn, love many of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, and Yosef going on the occasion of his 12th yard site. The Ziva, Vin and Roman family, in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, and
My left hand got it out with my right hand. I've seen throughout my left thigh.
Olympic learning sponsors, Poland Catholic College, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zakaria and Zacharias Rafa. And our Catholic sponsor for today, Adam Blanco, in memory of Moshe Benarav, Moshe Feinstein, Zatzal, on the occasion of his yard site, the merit of our Talmud Torah. The families in the Hama, Shprach, Mishnah, from the rest of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful before Amasi Yadayim. Because with that, thank you to those who for always fellowship. Everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is page 85. We are up to where we left off on page down on the days 84. And we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. How this nice. Once you remember again, we're dealing with this very interesting case. The case, the question the Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting from his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv chelek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions from Masno and Rabdini Barchina, who both seem to say yes. But then we mark quoted two stories of Rash and Margaret Radina, who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to light some oil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chavura. So the Mark goes on and says, Hadisnan, Machat Shayad, we told Basakot. So this is remember again, he's now switching over to Rishon Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows, that if you have a small hand needle. Right? It's a small needle that's used for sewing. You're allowed to go ahead and use that on Shabbos. It's not too much. So why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. When someone remove a splinter on Shabbos, shouldn't don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately, again, is an issue to Allah. So what do you do? How do you shoot that skill? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury, but how do they shoot that skill? And again, although it'll be a shoging, it's not an intentional kabula, but nevertheless, it's a shoging of skill, which you know, says, no, fasting the culture. That's different because if there is a kabula that's going back to the act of the splinter, that's the culture. That's considered to be a destructive act. So you know, it's clear from under the culture potter. So that's why according to the opinion it says the culture is potter. That in general, on Shabbos, when you do something destructive, that is potter. El Mangama Chayi is making it. According to the opinion that says the culture is Chayi, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, what is there to say?
Everybody, stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Dude sucking dick. Dude, are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? Everything, life.
Any malacha that is done, that is not needed for its entirety. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not
dude, come on. Are you ready to lose? Mini golf?
So bottom line, by the way, so what happens in that kind of situation? More just suggesting that even if you end up,
dude, do you know that I'm going to dominate you?
That'll be a malacha shenitzricha legufa. In general, both say hilchos Shabbos. What do you hilchos Shabbos?
That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear you confident saying, I'm going to win, Rabbi. Okay, dude, and then I'll be it's nothing.
But ultimately, again, it's not us on Shabbos.
What up, big dog?
What up, big dog? We leave splinters on Shabbos. Out of a fear
of
even though it's a malacha shenitzricha legufa, we still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. Coming back to our previous video, what about
that's a fine word to say?
This is a big shame. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing the procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch Paskins in
that's a mistake. That's a major mistake. One of the biggest mistakes we've ever seen. Make it. That was almost a really good shot.
Let's say my father has a splinter. Father has a splinter. The Shulchan Aruch says, "Lo yotzi enu shema yabo la'asos bo chavura." A son should not take out the splinter, lest he come to cause his father to bleed. Again, it will make his dam.
That's a devastating mistake.
Or the son is a doctor. Lo yakis dam lo aviv lo yachtich lo ever. Afa pishu mechavim l'refuah. A son should not do anything to the father that could cause bleeding.
Oh, it's on YouTube?
Oh, it's on YouTube. It's in a very important qualifier.
Oh, that's big time.
Oh, that's big time. When there's someone else,
because you're a celebrity now.
Is quote unquote service for the father.
Dog, your shit's public now. It's not even just like basically on Instagram. Like people can comment on you and be like, this motherfucker is not funny.
No one else there, then the son could do it. But the Shulchan Aruch is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "K'fi mashir shuhu lasos." He has to get reshus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, he said a son should not do these things for his father.
Like you open yourself up to comments.
Like if there's no one else there, a son could do it. But really, he should get reshus from his father before going.
You could be a meme.
Or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And it was like there's also
like before you were just doing comedy like publicly, but it wasn't recorded. So like who even knows if you ever really did it? But the fact that it's recorded now means at least in roast battle that like you're a public person now.
means that again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishos.
And what I mean to say is, like, everybody knows that you're a comedian and you do stand-up. But like, if those stand-up sets aren't available publicly, like on YouTube, then people don't really care. But now that you have roast battle online, what an amazing show! Now that you have roast battle online, then people are gonna be like, oh, that lady schooled that guy, or that guy schooled that lady, or whatever.
Now, what is this?
Did you know it was gonna be online?
So what we're assuming now, the question is like this. Let's say again.
When is it published?
Avram was condemned by Beis Din, was judged by Beis Din for Malchus to get lashes, or Avram was going to be put in excommunication.
Dude, I asked you when.
So now the shaila is, let's say Yitzchak's son is employed by.
Okay, so how do you even know it's going to be published on?
Go ahead and carry out these sentences
exactly
against his father. So again, it's not the son acting of his own volition.
So you better hit this ball.
So the Gemara says, listen to this. Amalei,
go.
So in general, right? Why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for Malchus, or Avram is judged for the excommunication. Brother will say part of excommunication was a curse. You would get cursed by Beis Din. So the Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this to a Jew. In other words, can you go over to another Jew and flog them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them?
What happened to your old one? Did you drop it?
Stop another Jew. How are they permitted to flog someone? How are they permitted to curse someone? Listen, it's beautiful. Ella, kavod shamayim adif. So why is it that Beis Din in general, right? Anyone in Beis Din
When
is
it
allowed to
happened,
flog
I
another
thought
Jew,
of you
curse
immediately.
another Jew, because kavod shamayim adif. Because the covet that we are obligated to display to HaKadosh Baruch Hu trumps any other.
So you don't even know if roast battle is going to be published
if someone did
online.
against HaKadosh Baruch Hu and they're serving on Malchus, we're going to flog
And like,
them.
so what? Just on some small little creator account, it's nothing new.
But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covet of HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes and it comes before the covet of any other person. Hakanami, kvod shemayim. If that's the logic, then ultimately, again, the son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or essentially go ahead and curse his father.
Oh, so it's a big fucking deal.
So, that's the Gemara's assuming right now. So may say,
okay, I mean, did you say anything embarrassing?
So we'll say, it's a little bit of a strange brayso. It's literally translating.
Okay, so it could have been a lot worse.
Who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them.
So
someone who I'm not obligated to strike,
certainly
sweat it. You'll be okay. So you like what the Christ is talking about. So Mar says, "My love, so perhaps both cases in the Christ are talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of Malchus. Someone is deserving of lashes, and what happens? No, maybe one Bryce is talking about a son. One Bryce is talking about someone else. In other words, Bryce is saying like this. When it's the son, even though the father is deserving of Malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer it to the father. And versus someone else, where you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew. But when you're working for Beis Din, and Beis Din is obligated to work for so someone else is going to administer it.
You know what the rarest is, just what one of the rarest is. So, I mean, you're not really specific with your question.
It doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about makom mitzvah. What does that mean? What does that mean? Makom mitzvah, not makom mitzvah. What's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Beis Din. Shalom b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv malchus from Beis Din. Someone's chayiv malchus from Beis Din. As much as you don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not chayiv malchus. You're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa.
That's incorrect. Yeah, I mean that you know. I doubt that.
So we'll say, listen to this. Even in the case of makom mitzvah, let's take this. Like Avram ultimately,
why do you say that?
Avram is chayiv malchus. Let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is his son, not his son.
Why do you say that?
Yitzchak going to administer the Malchus. Even in that case, what's halacha?
Why do you say
is
that?
not permitted to deliver more than the mandated number of loaves. It's a daraisa to flog someone, even one of one lash, then they are
Why do you say that?
So that's what it means when it says.
I'm gonna.
I
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But you said on this planet. I get it. But you said on this planet. Just one moment. I'm gonna refresh my
not to give them any
Discord.
more lashes than they are liable to. Shalom b'makom mitzvah. When someone is not liable to lashes, so the Gemara says, "Shalom b'makom mitzvah." She'ein mitzvah lahakol sar, eino din shemitzvah shalakol. So it's only where someone is not subject to lashes. And halacha l'maisa, don't strike them at all. Okay. So we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends off. Now by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So the pashtus, well, we're not finished. Let's finish up first. Tashma. So we'll say, so remember again, keep your eye on the ball. What's the primary shiloh over here? So we've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father that could potentially result in a kabul. That was topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can his son carry out the punishment of Beis Din upon his father if the son is working for Beis Din? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. So the Gemara continues. Listen to this. Avram was condemned to death. Avram the father was condemned to death. Uba beno v'iko v'kilalo chayim. And what happens? And his son comes along and hits him or curses him. The son is chayiv. All right. So the Gemara says, if another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows.
All right. Well, you said on this planet.
So again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death.
You said on this planet.
Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him.
Just a moment. I gotta restart my computer.
All right, if someone else other than Yitzchak
just one moment
and curses,
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, we asked, why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately again between a son and someone else? It's very interesting. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. And also, again, we spoke about earlier, much earlier in the Sefta, about the process for leading someone out to death, specifically again by skila. And we went through that whole process of leading them out. What's the case? The case where Avram was condemned, but he won't go, which makes a lot of sense, right? He won't go, right? He won't go. So therefore, so what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you prod him? You hit him, right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says. So that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this distinction is following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rav Sheshes Mukilo, B'She'im V'Sarvin Bo Batzes. Rav Sheshes sets it up as no, it's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. If that's the case and he's not refusing to go out, Iha'i Achar Nami. So I'll say, if we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him, there's liability for the son. If someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay? Rav Sheshes says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go. Right? He's willing to go. B'She'im Misar, he's willing to go. If that's the case, if he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him,
can you hear me any better?
The ability for
Zoo.
To which the Gemara says very simple.
Can you hear me any better?
So we'll say, remember, it's very important. Yeah. When Avram is condemned,
all right, I don't know if you'll be able to hear me any better. Yeah, it's better now. Okay, so Zoo, you said on this planet that wood was rarer than diamond.
And then Yaakov what's Yaakov's liability? Zero.
And you said what? No, you did not say in this
So
universe.
halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when Avram has been condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, it's a liability.
Doug, do you want me to go back to the stream?
If the son does it, there is liability. Again, I must say, this is all the heightening of the responsibility that a child has to a person. I haven't been condemned to death.
Okay.
You're right.
I don't really care that much.
But Yitzchak
Okay,
is still
so
your father.
what's your obsession with wood?
Living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. Gemara says as follows. Gemara says, "V'hamar Rav Sheshes, Baish is interesting. Baish Shamasham Meis Chayev." So this is a fascinating truth. Let's say you embarrass someone. Stop. Right?
Okay, some of that makes sense. Other of it is cockamamie.
Like you're gonna sleep. So what's the kind of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping?
Some of that makes sense.
So moving to sleep, and
But
I
other stuff
on his face, whatever.
does not make sense.
Ready sleeping. Someone says, interesting.
So you think we
So Reuven never woke up to realize
evolved from trees? We perhaps evolved from a common tree like ancestry, which would be like maybe a single cell or a multicellular organism. Okay, that's fine. But that was a long time ago.
Obligated to pay Moshe to the heirs, right? To Reuven's offspring, because they were embarrassed for a second. So what do you see from here? That halacha l'maisa, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, you're still liability. Now, why are you bringing this up here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov is not going to be chayiv. Why not?
How old are trees?
Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. Hit or he cursed a dead man. But what do you see for here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, in everyone else, it's just a liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up,
How did you know
I'm
that?
still liable to go ahead and give the embarrassment to the offspring. I'm going to ask you, what's the case over here? Where what happens? Where again the injury to Avram is an injury that's not shana pruta. So therefore, again, there's no liability.
Good on you, man.
Damage is less than a pruta.
What kind of phone are you going to get?
Be no liability. I believe that if you injure someone, you're right. If you hit someone, it wasn't an injury that's less than shana pruta. Well, it's true that you get notice, to which the Gemara says, you're right. My what does it mean when we say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram, he struck or he cursed Avram, that ultimately he's potter? What does that mean, potter? Potter, it means that he's potter from
You're starting to believe that trees have consciousness. I'm in agreement with you. I believe that they have something like that.
So again, does that sound like over here that his son would be Chaim, which would be strange?
It's primitive, but I think it exists.
What it means is Chaim just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability. Right?
What is thinking?
Another related party will have his liability. So why is it that another will be potter, right? If Yaakov comes,
That's
he's been
incorrect.
condemned to death. And now comes along.
That's language.
Why is it that Yaakov is potter?
It's a good question.
Most
basic level, it's probably the transfer of information from one neuron to another, something like that.
Well, only when is there a prohibition to curse another Jew? When he is ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate?
So maybe the transfer of data from one cell to another.
And therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, so I understand cursing. So I'm supposed to say, now, by the way, this is actually very important because what this is telling me is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Right? Only when we call them only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So the Gemara says, what about hitting?
Are you going to get your phone fixed, or are you going to get a new phone?
We compare ultimately hitting to cursing. And therefore, just like cursing only applies to when the person is conducting themselves conforms to the Jewish standards, so to alcohol hitting applies as well. So
we traditionally believe 5,786 years. Essentially, the creation of the world was 3,760 before the time of earth.
Or to curse him, and therefore the son should be exempt as well. What's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva for his execution. Hachinami bisha asa tshuva. So what says again? Avram did tshuva. Then what?
The longest person, well, in the creation story, yeah, it's just like a day before them. The oldest person in the Hebrew Bible was Methuselah at 969.
You could do tshuva until when? Literally again until the end. Like that.
There are two accounts, perhaps three, of people who did not die in the Hebrew Bible. And we don't necessarily know what happened to them, Ezekiel and Enoch. And then there is an argument, perhaps that
that's the power of tshuva.
Within the garden, the knowledge of good and evil is tied to
send them back home. So what else do you see?
The idea of being mortal and that death is imminent.
Sometimes we do things in life, or often things we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time. You can't simply undo that. This is the incredible dialectic of tshuva.
Well, traditionally, in the Hebrew Bible, it's not an apple. It just says fruit. And there are different interpretations of what that could mean. We think of it as perhaps a pomegranate.
In the physical realm, sometimes the things
I've always thought it was interesting that
there are realities of our actions, realities of our
I've always felt badly for Adam because
it could happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone.
He just like basically ate it because Eve or Chava was eating it. It didn't necessarily know like its origin and such. I'm not saying he was tricked into eating it by any means, but he seems more innocent in the story than perhaps the blame. Yeah, the only fear that he had.
Like magic erase, Mark.
But I mean, I
said I'm sorry.
There are different interpretations of it, but there's some innocence there. He's what, like 2 days old when it happened? So, I mean, he's an adult. In tradition, he was formed. Adam, he was an adult, but I mean, it's not like he had all kinds of life experience. He had 2 days of life experience, basically. Or if not 2 exact days, at least a short amount of time.
They may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions.
It's an excellent question. There are some interpretations that say a day is 1,000 years. There are some interpretations that say a day is 1 billion years. There are some interpretations that say a day is 24 hours.
Because they understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't pull it back. It stays. Avram may be about tshuva. Avram may be about tshuva. What's going to happen if Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is the amazing going to say to him? What's going to say to him? Ashrecha. Incredible.
Well, because he would eventually die.
In other words, that you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible.
Because that came with mortality.
You are about tshuva, and
there was the tree of life that after he and Eve ate the fruit was protected with a fiery sword, and they weren't able to eat from that as well to live forever.
So how often
So
do we do certain things?
they were banished from the garden and
it's kind of dialed back at
had to accept their mortality.
Why did they stuck with the consequences? Always possible. The reactions or
It's not something that they necessarily were aware that they were choosing. It was
it's not really more setting it up as like this.
Consequence of eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Avram. So I'm Mari ba'amcha b'mekayim sheba'amcha. Very interesting. You don't know when are you chayiv halacha l'maisa for cursing or for hitting up.
You're raising a good question. Did Adam and Chava, or Eve as she's called, did they know all the consequences of eating of the fruit?
Ultimately, in halacha is almost as if
And
they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So
there's an argument to be made that no, they did not. And really, it's in many ways probably just a metaphorical story.
Right, the son is the son. But his son always has an agreement with him again.
So it doesn't necessarily have like clear real-time event understanding of what was going on. This is a metaphorical story, arguably two creation stories that perhaps were blended in Genesis 1 and 2, or as we call it, Bereshit 1 and 2, and they merged to be the first two chapters of the first book of Moses.
No, we'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of kibbutz that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, what is now again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse, right? But Lamaisa, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, right, Mikala, as we know, applies to the story of the Bible that you can't debate. Even if we look at
everything is debatable,
dead man, right? Because he was sentenced to death. Even so, cursing him, right? Yitzchak, his son, cursing him would still be prohibited because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So I'll say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this. Some people, even after death, it transcends after death, right? This is why halacha l'maisa again. This is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of kibbutz avayim, which has a lot to discuss. Let's say a father says, a parent says to their child, "I don't want to say Kaddish after I die." Basically, that's what it says. So is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request? Okay, they get a lot of shilas in halacha, something that runs contrary to okay. But right now, the point over here is that the fact that it's a shayla indicates to us that kibbutz avayim extends even beyond death. So there's so okay. Very interesting conversation. By the way, I must remember, how did this all start? What was the shayla?
Right, so when are you going to get a new phone?
His father is chayiv, ultimately again, for Malchus or for Klala. Can the son go
so we
ahead
can't play Play-Doh until you get a new phone? Or else you just may have like a random...
Similar case, right?
Okay, why can't we play like pool but not mini?
If he hits him or if he curses him. So, by the way, one thing we've certainly established is certainly cursing him is chayav, right? Because the mice, again,
Well, what if the pool ball hits the top left of the screen?
He's actually physically breathing. So,
Okay, did you do a hard reset of your phone?
So what's like general halakha ma'isa? Son
did you really
allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of basin.
And so you had to reinstall all your apps and everything?
Curse your father as an agent of basin, with one exception. Chutz mi mesis, shari Torah, shahari amar Torah, gosachmo, The one exception. What's the one exception?
No, incorrect, dude. Dude, you're just
was involved
just
in inciting
going
worship.
smoke up my ass, dog.
His son is permitted to go ahead and hit him. A person carry out the punishment that pays him.
Resetting your phone is not what I said. I said hard reset. I didn't say restart your phone. If I said restart your phone, I would have said, did you restart your phone? I asked you, did you hard reset? Basically, it wipes everything clean, and you have to reinstall everything. But maybe it will fix your stream. I don't think that's going to work, but if that's what you want to do, that's fine. You should make sure to back up your account, though, because you had a lot on your old account, and you weren't able to get it because your phone, you broke your other phone. You break phones a lot. I understand why. You do a lot of IRL use of your phone, so it's not always protected. Do you use a phone case? Well, there's your issue, dog. No wonder you're only able to keep a phone going for 6 months.
Or if you curse them, you're putter. That's why you putter, because technically speaking, they're dead already. Right? So this is fascinating. So point parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Aaron is being let out to be killed. So first of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha,
why do you like Aaron Bilal?
Person. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically potter because he hits a dead person. Okay, listen to this. Now.
You think he's funny? Okay, that's fine. I think he'll be funnier when technology is able to bridge the gap so that he can react faster. He was on America's Got Talent, which I think is bullshit that he was on it because he's Canadian. But nevertheless, he was on it, and he made it all the way, and he was recruited or whatever by Howie Mandel, which I think also is bullshit because Howie Mandel is Canadian. But nevertheless, I mean, it's like if you had Australia's Got Talent and then a bunch of people from China there, is it like Australia's Got Talent, or is it like China's Got Talent? Anyway, so Aaron Bilal makes it to the final round of America's Got Talent. This sucks for him, though. And I do feel really badly for him, and I do understand how this can happen. So right before he's supposed to go on stage, he's got everything going with his phone and everything. He gets a cell phone call from somebody, just like wishing him best wishes or whatever. And that fucked up his Bluetooth. So then when he went up there to perform in front of the crowd, his speaker didn't work. And he's like basically, I don't want to say he was disqualified. He wasn't, but he was unable to perform. Doesn't that suck? What up, Tim?
Says the Gemara, that's analyzed. So we'll say, so very important halacha. Right? Yitzchak goes over to his father Aaron, like gives him a fast, gives him a patch.
What happened to the bachelorette?
Liability for striking a parent when you cause a chavur. Says the Gemara, Aviv so what's the responsibility? He has cursed his mother and father. So why do we say the same thing twice? Like the Gemara says, second,
Dude, I don't blame her. So she was getting beat up by her douchebag husband, and she was basically well, that's what you just said. That's not what you said. You said her husband was beating her up. She took a chair and threw it at him. Okay, that's not what you said.
Extra phrase.
Okay, so she was beating her husband up. She threw a chair, and it hit her kid.
Is
Is that the story? Okay, well that's really shitty behavior. They were gonna pick a bachelorette with 3 kids.
So I say furthermore again, when it comes to Maccas, when it comes to hitting someone.
Wait, who gives a shit about that? They were gonna. Isn't this woman supposed to be like?
It doesn't matter whether
Like a bachelorette, like a, I guess like.
living in illness with
I don't think of a bachelorette being like a woman with. She had 3 kids.
liability for hitting her. Liability.
She had 3 kids.
That's where you throw striking.
Yeah. I usually think of a bachelorette having no children.
But yet again, there's no liability.
No, I could really care less about that. Yeah, bachelorette's an unmarried woman, which traditionally would mean no children. I understand it's different today, but it usually means a single unmarried woman.
Certainly, there should be no liability.
And
so I was like, any extra face teaches me that there's liability for person, parent, so I say, so again, you see this in the residence, that whole phrase, extra. That's what I said before.
You're obsessed with them, aren't you?
That you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase?
Isn't that what? That's what they're talking about. He's gonna host. Did you know he's gonna host some show?
What are you talking about? Here we go. Designer.
What show? Are you obsessed with him?
Why not just say ish? Why ish?
He's gonna be bigger.
Okay, at least in the United States, that's not that big.
Teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately, again, there's still like.
I don't know if Steve Irwin was a top 100 celebrity in the United States ever.
I only know that there's liability if you.
But in Australia, he was like a legend. But you just have to understand, he was never like as big as Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise or George Clooney or even like the people on Friends or like Jerry Seinfeld or even like Joe Rogan. He wasn't as big as Joe Rogan. Even when Joe Rogan was small. Joe Rogan was the host of Fear Factor. Fear Factor was on NBC and was a really big show. Frankly, Steve Irwin was always kind of a joke in the United States. Like, he was never taken seriously. Though I think he was a really kind person and taught a lot about animals. He was on Animal Planet, which was like a cable station that very few people watched. The only time he was really popular is when people would mock him. Like, they do that. This is how Americans interpreted him. They would do an impression of him. Oh, crikey. Well, isn't she a beaut? Like that kind of stuff.
Whatever the possibility is, even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately.
I'm in agreement with you on that because of the Sydney Zoo or the Australian Zoo. Australian Zoo. I think there's something suspicious about his family. And like that whole thing. I don't know what it is, but like people don't just randomly start zoos. And his dad didn't just randomly start a zoo either. He was something else.
So why not highlight the idea that there's a Demakia is over the color hustle. Shebemakia, second white line. Shebemakia also
he was like an engineer or something, which I understand. Bob Irwin.
Ultimately, again, you're gonna realize that that's different than the color. You only play for personages, but I'm Kasavar, Hakshin, and Hakal, or Lala. We go ahead and ultimately again we compare right.
Dude, his grandpa's still alive? Okay, so
what? Very interesting case here. Kusi Atam
his career.
Kusi. I will say now, again, remember, we're going to get into Kusi in general. Kusi is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi
because
just means a guy.
he
Had
a younger start to his career.
Kusi is same thing as Akum. Right? In other terms, where Kusi refers to his are the Kusi.
His mom's American.
Who are the Kusi? Right? Remember again when showing us the Kingdom of Ashur exiled the 10 tribes. So that had a good strategy. What was the strategy?
Even still, Americans don't view him as an American. They view him as Australian.
From their natural homeland, and we sell them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go
Which is interesting. There's this television host. I'm sure you've probably heard of Savannah Guthrie, was kidnapped like 2 months ago, and nobody knows what the fuck happened to her. She's born in Australia. She was born in
just bear that in mind. So says so
she was born in Australia. Let me look. I'm looking at the city. She was born in Melbourne, but nobody considers her to be Australian, even though technically she is. Because she moved to the United States at age 2.
Everyone assumes that the Kusi were legitimate Gayrim.
Which is interesting. They say Savannah Clark Guthrie is an American broadcast journalist and attorney. She is Australian though. She was born in Australia. I don't understand why they say she's American. Or at least I don't understand why they don't say she's Australian and American. What else? Everything.
Hitting to cursing.
Lots of places, but it's developed in like perhaps the pineal glands of the human brain.
What's the machlokes? What I'm saying, the machlokes ultimately is
yeah, you can. The acacia tree in particular is high in its
because of the
abundance of beauty.
Therefore, they were not legitimate Gayrim. Other opinion says no, they were Gayrim. That's why I think legitimate lion, legitimate Gayrim.
Okay.
So the Gemara says,
I don't think that's why trees are conscious. I think trees have some kind of consciousness where they communicate with each other. There was some kind of documentary or something like the language of plants or something that went into this. Like plants, okay, like they'll give off like different pheromones or something. They'll give off like different chemicals to attract other plants or to ward away insects or to attract like birds and things and other insects and bees to pollinate. And there's some amount of intelligence to that. I understand that it's instinctual to get that, but there's something to that I don't think people really care about or study. We think of consciousness as like being able to empathize and sympathize and to problem solve. But the more that we learn about other organisms, we recognize that they're able to do some of these things as well, especially primates. In fact, I personally feel that we should not keep chimpanzees. I don't think we should keep any animals in captivity permanently. To me, that's like imprisonment. But especially chimpanzees, those things are fucking really smart and should not be kept in cages and stuff. And orangutans, like those things are really smart too. When you see a mother orangutan with like its child, it looks like a human. I mean, there's just like, you see how they care for it. It's so I'm an advocate of closing down the zoo and all other zoos and instead making them like safari parks where you go through them on a monorail or a shuttle, but like the animals get to live in open air environments.
So actually, I know I take it back. We are picking up about
Okay, well, I think they should shut down the Australia Zoo.
First, we went through the list of 100 who are high litigation or let's just say circumstances which generate liability.
And I think they will shut down the Australia Zoo within the next 20 years, maybe a little longer. But I think all zoos. I think all zoos will be shut down. I think. I think that there is. Well, it depends how you define veganism. If you include lab-grown meats, then I agree with you. Like this large-scale industrial farming and stuff is it's terrible. And especially, as I understand, in the United States, they make all kinds of laws so that people cannot publicize what's going on there. To me, that's incredibly cruel. Like, they make it so that there's like it's like a huge crime if you videotape inside a slaughterhouse. It's like a huge crime. Yeah, I mean, there are situations where, like, you might have too many deer in a given location, and there needs to be a call just because they don't have any natural predators there, and they end up eating all of the greenery, all of the vegetation, and that makes it so that they all starve. Like, yeah, then that's a sad situation, and there may need to be some kind of human interaction with that. Doug, do you know who Savannah Guthrie is?
Now, for our purposes, again, owning is the state of a period of time between death and burial. So the halachas that are going can't do.
Yeah, but she was born in Australia.
It's a lot. It says Mabinola, we know that for one of those things, the second life is 84, 80 dollars. Except in the Mikdash lo yizeh, lo yichalel es Mikdash elokah. Because the pasuk says it's actually by the Kohen Gadol. The pasuk says by the Kohen Gadol, actually specifically by Aaron after the death of another Rabbi. Aaron cannot leave the Mikdash, and he should not profane the Mikdash of his God. Now, the pasuk is telling you what Aaron had encountered.
Dave Hughes? Who the fuck is Dave Hughes? Okay, well, Canada sucks. Why should I know who that is? Dave Hughes? I thought you said he was Canadian. You just said he's Canadian, and I said Canada sucks. Oh, you said you did. Okay, that one I misheard. Yes. Okay, so who the fuck is Dave Hughes? Why should I care about him? Has he ever been on Kill Tony? No.
He's in violation of a law. Prohibition. One second. Maybe we should make it zero shovel. Harkening back to yesterday.
Yeah, a few of them. Kevin Hart, Louis C.K., Jerry Seinfeld, Dave Chappelle. Yeah, they almost got him like a few years ago. But then he had all the fallout from masturbating in front of the children. And then he just hasn't done it since. He's associated with all those people, so I don't know why he doesn't do it. No. I mean, all that basically occurred, that Me Too stuff in like 2017, and people at the time were just canceling people over anything. And as they recognized that, like, some people didn't do, like, not everybody was Harvey Weinstein. There were some people who, like, one guy got canceled because he gave a woman a hug and his hand touched her bare back when she had like an open back dress, like, and it made her feel uncomfortable. Like, that's kind of like there's a big difference between that and forcing a woman to have sex with you on her casting couch. Like, there's a huge difference between them. And
go ahead and serve. Amongst all of the tribes, to stand and
I mean,
serve. What do you see from here?
yeah. I mean, I'm sure that there are some people who live like totally independent lives off grid, and they don't touch anybody. But that's just because nobody else is there. But yes, accidents do happen, and we're not talking about that. We're talking about situations where someone clearly took advantage of someone. There was a power. There was a power difference, and yeah, but anyway, in his case, in Louis C.K.'s case, it was really interesting. He had some kind of kink where he would masturbate in front of him. He would ask women, "Do you mind if I masturbate in front of you?" And some of the women were like, "Yeah, that's fine." And then he would do it. And he got canceled because of that. But none of the women ever said that he touched them inappropriately. He, in fact, didn't. And he had their consent. And that's another thing, that, like, there wasn't a situation where any of the women said, "No, I don't want you to do that," and he did it. So that's kind of another level to it. Okay, well, we're not talking about that right now. You wanted to know about Louis C.K. and who was on Kill Tony. Other comedians who haven't been on Kill Tony, and there are a lot of them. I have seen every Kill Tony, but I wasn't always awake for all of them. Here are the big people he's had on. Joe Rogan, Matt Rife, multiple times, Bill Burr, Roseanne Barr, Whitney Cummings, Shane Gillis a bunch of times, Mark Norman a bunch of times, Matt McCusker a bunch of times. Theo Vaughn did it, but a lot of the comedians who go on there don't ever come back because they don't like the experience. You get up there and you're supposed to kind of like make fun of the person, and they don't like that. Joey Diaz is another one who has done it but doesn't like, has said it's not his jam. The people who have said it's not really their jam are Bill Burr, Joey Diaz, and Theo Vaughn, because they recognize that it's really, really hard to do, and for you to just make fun of somebody who's trying their best, and they're put in front of this huge audience, and they know that millions of people are watching them. That's a nerve-wracking scenario. So not everybody's going to be able to perform at a high level. And I know Bill Burr, when he did one of the really early ones. They had people come up, and he's like, what's the deal with this? Like, you come up here, these people are giving up their time, you're not paying them, and then you just shit on them? Like, this isn't fair to them. And Tony's like, well, that's what an open mic is. But he's like, yeah, but an open mic, you don't get interviewed afterward. You don't. There's like not as much backlash. It's usually not recorded. But yeah, I'm trying to think of other major comedians. Like Ray Romano's never done Kill Tony. And there's a reason why. Kill Tony is a very controversial show. Tony Hinchcliffe has been canceled, quote unquote, twice. One time for an anti-Asian comment that he made, and another time for a comment that he made at Madison Square Garden during a Trump rally. This happened in 2024. And they say he's canceled. He had to take like a week or two off, and then he came back. I mean, that's not really canceled. But it's a show that can kickstart a career, but it can also be bad for people. Like it's like not a good look for some people. For instance, they had like Tucker Carlson was on it. He didn't know he was going to be on it. He just came up and he was just quiet the whole time. Post Malone was on it. He's pretty funny. So he'd go up there and he'd rip into people, and he did a good job. And who's the biggest person they've ever had on the show? They had Lance Armstrong on it. He's pretty big as an athlete. They've had some other athletes on there. Antonio Brown's been on it. They've had some big rappers on it. The biggest person who's ever been on it, though, is probably... I mean, I guess Joe Rogan would probably be the biggest, because dude, Kill Tony's a big Kanye West fan, so I think he'd be open to it. But here's the thing: when you go on that show, you associate yourself with a lot of really racist stuff and sexist stuff and stereotypical stuff. And a lot of people, their agents just say, stay clear of that show, because you don't want somebody coming down the line 2 or 3 years later saying, hey, you were on the show, and on another episode of it, they did something really bad, and now you're basically guilty as well, guilty through association. They've had some big stars. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a true thing. They've had some big stars who have been at the show. Jeff Foxworthy has never done the show. Bill Engvall's never done the show. Larry the Cable Guy's never done the show. But like Ron White does the show all the time. So it kind of just depends on.
I don't know. Rihanna
They do. Especially when it's the show. It's one thing to say it's a song, but it's another thing to say if it's a show. Like a show is a visual medium. A song is generally audio.
Yeah, but she's associating. Wasn't her song.
Okay. Who knows? I can tell you this: Rihanna did an excellent job with the Super Bowl.
like the false prophet is filled with skila, so too the Zar, because the Avodah is also filled with skila.
All right, so what kind?
Anyone better than that?
No, I don't think he did that badly. I mean, the NFL is looking to expand its global footprint, and that got a lot of people in Spanish-speaking countries interested in the biggest game of the year. And Bad Bunny was not their first choice. Bad Bunny hasn't been their first choice, or none of the people recently have been their first choice. Their first choice is Taylor Swift. But Taylor Swift is more powerful than the other artists that they've chosen, and she says that if she's going to do it, she wants the rights to her music. And the NFL says, we don't need you. We don't give those people the rights to their music. When you perform on our halftime show, we own the video, and Taylor Swift doesn't want to give that up. If Taylor Swift did the halftime show, it would be the biggest halftime show ever. It would be bigger than Michael Jackson. And not because Michael Jackson wasn't giant at the time, but he just, the music world has changed. And they're going to try for Taylor Swift. They want her. It's just she's got to give up the fact that she won't have, like, Taylor Swift's big thing is she wants her music, and she wants her videos. She wants control, which I understand. As an artist, you don't want to give that up to somebody else. Like if you performed at the halftime show, Zoo, but you couldn't put them in any of your social media without the express written consent of the NFL, you'd be like, fuck this. I want to be able to put that out everywhere. That was my performance. And it doesn't work like that. Now, that's an excellent question. Or have they ever? Yeah, they've had somebody like that. Let me see. Not like a performance, but if they ever did, it would be like, well, it wouldn't be anybody's. The reason why they do that is to sell records.
Now, but in actually, the false prophet himself is not focused, but the Akiva and the Yokel. And the Akiva says, the Yokel says, so what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, what's the focus?
Yo, what up? How are you? What's good? Okay, well, I mean, I checked on you and you weren't there. Where the fuck were you? No, you weren't there. I was looking for you. I didn't see any of your streams. I didn't see you in Discord. I didn't see you in Twitter Spaces. I'm just playing. How are you today? Okay, what's new?
What do you use that? Website.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. No worries. Okay, send me. Okay, so send me your updated link tree. In Twitter. I'm waiting right now. Okay, you sent it to me just now? All right, that's what I'm saying. I get a lot of messages. Send it to me again.
Now we begin. Nowadays, 84 Pidosai, Lumishnos. Okay, so now what we are clearly doing is we are moving Baruch Hashem, through the various resource stages. So now the Mishnah says, these are the individuals who get tempted. Now, what's already we spoke about strangulation a little bit.
I see. I got it. I'm looking at it right now.
I will hold the rope from both ends and ultimately strangle the individual.
The only issue is Quora. Spotify.
That's okay. This is really good.
I'm doing the
Okay, this is really good. So you should be proud. It looks really good. All right. Next thing we're gonna do. Do you have Grok?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna send you a message to put into Grok.
What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the majority? Who refuses? That's called the Zakin rebellious sage. So again, everybody is put to death with panic. Again, worry about that later. Nadia Shakir, false prophet, which again, interestingly enough, ties into what we just learned before. How the division reflects that view. And ultimately kills its connect. It's not a vision of all this stuff. Someone who prophesies in the middle of idolatry. Not all issues. Someone who has seen the adultery. The Zoe Bascoin. Alright, so remember again, this last case is interesting. The Zoe Bascoin, remember again, we had this case of a lot of myself. A Bascoin who commits adultery is given a unique punishment of sreifas. What happens if Rachel, right? We call Rachel the Bascoin. Witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they claim that Rachel is committing adultery. So they're trying to make Rachel lie about the sreifa. Now it turns out that two more witnesses collect. So within an issue, impassively, nights in Rachel committed adultery. Why? Because at the time they're saying that she committed adultery, you were with us. You might have this, you were with us. So now what's this? Now generally again, speaking someone get reciprocal punishment, which it seems to indicate that Allah Almighty said just like they wanted to give first.
Okay. So what I sent to you into Grok, and it should make about a 10-second video for you.
The even Solomon don't get straight. Or rather, what do they get? They get kind of same idea.
Should I act like
Do you like that image?
So how do you know that one hits? Like one strikes the
I'd say if it's can I just read it?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you know this one. It said,
should I just enter the image? Which one is better?
You should do both and choose which one you like more.
In general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives us unqualified death, whenever the Torah says to put to death,
you're going to be creating at least 10 videos. So there's a lot of trial and error here. Some of them you might like, some of them you might not like.
I don't know. Maybe person hit their parent and kill their parent.
Apart from choking, was it block?
You can, but Grops, why don't you want to use Grop?
Because you know that Grok has when you still choose that made it Grok.
No. Do you have the graph? Not in Twitter.
I know, like when you create the video, when you see it on Twitter, you show that make a video with Grok, like under the video.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. You're saying a watermark.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, yeah, use something else if you want.
which the Gemara is very interesting.
Well, I advise people to use Grok. At least when I was having people use Grok, it would not put that. Are you sure that it does that? Wait. We're not going to post it on. Hold on. We're not going to post it on it. Not right now. So just use Grok to create the video. Send me the video when you like it. We'll look at it. We'll create 10 more videos like it, and then we're going to start to upload those to your other social media.
The fact that there needs to be a indicates to us that in the stam case, where it just says Ruvain hit shin, and what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says,
okay.
So now what I have over here is a song. So now we've just moved this first one. Remember, it was supposed to be shown trying to figure out who's live on the connect. First case, a person hits his father or his mother. Where do I learn that out from? If a person hits his father and mother, it's not said by killing them. Because if it was killing them, it would have said Makeh Fayamas. The fact that it just says Makeh is just hitting with an injury. And what's halacha? Most you must, when Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, that automatically means chenek. So he's proven his first line in the Mishnah. He's got about the Bible says the Gemara says the Ikhet Lemikra Makish. This is the Lemikra or Makeh. The interesting now, so Torah says it seems to be two redundant secrets. On one hand, it says Maki Ishvami is most of us. If you hit someone and they die, you'll be put to death. And then it says the Chomake Nefesh. Right? The Torah says the Chomake Nefesh, here it says what it says. Suppose it says if you kill a Nefesh. So it says, right? It says Chomake Ishvami. If you hit an Ish, a man, and he dies, you're put to death. And then it says Chomake Nefesh, which seems like if you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you both of those decisions? So most of this is fascinating. Because of Rahman and Maki Ishvames, if the Torah would have just said Maki Ish, if you kill that Ish means a man. If you kill a man, you put to death. I would have thought like this. Havamina Ish Gebar Mitzvahim Katalo. I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? When you kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. Katalo. If you kill a child, you're not liable. Not liable, right? The child's not having mitzvahs. Therefore, Kasar Rahman come back in Nefesh. Therefore, Torah says, no, come back. What is Nefesh? I mean, Nefesh means anyone, any living thing. So even if you kiss from to a child, you're also tired. I, the Gemara says, listen to this. Because of Rahman come back in Nefesh, the Torah would have just said, come back in Nefesh. I would have thought like this. Havamina, I'm feeling this fun. I feel it Ben Shmona. I would have thought that even if you kill a fetus. Right, for a fetus that is not yet completely.
How do you want to go? Whatever you want to go by, whatever your name is.
So I would have thought that you would be hiding from killing even a fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or maybe born in the 8th month. The Gemara says, therefore it's sweetly. Therefore, I love I need both. So interestingly enough, so Chomak Nefesh teaches me I'm chayiv for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? In other words, say differently. Really, I need both, right? Because if it would have just said Makish, I would have thought just adults. Therefore, it says Chomakesh. So if it would just said Chomakesh, I would have thought any living thing, even if it's not viable, commercial, you're only chayiv if you kill a viable thing. Therefore, the Gemara says we need both of them. We need both of them. The Ema, Afagam, or the basis. Way back to Paris. So now we've established Allah on himself. If a person goes ahead and hits his parents' constitution, he's chayiv, and he says chayiv parents. Maybe I should be liable, even if I hit my parent, I don't cause an injury. I don't cause a wound. Gemara says, just for the act of hitting, they should be able to go a second. I'm not telling you that. I'm not the other people who if you hit your mother or father, you're not chayiv until you cause an injury. See, it's very interesting. A person, let's say, snaps his parent, and there's no injury. There's no chabura, there's no injury. So again, obviously not good, you're not chayiv misa. Only chayiv misa if you cause a chabura. Which the Lord said, so how do you know this? In other words, if you understand over here that Maki Adam just means literally hitting one's parents, and every height, maybe it just means even if you hit them without an injury. How do you know that in order to be liable death penalty for hitting one's parent, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? This is very interesting. I'm going to call the pasuk says, "Make adam make behema." The pasuk juxtaposes one who injures a person and who injures an animal. Ma make behema is always just like if you injure an animal, there's only liability if you cause an injury. Like you have to cause a wound. If you go and you slap a cow, all right, it's weird. But when I saw it, you're not chayiv. There's no penalty. There's no monetary compensation. Just like
If you want to, I advise you to use both. Try both and see which one you like more.
So there's only liability for striking one's parents if one causes an injury. So also this is incredibly important. So what the Gemara is suggesting over here is that some person strikes their parent, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless of course you strike them and cause some type of injury. So last week we were doing that, so this is one side. If that's the case, that we're jumping into animals, it's only liable for injuring an animal, not because of the causing injury. If that's the case, if you shove out running, let's say I go over to the animal, and load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring you, emotionally stones. You're coming in, there's no liability, there's no physical wound. How can I be the one that you understand that that's also not presently injured? Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value right the strength of the animal. You see that in my animal to cause a physical injury. Hello, when you're eating a nefesh behema, the eating animal that you should have abundance. So that's the case. I don't really need nefesh behema. The master of the master of the right, which is nefesh. Right, the nefesh person tried to learn. Making nefesh behema. So I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause the injury. Why? Because my animal is even if you don't cause the injury, and you really do something that substitutes diminishes the problem you can use in this state. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that animal injury is really one, the hakim and the teacher about hunting. So when you're in your nefesh use it for nefesh. Use it for nefesh as an elevation knowledge. So therefore, why don't you have it? So therefore, it turns out interestingly enough that we were learning this out, ultimately again it's from nefesh behema. Right? The making nefesh will teach me that even by a person, I'm only trying it if I injure. Right? Only if I hit my friend, I'm only trying if I actually cause bodily harm. And the person just hits or slaps, and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, and Allah is not a death penalty. Unless that's the case, I was a crucial knowledge, so then what I need to accomplish between nefesh behema or not the other motion. Not the other right? So what obviously the concept juxtaposition injury is animal injury in person. So what does that juxtaposition mean? It's very important. Both of this is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the headline? Not the behema, not the other. So what is the juxtaposition of injury in person, injury in animal? What does that mean? The first thing Gemara says is, comes to teach me the ruling of the basis. What's the ruling of the basis? Let's do it. We actually had this before. But the Kamal, live for the idea of show the game of the I'm not going to know how to so what's the very truth? So this is like this. This is the whole. You know that the type of clear the blood. I can choose it. I love when I say you use him to generate capital liability. Do I tend to be financial? But the main case has like this. Even if you do something to show them, if it's the kind of act of anti-drug that's amazing, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to show them, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay? And they were learning out from that position. So you might say, that's fine, but when we go on the history from the history, that's how they can hold by from the history. Element, the less they come to the history of application of it, they can don't hold on the kind of the history. So they don't. Many reject that concept and they say, the only kind of get coupled from monetary compensation is when you are liable to that penalty. But if you do something to show you and if you're not liable to that, you are liable to pay. So if you reject that's illegal. Then what do you do with the husband? Not to learn to look. Remember again, the service thing. We're just trying to figure out the way the positive juxtaposition between the person and doing better. So what do I need then? Which we might just do this. Now, not that the inner little floor proper, not the other little floor. Just like what happens if I am eating animals and I'm trying to help you. And I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to do it, there's no liability. If I end up trying to help someone, injuring them, I'm not liable for that. So you might say, be right with it. Then, now you want to drum roll. Let's say again, let's say eventually like a father or a father couple. Now I'm just going to need to blood this. Again, for example, woman this little business. This house was fun. What's the problem? What did you just say? So like English is something, right? Run something means if the function is not the English function, just forget the opposite. The intention is help. So this is allowed to do this. So master, I'm going to ask you, yes, it is permitted. Why? The half does not have to again, you see another year in the stress, especially if I give you this father. What's the child? Of course, you should know. Rabbi Bakimila Amar, not the Adam who not get a human. Alright, Rabbi Bakimila says, the justification, the other says, not the Adam, not the justification. Teach us what? Not the head of the floor. Just like it's the Indian animal. In the first, not the Adam, do the floor. So if you interest somebody, because of how it is and what population, so there was a typically, both of these opinions are agreed. Namely, that son is committed to one who was having a father, who is a father who is so since the injuries from the discovery of the category is going to be this by the way, this is, you know, this is more on Wednesday, but this would be the faction is, let's say again, son is who wants to teach his father, he's about to teach his father. Or again, a son, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right? And wants to go ahead, has blood sugar, things like this. Is the child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially they're doing a quote-unquote injuring the parent? Even though the injury is not for injury purpose, the injury is ultimately for the flaw, but is a child allowed to do it now? Both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer is yes. It's just a shayla. First opinion says, of course it's committed. The Hashir fucking Mohawk. Second opinion goes up from the Akash, the comparison between Makal and Akibahima. So listen to this. The Marshal Rav, Rosh Shabbat liberated the Mishkal Sea. So Rav would not allow his son to remove his skin to himself. Right? So Rav got splintered. He would not let his son remove his skin. Again, it's was an injury. Marbury got enough. So Shabbat was ready. The Mishkal like himself, the senior. And married the son of Ravina, you're not allowed his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? So Makabile, probably Shigi got he will do it, not to show him. If you do it, he wanted to learn to work, open up the boil to get the that's really good. Why? Because if his son is perhaps be able to kill that, because the injury is suspected. He will not allow his children to help him to be in food paradise in the boil because it's considered as a project of the what's that? The obvious. That's the concern. That's the concern. Someone may end up injuring someone who might help them manufacture it in the summer. And no one else should be able to go down to the boil. You know, if you ask them, someone else should also not be permitted to pick up the sprinkler line from the boil. So you should message the other ones. After, should be got snap. You know, should be got scanned. If someone else trying to take up the sprinkler line, it's a lot. It's an accidental. son is who does it, is an accidental previous offense. So once they say so there's this fascinating tension. So on one hand, when the mother asks, is the son allowed to essentially quote unquote injure his father for the purpose of stealing from what he says with what? First two opinions, yes, the outbreak of the law, heck, this is not that. Yet again, you see love not allowing the son to take out his neighbor, and marriage not allowing the son to rise to divorce. So again, we're gonna stop over at this table, tomorrow, and find out the father is one of the things. How do you reconcile? Is it that a man is homosexual? Is it even if the son is part of the home? That Allah for the nice again, the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or is it just being more masculine on themselves? Is there a distinction between where it's only the son is able to do it versus other people to do it? That is what I'm saying. Takeaway, but just important on the said, we have solidified the first language. And you knew that clearly if a son, child, does strike it and causes physical injury, Allah for the son, the punishment. As was the summer of today, I will see one person on Wednesday.
The biggest clouds, the lightest smoke, the smoothest experience. If you enjoy smoke, good stuff, CBG
When you will say it is supposed to be a close, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be there. I'm going to 40 years for Shem. By Tuesday afternoon, 40 years for Shem to see everyone. So what is this?
And I have always been an extreme one smoker. I'm friends with Snoop Dogg and those types of smokers.
I was never left. Virtually, thank you for my content for this many facets of 3,000 cities for a year on so actually, I like to get at this. We are thinking about artists. Two guys are combined. About oil, oil, and real circumstances which generate by no shape sitting, so ultimately, again, we see now here, obviously, this is not but rather, again, this is a person and therefore, again, when you demand a center, it's not really what it means. Rashi points out that here, all of the different all of the Hamas, all of the Allah. So we see Allah using so a coin works is what the coin works to do this circle. Trump and opponents not to case on makes it out of Apple. Where they couldn't do it, right? Because someone is dead, to have a business of what remains uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of life that we watch that. We're talking about a and here where this particular point is not having to love because his brothers had died as a result of a receivable before. Secondly, the brother he is allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised. He is not allowed to circumcise. Reading the outcome must be good. Next, owning. Remember, owning is someone, you know, but if you notice, you might use both function of owning and office. Now, for our purposes, again, owning is a state of a period of time between death and marriage. Often that a coin can be up over during that time. Does so, he is punished. It's just a lot. Well, says, remember, no, I really know that. Second line from the top, 84A, $3,000. Sim, in המקדש לא יזדה, ולא יחלל מקדש אלוהיו. Because the prophet says actually that it's plain wrong. Because it says that it's plain wrong, this is specifically by Aaron after the death of Nabal. Aaron cannot use the mikdash, and he should not perform the mikdash of his God. Now, the prophet is telling you, even though Aaron had his very specific one loss, he was not going to leave the mikdash. He had to continue to do the avodah. So the mikdash is always very important. The Gemara says, what do you see there? It's after the Gadol who has to continue to serve as an opponent. But if some point else in order to serve as an opponent, they would in fact stay in the temple. So for very serious, the fact that the Gadol has to serve as an opponent slash although indicates also other means not serve the master. I'm going to the name of the kilometer. So now what's this? So where we might be right now is therefore the calling does in the state of animals is in violation of law, prohibition. Let's do 1 second. Maybe you should make a clear shovel. Harkening back to yesterday. Harkening back to yesterday's guy. So remember again, on one hand it says by Abelus it says Hilo, and by Truma it says Hilo. So it's just hey, just like the point is coming small, precise, and he said the source of the point is in Abel does the Abel. You should also be trying to use the Shamayim. I'm going to get they say just like again by calling is coming, it's too much. Just call it too much. But again, it chases it. You can't make point of each truma is cutting to the shuma. So just like by truma is usually shuma, so too again. Owning should also be Mishpidi Shemayim, which verse is one. Mix it with the thing, the flow comes. First of all, just understand the prohibition for a Kohen to do the avodah as an owner is not really explicit. It's inferred. The fact that the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to leave the mikdash has to serve even in the state of Aminos tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve in the state of Aminos. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from inference. And there's a principle called Dara Habam in Akhlaq, who running also with Jewish. Which the Gemara establishes a principle. What is important? Anything that is learned out from inference itself cannot be part of the Jewish. Logically, saying is, don't be part of the Jewish showing you two explicit concepts. That's when you can go to the Jewish between them. But one of those concepts is not explicit about it. So we're not like these things. You cannot use it for the Jewish Shalom. Okay, Yoshid Minola. Next. Heaven on earth according to the Holy Spirit. That you violation of love. And on Rav Nachman Yitzchak, the passage says, "Kibol Bakar Hashem Osef Mikosh Chakon La'amod L'Sharis." Passage says by the Kohanim, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, La'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see here? La'amid Bakar Tivolo Yeshiva. And that's how all the sacrifices of understand this has to be understanding and not sitting. One point is six. Great. The Avodah is about Roman's he's in violation of God. Follow next. What about blemish code? What happens if a blemish code does that? Levi only. So Levi says, the come say Bashar, it's a lie. What's the other one? My time did I mean, what's the logic that he says about moments of blemish code does the Avodah is kind of himself. What's his logic? So you must say, Ach ala parochas. Lord God. The Apostle says, and again, you should not come to the parochas. And the rest of the Apostle is, the Lord Yichalel has mikdoshim, K'ani Hashem mikdoshim. Not nothing like this. Much like Hillel. Hillel, so he might say, Yop. Hillel, the Truma, make a clear Shabbat from Halmon to Truma. Just like he says, not like Halmon to Truma, just like that Truma. If you have a coming from Truma, it's kind of to be Shemayu. Kind of so. So if Halmon does the Avodah, he's also kind of so. Shabbat Hillel from Truma. Talks about more. And they were filling those sessions again. It's like but remember it also says fuel by no son. No son's a feast card. So usually it's a Shabbat between Balmum and no son. It's like no such feast cards. Some two Balmum is feast cards. Which the man says, Mama, I like the price of feast cards. It's kind of a Shabbat label. Because more sense for like Balmum from Truma than from no son. Why? She keep so hard, because remember again, between Truma and Balmum, in both cases, they didn't get disqualified point. Like Balmum declared itself as a blemish, in the case of Truma, they called it Tame, but even Truma is really good. It makes more sense to learn how physical disqualification from physical disqualification. How could I go? It's the opposite. You know something in the middle. You know something why. Shekin Kodesh, I don't know, Nim, Pigo, and Nosi. Because again, a lot of coming out. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's politics. In the inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's like a people. ולנוסח, אלא מתחמי ששיש כמה, סור הגוף מצור הגוף, קודש פנים, אגב, בנוסח הדבר, שכן קודש פנים, כגו בנוסח. סבא אומייס again, ושכן מרזבך, משמר אף הנוסח, rather than אלא מתחמי ששיש כמה, rather again, it's better than we got to learn out from the case. We're going to learn out. Ultimately, again, from coming to see. Who's coming to see? That's the coin who's coming because the Avos. Again, this is more like, yesterday and Sunday as well. Okay, so what's this? This is very awesome. Again, different ways to very helpful. We're just learning it out, but what I it's the result of this use. Bravo, okay, so remember, let's see the boundaries of the Avodah. What is that? That makes sense to you. So, again, a couple of different possibilities here. What about the bone? What about bone? So that honestly, the classic says,
This is the most important branch in
because it says that she's got the whole of the apple. It says ultimately again, this individual is
which branch
I
of should
so
be is
not
relevant
about
to
it.
blood pressure
That's
fluctuation.
why. So the murder like it. So the murder like it. This is the thing, what about this? So what's the step of one of my focus again?
Yo, what up? Okay. Did you send it to me? Okay.
Yes.
Do you like it? Do you like it?
Check it out. I'll try to find another one. Take my knee piece. I use the iOS my
Ready over yourself, ready send it to yourself, just come over that come to it. What's really why he doesn't say and also is so cover eight feet is shovel of 8 feet ultimately by the people is a state of non abundance of this infection all the pieces of Shuma are totally just like that
Yeah, I don't really like it. Let me explain why. What is Hey Gen? Okay, but what is it? What is it?
I cannot. It's like a watermark.
It's like a watermark. Okay, why didn't you use Grok?
Come on.
They say that you upgrade.
You don't need to upgrade. You don't need to upgrade. I've helped a lot of people. They don't have to upgrade. Why is it saying you have to upgrade?
I'm going to send it. When I try to send it.
Okay. Okay.
But I can remove the watermark.
I know, but that video sucks. It's not good. It is just the guy's not looking at me. He's looking to the side.
Either way, not good. Not good. But nice. So again, my focus is the Rabbi Shmuel Ne'emar kan v'azar hakorev yumas v'ne'emar lahalon kol hakorev al mishkan Hashem yomos. So what's say? So the mark over here is Rabbi Shmuel nice up, and Rabbi Shmuel says that's all. So the one here says v'azar hakorev yumas. So this is talking about the man who does the avodah. Then the Gemara quotes the second pasuk. What's the second pasuk? Kol hakorev al mishkan Hashem yomos. So again, this is actually talking about by Adam's Korach. But again, in any event, Gemara quotes another pasuk, and it says, "Whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos will die." Ma'ala halon b'dei Hashem, just like by that second pasuk, is talking about b'dei Hashem. It actually points out over here. Okay, actually, Ma'ala halon. Rashi's writing us in Tosos Ma'ala halon b'dei Shemayim, and the Messiah Chamish Ish Bekvar, this roof. So remember again, this is by the 250 followers of Korah who were killed for the sin by right when they brought the service. So they were.
I'm sending you what it is. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, dog.
It says by non-calling because the avodah Yumas, and it says by Adnas Korah, Kalakari Hakorev al Mishkan Hashem Yomus. They were also non-calling to the avodah, so they were killed. Ma'ala halon, just like by Korah, בידי שמיים, זה מצווה לשמוע. אף כאן בידי שמיים, so to over here, it means בידי שמיים. It's very small. Now y'all, that if now how it does the above means she's killed with means בידי שמיים. I have a keeper of the case of the nose. נאמר כאן בעזר הקרב תומאס, ונאמר להלון, והנביא ההוא אוכל או חליב.
Okay, press the X button and you can still do it.
It says by the time that the Abodi Dumas, false prophets.
Okay.
False prophets. These are individuals who try to go ahead and get followers of worship.
I'm looking right
by them as well. And therefore, what? Just like by the Navi, like the false prophet, Malach. Allah is skilo. After the skilo, just like the false prophet is killed with skilo. So to the sound, because they are always also in other words, this will be a key about the death penalty for the false prophet. Whereas Rabbi Akiva says it's skilo. Rabbi Yochanan is very old, that it's kind of, but either way, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to build a Shabbat between false prophet, right between the Navi, between the false prophet, and non-claiming plus the Abba. So again, according to Rabbi Akiva, it's going to result in the punishment of Skila, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of Chemah. So the Gemara says, by the way, my mic can listen to give it a show Rabbi Akiva. So first of all, before the first machlokes is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Gzir Shabbat Zara Kared Yumas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah killed Yisrael Bishmaim, so too again, the Zab, the non-claim does the Avodah is also killed.
Okay, use
Rabbi Akiva compares Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Shmuel.
I have to log in, just let me check.
What's the first white line on the bottom? 84a. Rabbi Akiva suffered from Yumas mi Yumas. Ve'in Yumas mi Yumas. Oh, the Akiva says like this. Whoever make it clear Shabbat, let's do it right. I make it clear Shabbat with 12 words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Sar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Atas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the Lashon of the pasuk is.
Or maybe I'm not subscribed. That's why.
You what?
Maybe I'm not subscribed. I'm not a Bluetooth user.
You don't need to be.
Then so this one of the answers. No, it's better to say the Shabbat between the Sar and also the other story. Why? Because we were both ordinary people. As opposed to the Sar.
Okay.
And the Navi.
So they changed it.
Navi changed it.
You can't do Okay. So go to the App Store or Google Play. Do you have an iPhone or Android? All right, go see if this app is available. I sent it to you on X. Yes, sir.
Once you got trying to worship idolatry, even if I had your deals, there's no more ordinary person. Very profound.
Surah, okay. I have it.
Like this.
Okay, we'll make a video with Sword.
It's like, let me check. You wanna have it on website. The good one. Let me see if I can download that.
Okay.
So the mic we're going to be keeping at the open. So by the way, now we understand we have a fundamental focus.
I can't find that.
Now,
Is Dora 2 video? I can't find the exact. What I'm seeing here is Dora.
Yeah, that's the one. Zora 2.0.
Yeah, so what's going on here? To which the Gemara says,
No, just Dora. Let me read
what's the
Dora.
focus? The Gemara says, Michael Rabbi Yochanan, the Michael Rabbi Akiva Yochanan, they were in the foot is Rabbi Shimon Rabbanan. They're arguing their machlokas is the machlokas Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbanan. What's the Samuel? Navi Shidia Skila. The Navi tries to convince people for idolatry. He's killed.
I don't know. No, I don't think it's that one. Let me see.
Hi, Hanan Tanan. Rabbi Akiva over the Fennec. We have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says Fennec. So you just said before Rabbi Akiva told.
I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link on Google Play.
They have Rabbi Akiva's on record. Saying that it's
Then you say, what is wrong with that one? Like, because the man, is it the watermark and the man is it the watermark and the man is facing like,
I mean, there's just both of those are an issue. Yeah, I would say so. It's not terrible, but it could be better.
the voice is okay and the statement.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'm sending you the link right now. Go to the link.
And the vice of Rabbanon's view of
What if I try again with my instead of the icon?
That's fine too.
They say it's available in my country.
Okay, use a VPN. Try a VPN.
It's my real face down.
That's fine. Make an avatar out of your real face that you like.
Okay, I'm gonna try it. I'm downloading the app now.
Okay.
I'll get
through the various resource bases. So you might now Mishnah says, these are the individuals who get finished. Now, what's already going to spoke us training Mishnah a little bit.
Is this today?
What'd you say, big man?
Regulation a little bit, right?
I said if the Zura is entirely free.
I think there's a premium version, but yeah, it generally is free. For what you need, yeah.
Okay, we'll get more into this later on. So who gets Kenneth? Again, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of Kenneth in just a little bit. Who gets Kenneth? When is
What's your question, big man?
Is it portrait or like the video I'm going to which one is better?
Good question. For apps, portrait, for
the video I'm generating.
Right. If you don't have a choice, potentially square.
Like this one I
Yeah. Square isn't bad.
which one is better for you? Now I'm putting
I understand. It depends. It depends. If it's gonna be on,
this last case is interesting.
on short form video, then if it's gonna be like on an app or something, then the best choice likely, it's not guaranteed, but the best choice is Portrait. If it's going to be on YouTube, then it's likely landscape. Unless it's going to be on YouTube Shorts, then it's portrait.
So I should very good landscape.
Yeah, but if you just don't want to do that, you can do square.
Okay.
See this one tomorrow, but we'll discuss the idea that
So let me check it out.
Okay.
They even sold and don't get straight. Or rather, what do they get? They get sent.
I'll get back to you.
Yes, sir.
So I want to give it back because it has been. I think I don't think this guy is said before.
I mean, you're the one who took time.
I didn't hear you.
Just go create a video and come back to me when you're done.
Reading of this one, it said, the mask of other being most. Most you must, also says, if you hit your father or you put to death. The mercy told me somewhere we got a stand, Ema Elafem. In general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives it unqualified death, whenever the Torah says you put to death, if it doesn't give a specific type of death penalty, apparently the default is kind of, we've seen that before already. The default is kind of. The Gemara says, Emo, as the Katalim is don't. One second. How do you know that maybe when it says, Maki of the Emo Mosuma, you should not be following, because that's maybe so in case you hit them and you kill them. Otherwise, a person hit their parent and kill their parent. That's what there's a death penalty, to which the Gemara says, Saglaitva, Kato, Sag, the Sayyid, the other different. So here's the problem. The problem is, what does that mean? First, let me say, if a person kills his father, it's high Chelek. Now, the Gemara is operating under the assumption that Chelek is considered to be the more lenient form of death. So what that's going to say is, if you kill a stam person, a regular person, not your father, you're executed by Saif, a more chomer form, beheading, a more chomer form of death. If you kill your parent, you're high Chelek, you're right, you put out Chelek, a more lenient form of death. What does that mean? One second. When you kill him, I'm going to cow. Now that's fine if you understand that Chenek in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. But if you say that Chenek is more common, then what is there to say? Ella, so we're just trying to figure out over here. Here's what I know. Pasuk says if you your mother and father, you put to death. Stam unqualified death penalty is Well, we're trying to figure out over here is what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injured them, or you hit them and you killed them? Which they must be very interesting element that said, not get ish vame is most humus. Uksiv obe'eva hikov yado vayamos. So listen, it's very interesting. Look at it. Other cases where the Torah speaks of hitting. And notice the intriguing lashon that the Torah uses. Right? Maki Ishmael, if a man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or Oge'iveiko, if you hit someone with animosity, right? You go with your hand, Vayamos, and he dies. And if you know this in both of these passages, what do you see? You see that there's a qualifier. The pasuk says, and when they hit Shimon, what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier, which indicates to us what? Shmamino, Kohecha Bika Hakostam Mavis. In fact, that there needs to be a qualifier. Moving hit Shimon and Shimon died indicates to us that in Stamki, where it just says Ruvain hit Shimon. And what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is as follows. So now, we've just proved this first one. Remember, again, what's first in the Mishnah? We're trying to figure out who's like on the planet. First case, a a person hits his father or his mother. Where do I learn that out from? Make agavi. Imamos yumas. If a person hits his father or mother, it's not talking about killing them. Because if it was killing them, it would have said make vayamos. The fact that it just says make is just hitting with an injury. And what's the halacha? Most you must. When the Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, that automatically means chenek. So we've proven this first line in the Mishnah. It's incredible. Now, by the way, what's in the Gemara says, if you're nifkav, makiush, if you're nifkav, chomake nefesh. Now, interestingly enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant psukim. On one hand, it says makiush fames mosimas. If you hit someone and they die, you'll be put to death. And then it says the chomake nefesh. Right? The pasuk is the chomake nefesh. V'fi'idim. Right here it says so. It says so. The pasuk says if you kill a nefesh, so it says. Right, it says, ish vamis, if you hit an ish, a man, and he dies, you put to death. And then it says, nefesh, which seems like if you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you both those two? So we'll say this is fascinating. Because of Rahman and ish vamis, if it were would have just said, ish, if you kill, ish means a man. If you kill a man, you put to death. I would have thought like this. Havamina, ish, gebar mitzvahim, patalo. I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? When you kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. Patalo. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not having mitzvahs. Therefore, different Torah says, no, call back. What is nefesh? Nefesh means anyone. See, if it's from a child, you also tie it. I, the verses. Because of Rahman, call back your nefesh. The Torah would have just said, call back your nefesh. I would have thought like this. Havamina, afilu yifalin, afilu ben shmona. I would have thought that even if you kill a fetus. Right? What happened? Right? What is this? It's a euro, right? For a fetus that is not yet proven to be viable, or maybe it was 1.5 to 2 months. It's not other community sense with baby born in the 8th month. This is non-viable. I would expect it to be highly killing even fetus that's not proven to be viable, or it's in utero, or baby born in the 8th month. The Gemara says, therefore, one thing that teaches me, I'm tired of going ahead and killing all viable things, right? Really, I need both, right? Because if you would have just said Maki Ish, it was just both. Therefore, it's Chomesh. But if you just said Chomesh, I would have thought anyway, even if I'm viable commercial, the entire kill a fire. There's a message to the people. The Hema, Afagablo of the big. They got to perish. I'm just have to sell off on myself. Person goes ahead and hits himself. Maybe it should be liable. Even if I hit my hand, don't cause usually. I don't cause you lose. Gemara says, just react to hitting. This should be a back. You go a second. I'm not telling you this. I'm not going to obviously be able to. I actually asked them to if you hit your mother or father, you're not tired until you cause an injury. See, it's very interesting. The person, let's say, slaps his parent, and there's no injury. There's no, like, there's no injury. So again, obviously not good, and I think so. And if I do say because of Kabura, which is Maki Adam or Maki, how do you know this? If you understand over here, okay, Maki Adam, just means literally hitting one's parents. Make it every high connect, maybe you hit them without injury. How do you know that in order to be liable death penalty for hitting one's parents, you have to cause bodily harm? How do you know that? This is very interesting. I'm not sure the pasuk says Maki Adam or Maki the English. Plus, it's just supposedly one injuries a person, and injuries a woman. Not that they don't have the obligation to do that. Just like if you're injured, oh, it's only liability if you cause an injury. You have to cause a wound. If you go and you slap a cow, or it's weird. When I saw it, you're not fighting. There's no penalty. There's no nothing. It's kind of like competition. Just like not getting hit, it's only high as you juxtaposition not the other me also only high for striking the person if you cause confusion. Incredible. Siba, not to the aim out the other brother. Siba, nefesh, not the other other. So it's like there's only one side bodies is striking one's hands with one causing the so it's like this incredibly important. So the word suggesting over here is that some person strikes their head, obviously bad, but not at that time unless a person strikes them and cause some type of injury. So not speaking of really, but it is one side. If that's the case, that we're talking about the animal, which are only liable for injuring the animal, not just because of the person moving. If that's the case, if you shove out running, let's say I go over to your name's on, your name's on the opposite of stones. So I'm not physically injuring you, but I'm diminishing your strength. You're telling them there's no liability because there's no physical root. How can I make the one attack? You understand my hypothesis? Of course, I'm right. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actually diminish the value, right? The strength of the animal. You see the way that my animal is. Hello, and in your nefesh behema, so that's the case. I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. Not the other behema, right? It's nefesh, right? The nefesh plus the private. Maki nefesh behema. So I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause injury. Why? Because my animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that substantially diminishes the thought of the animal you're going to be fighting. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that animal injury, then what? So if I'm not the official about one of the type, today it's in the nefesh part. So use it for nefesh. Use it for nefesh adam. Allocation ramon. So therefore, why don't you hack the slip? Because it turns out interestingly enough that we were learning this out. Against nefesh behema, right? The market nefesh will teach me even by a person I'm only fine if I injure. Right? I'm only if I hit my head. Right? I'm only fine if I actually cause bodily harm. Like what doesn't do? It hits or slaps, and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then I'm not is not a death penalty. So much as if that's the case, allocation level, then what are the package between nefesh behema or not the other right. Not in nefesh. No, I'm sorry. Not the other behema. Right. So what? Now obviously the cost of trucks. Injuring an animal is injuring a person. So what does that juxtaposition? This is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the package? Not the behema, not the other. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person? What is that? The first thing the mind says is you're deciding the basis here. Comes to teach me the ruling of the basis. What's the ruling of the basis? Take a look at that. We actually have this recording here. I'm looking at the summary of the basis. Well, let's start typing this. Show the game. Now, I'm not going to collect that. So what's the name? So this is something. There's this deal, guys. We love it with opportunity design. Opportunities. And I love the ways that you just made it generates capital liability. You are exempt from any financial liability. Then this sounds like this. Even if you do something to show them, if it's the kind of act that had you done it amazing, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it for show them, you're exempt from financial. Okay. And they were going out from that like you might say, that's fine, but when you go to the history on the history, that's fine if you hold like on the history. Element, the less they have the history of education library, but if you don't hold on the kind of the history, which many don't, listen, many reject that concept. And they say, to expenditure culture for monetary compensation is when you are liable to that kind of thing. So if you did something to show you, and if you're not liable, you are liable to pay. If you reject that leeway, then what you do not so much as was. Remember again, just understand, we're just trying to figure out that we have a positive juxtaposition between the person who's being animal. So what do I need then? So which we must listen to this. Now, not to get him a little bit water, not to other means. Just like what happens if I am moving and I'm trying to help you. And I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the so that's what tries to do it, there's no liability. If I end up contract, I help someone and I end up injuring them, I'm not liable for that. That's the justification. So you might say people fireable, then this is the case. Then now you like to done what? Let's say again, let's say that we have a father with a father problem. Now I'm just going to what you remember him the Ferdinand or only this was now this fuck was his father. What's the problem? What did you just say? This son injures his father, right? Drawing what is funny there is I connect. If the son's intention is not to injure his father, this fuck it, it's the opposite. His intention is to help. So he's still how to do this so the mother says but not so the mother says yes it is permitted. Why? They have to know it's incredible. Because again, you can see another year of stress to help them out, especially if that is your father. What's the child? Of course you should know. Rabbiva, inna amar makya azam umakya delim. The father Rabbiva that says the juxtaposition. The Torah says makya azam makya delim. Juxtapose it to teach us what. Not makya delim just like if you injure an animal in the course of trying. Not your Adam, you refer so if you injure someone and you try to try to heal them, so there was an interesting, both of these opinions are agreed, meaning that a son is permitted to go and do blood letting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injure him. But since the injury is from the shepherd, therefore is going to be incredible. One second. So just to finish, this argument, just so you should know, we do this more on Wednesday, but this will be a really fascinating story because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father, he's about to treat his father. Or again, a son, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right? And wants to go ahead, just to test blood sugar, and things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for parents, knowing that essentially they're doing a quote-unquote injury in the parent. The injury is not even purpose. The injury is ultimately for a flaw, so the child allowed to do it. Yes, both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer. Yes, that's just the shine love. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to Second opinion was from the backlash in comparison to knockout the game. So listen to this. You must not have low shabbat liberated the Mishkale Sidi. So Rav would not allow his son to remove his spoon from his hand. Right, so God has winter, he would not let his son remove his wasn't injury. My brother, you know, for Shabbat Lebrei, the Mitzvah like Hafsah. So see, again, married to Sarah Ravina would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Open up a boil. Why not? The Machavile, about the Shigigas, if he would do it, that's for sure. If he could do it, because he wanted to lance the boil. Well, you get the concept. Why? Because if the son is about to be a little bit too aggressive, he can cause an injury beyond not allow the children to be exposed to less than the boil because of the
You have to be 18 to be in here.
That's the concern. That's the concern. Someone may end up injuring someone in close time. No one else should be able to someone else should also not be.
Please leave if you're not 18.
Which we must ignore. After Shigagas love. You know, Shigagas can. Here's the big difference. It's someone else. Like someone else might pick up the school and it's not the injury. It's a lot. It's an accidental. My son, if he does it, is an accidental treatment. So let's say, so it's still here to assassinate the pension. So on one hand, when the Gemara asks, is his son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of food? The first two opinions, yes, the actual talking about all package between Maki other market, Ema. Yet again, you see Rav not allowing the son to take out this filter. Margaret Gavina not allowing his son to lance the boy. So again, we're gonna stop over at the Pacific table. We're going to do this tomorrow. So the fundamental shadow is what is this? How do you reconcile it? Is it that they I'm sure that it's actually even if the son is trying to help, that Allah remains so again, the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or would they just be more maximum for themselves? Because is there a distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it? Not in your position to come with that. Takeaway, but just important to understand, we can't solidify the first line of understanding you, and clearly if the son, child, does strike their parent and causes physical injuries, Allah for the myself will punish them. That was the couple of verses today. They did say one person on Wednesday.
Welcome to the serious show, everybody. We were here for the one night where the audience was so serious. Jim and Vicky with glasses. When you are traveling for instance, tell them 4 kilometers. You on any dating sites or anything like that? 4 kilometers of the road. Said it was an urge. If you have a stopover, do you see flight hanging? What's do you have any special skills or talents? Anything that would surprise us about you? Flying for part of one journey. Do you know how to yo-ho or yo-yo or anything that begins with yo? For instance, revenge go on. Really? Do you have a yo-yo on you? 1. There's 2. Traveling. 3. What's your greatest talent? Traveling in the third. If I never said anything about the yo-yo, would you have answered me? What are the requirements? Read the narration, please. When should you finish? That's fine. So I can see it. Give a short Shabbat day. You seem like more of a foods kind of guy.
Let's take the morning is this place. But I Sponsorship info in the description on the YouTube video as well as let's say with that, let us begin today's back to the video. We are coming up on today. This is today's ABC about 4 months from the bottom of the dots. So the mission of the is about coin to series. That's the way the mission. This mission says that if you have a coin, don't be a hold of the same ritual. The young hunter will take him out and essentially beat him up. Give him to death. Give him to death. Cancel their application. I'm not able to hold it this one yesterday. So, the word for this one minute about 1 minute. So that's why this has to start with going to Shimi's Pokemon, I need to be sure I'm not inside the use of the chicken. What if a coin does get one? Does the neutral field? So what's the hell? Is it high of intimidation? I mean, are you high of intimidation? What is the hell? What is the sure? So again, remember this is what about doing actually yes. You have to just respond. So remember this one. Going to Shimi's Pokemon. Going to get all the neutral field. And after my calling the deep isolation, the other time don't bring the other time don't bring the space, and then what they do. And look, here take a little of see also puts the azaro. The alcohol in the taste is calling the deep hold the state to the outside of the court, right? The post in the smoke for the district. And you give them that fuck. What is it? These are right from the hydration. I mean, the shot is the youth for the district. And again, if I want to answer, I need to be function, and the only does get more than state come out, it's highly loosely showered. So that the hand of that is, and you go along. And you go along. Let it cut over the top, part of the why is it different from why do you have to take this time to take you into that? You must elementize, in a kind rather it must be that the offer itself a coin because the home that is state come out is not highly loosely after the mother says, you believe that one of the honor make of the victory is such a thing for a transaction. When Trump says you utter it, and you're going to make a person fight, so it must be that it's not trying to stop you doing something incredible. You must go. Is that true? Is that true? That just because Hashem says the utter, you don't exact punishment from such an event, or that's how we think. But not mission much of the time, there's nothing to say people. So again, we just want to stop this and that. If somebody went ahead and violated prohibition multiple times, and it's how you not considered you access a certain number of times, you put them in a teapot, and you put them in a cell, and they can sell a smaller pension, and you put them in a cell, and ultimately again feed them a little bit of bread with water and then bother you guys. So you might say, one of my trades, one of the people that there's a couple case. If you were to bring the guy to Daisy, what would they do to this individual? Nothing. So here's the case of the person was caught there, and yet you still can come on the because remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to show you the mouth shall precinct the skin, the gabra back to cover. No, remember how we define that case. What case of mouth is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of colors. He violated the same colors prohibition multiple times. Colors basically with a street person, basically with the office, such a person is deserving of death. And again, Jamal said, the terms of the practices are a key indicates that his value, right? So we just expedite the process of the book. I go, Ronnie like this. What about the case? You got also Travis edition. What about the guy who steals his charts? So again, this is like, I love you, it's just things. I'm going to do that. So again, see, here's an example. If you bring the guy to Daisy for stealing his charts, so only you can right? How do you have a piece of that? They got to show you more. And yet again, we killed the guy. I'm not we killed him. That even in the case where someone is technically exempt by a department by Daisy, we will still go by the department. We'll still go ahead and go in. Let me know. I'm not using the choices to la misa, lo yacón, lo raros, que toda esa cosa de pero en la que se queda no le dice a la paz, no le digo, and then you need to drop that shot. I have 100 colorless, what about the guy who curses his Remember again, also, my mother's vocal as an example. If you're really looking for it won't do anything. Yet you still killed this guy, right? I kind of make you kill this guy. And I will say, you have to posting for slow, the next section of body concentration. That's the case, remember, we would find that case. As the appearance of such an individual actually personally very vulnerable. That's how we can deal with those things. I'll roll it like this. What about the beautiful? I thought about handling relations with non-Muslims. You guys, if you think that's the thing, okay, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw, I'm not talking about. Here's an example where it's part of the club, what he says, versus the anyway. Which the man says, no, remember, how you going to have a family, the actually not this month. Remember again, that's where remember again, yes, yes, and as the king is possibly and therefore I think this idea that you go and kill someone with a head and this is again based on that much also so I love how much this is or a case scenarios you got the process so again so just to keep that of our basic and just like the point does the ability and state of it's this kind of new subjugation or remember this was the question and I thought after the conversations. Now Restrictions responded Restrictions said the answer is obviously no. But the answer must be no. So it's said that I look for myself. I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the mission said that the party does get hold of the state of tomorrow, then if I look for myself, here's a people are not to take up and beat it to death. Now, from the patient's perspective, the only way that that would be permitted is if such a person is carrying these mediation money. So then again, the peer taking you out, yes, actors which take care of the issues of it. That penalty is highly institutional and at the end of the day, they have to kill someone who has been part of the practice, which not ignoring all of these cases where, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically will be applied for but yet they still see that they could be liable to the death penalty. Okay, well, I should say, are you liable to the death? And liable to death at the hands of the criminal. Okay, you might go back there. You might say, you might the fact. There we go. Fascinating case. And you'll say, Apollo, the case. Cases, Hamorea, Familia, Magic, and Cyrus. You'll say, so this is talking about different aspects of government. The first we goes ahead. Pouring oil on the commercial taste. Although, ultimately, it is mixing the flour with the oil. Although, process, sweeping the knuckles with the big cup and crushed. So they begin to crushing the process, Morea, and salt. Native is waving in the car, Magic, bringing the milk of clothes, hanging her clothes. So what's now the side is a shot, or one to left on the pump, on the actual show for itself, or a native assembly, or one of the arrangements, candles of the oil of the menorah, that collates, or one takes the roots, and the roots of the menorah, or takes the flour on the pot, the period of the nurse, and the cabal dominant books, or one of those ahead and the cabal you see the blood of other hands that has been offered. If you do these things ultimately, the cutter, the ink kind of number. One is cutter, and ultimately the end of the number. So let's take a look at the last notch. If a person performs any of these actions outside of the business. So again, so if a person is, and that's the case, pour oil on the milk, mix the milk, broke up the pieces of the milk, add salt to the milk, wait the milk, crush the milk, arrange the bread on the short front, or arrange the candles of the lights of the milk, typically itself, the seed separate from blood, outside of the milk, ordering of sacrifice. Sid, Shayishba, Mala, Sid, Shayala, Ola, the Zorek, the establishment that Governor, not the whole honey, the Ace Akara, Oda, give it the right master. This is very interesting. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that first. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv for is including sacrificial rites. So, an example of that would be shvita, slaughtering an animal, right? Shvita, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final actions that really have a corresponding follow-up. So because that would do that, everything's going to start, you are okay, so let's say you're staying tight, you're in of the end, top of taking, so you're not tight. Now, what do you have? What should we sell us? For example, let's say I was going, did any one of these actions, like you played with anyone, you did all of these things. So the not only did it outside, you actually decided, remember, normally there's a service side, as a non-trained so that again, any of these things were done, simply as a coin did, but he was in a state of but he also went to higher, the Roman was the guts, similarly, coin, that is classified, a coin has to be able to do everything, failure to do so, and then it's again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The Roman love was to dying for that. But also, again, the love was to only before becoming a whole love, one would actually try to wash his hands and his feet. Figures that this results in liability. Again, if he didn't wash his hands and feet for any of these things that were done outside, there's no liability. Okay, very interesting. If you look at action, לא משום זרוס, זל שעשה אף השם לפנים, אין לו חייבים
Yo, welcome. How are you? Just chilling. How about you?
Interestingly enough, what we were seeing previously is you can go ahead and take the card and put it on burn.
Okay, well, check out whatever you want.
What is he? Going, we're to go ahead and also burn it on these bits. Otherwise, the only time that there wasn't going to come off, ultimately, I get it is people like books. But if it's written, they're working. What is he? Getting from time to time, but if a coin does come off, this is using itself. That is the country that's the right. That's the answer to the original question the coin does have over the state of love. Is he hiding inside the shaman? The answer seems to be yes. Which is what I love. You saw don't see commander of a colony. Goes ahead and offers himself a company with state of sky. He said, "Low, that's hard." I must tell sign money last month. So going to say that the man only does this. Only do by this level up. Like he says, here at sign money. But the cooler from masculine in the Taurus, they might not be below the high on this ledger. So you should remember, you're grouping all of these things together. I'm telling you now that offers up in the state of someone, that means something. So what does that mean? If a non-coin does this, it's also only allowed that can be considered the Hazara Yumas, possibly explicitly, but the non-coin is exactly okay? These verses, right? What's the use of the You're not treated the same. You're not treated the same. You get 12, you might just make some difference of 12, you don't take the photo. The Yotze to follow La Nami Lo. So we must also be the same enough to be perfect this. But ultimately, again, Yotze is not Yotze is the point of the oil, Polo is the oil, La not natural, but also not like where it says, so apparently again by Yosef and Paul, yes, it's not even allowed by Tumah. Which was is that true about Daniel? I told you Yosef and Paul on the night, so we know that there's a love to go ahead and holy oil and mixing it also from one is this. Lomar, to go to you, to know you color. Plus it says be holy and do not profane, do not desecrate. So you know it says be right, it says only you do not bother. Okay, interesting. So apparently the Torah is so there's no way for prohibition against someone who's coming or you mixing it up or it's not against that one. And it's also doing that. But because I'm not using the actual NATO issue, Esau, the Christ says over here, these are the people who are fighting Esau, Kamei, Shishimish. Okay, pretty explicit. According with Kamei, ultimately you're going to get that one is Kayin Esau, the day Shammai. Which the Gemara says, he was you will say, so what am I saw? You are that Allah is the first one who does the Allah is shining Esau and now, by the way, if you think they're close, so if you think they're close, it's going to make sense why this is a huge you can't think of today's right? Like you said, whatever it is today's what is based on there's no based in liability of what they do. Communicate the number of seeing also puts my Torah, so you can take it out and you can do love. Now, what's the license for yourself? Because since this calling is high and easy, therefore I'm not for myself. Other times you take it out. Essentially, it's a pretty incredible deal. As I'll also point out that there's things that are interesting, another information, that the local Meister appears that when it comes to doing sacrificial rites and services outside of his own touch, let's put it in the world over here. I think how the Gemara passes over here is that it's almost called an avodia. Only to do this. So this is that there's nothing that follows. By Shechita, our surface in the Shechita itself is a self-contained it doesn't have a follows the Shechita. So interesting enough, so we did this as an aside, when we fight for us, for Oda, of course, we call it Oda Kama, Oda that doesn't even have any trace of power. Okay, so now we're going to go back and read the rest of the back today. Go back and reset the rest of this just here. The person goes in, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, so yes, first thing we're going to do, we're going to go ahead, we're going to mention this, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we make this. Number one, both of us are fresh. Number two, the coin comes to upwards to the Lord. The coin is coming, two moments is ritually pure. Right, so coming means two moments is pure. These rituals. These are shafas and shema, and not only shema, also these three shema. Without shemish, without, right, not going to certain things. Ultimately, again, coming shishimish. Oh, my coin is coming because the Avoda also Chinese. Okay, what's that? It's called previous. Never again, the Gemara is quoted part of it as well, but once again, it seems to be the definition of the wind, but it's only because the Avoda is ritual energy. It's highly traditional. No shishimish. It's full no shishimish. Fully on again, if someone goes to the next slide, it still requires a lot of shamash. Sunset in order to be able to work. Because the Avoda highly traditional. Next, the Kusuri Button. Coin is not wearing all of the obligatory Quranic recipes. Next, the Kusa Kampala. The coin is lacking and coming. Different types of Shema require some of the require number one, time, duration, Failure to do so may really avoid unwanted high risk studiare istituti a volta anche di influenza e questi e mai due errori come la successo no all three of these things. Or else only your shape, there's no clear reason I don't know what is there. I love there's a lot. There's a lot. But interestingly enough, Rashi points out that the here is fascinating. It's king of the kings of Torah. Rashi says, Shanisu Aframah, Moshigon, that in order to finish, the Phoenician is the usual, the Prophet will keep the Lord and Rashi are gold. Interesting that uncircumcised color. Remember, it was happening in situations today we know hemophilia. So we know that again, genetic conditions, let's say the coin that older mothers who died as a result of this evil. So we recognize that now again, such a point, such a person not allowed to be attacked with Steve. It's fine, it's not from Steve, but he's not allowed to be attacked. Any of these three people really are not allowed, or else only he's not allowed to be attacked. So, not giving to the Shemaim, not your again, will be around. Talmud, that's the thing. What's that one? Rebbe will release now that Muhammad only God's heart. Rebbe said, listen to Shemaim, Muhammad said, Allah, fascinating. Okay, so again, we'll see obviously on the basic let's say somebody intentionally committed an act of this. Again, able to so let's say someone actively purposely went ahead and took into the property and because everyone that was representing trying to come and say no, but that's why it's allowed. Also, this was now that's a whole number one. Over the first person who needs to be Shamai lineup, first guy with the first guy who needs to be Shamai lineup untied fillers. So once you know we're suggesting you are your how much more United of us have a Sudanese now. I don't know. There's someone who's had all these families. Some of I mean, it's similar. I will do as Caucasian. I share the you move on chef. So literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of the yourself that will raise selection. Future tense. You must be found seeking literal custody. Tell us something about focus and it's only to have price. What's the definition of focus and where you have price from it? Voltado. Voltado, the tourist is over here. Do not go ahead and sustain it. Do not go ahead and sustain it. So the ones who listen to yogurt, well, actually, concept describe yogurt, fill make it to your trouble. It says fuel by Taro, and it says fuel profane by Shuma. Shuma is which my people are used to our faith. And it says here from a movie. So it says fuel by Shuma, it says fuel by Taro, and it's saying Malaha. Look at these off. Just like if someone is not allowed to eat Shuma, whether it's a staff, it's come up all the time, coming with Shuma. Yes, so here shall the pillow. It's interesting if you check out, it's also me submission. Incredible. I versus 1 second, hold on. The they look, people will no star. Why does it make no star? No star. Usually, over passes. Why don't you say, watching also by no star? Why not make it very simple? Probably not that one of the parties, not the parties. No star is punished by parties. This is exactly as the committed no parties. While considered just like no stars parties, so to attend. Now, this card is which was no. Probably Shuma Hollywood. It makes more sense to learn out Pebble from Shuma than Pebble from Zosa. Why? Because she came Shuma, Utsalar. Number one, Shuma doesn't apply to stars. Right? Shuma doesn't apply to stars. Pebble doesn't apply to stars. Next, Putra, both of these cases, there is a way to remedy, the status. Right? Rashi says it should be there. Rashi says you got 6 lines of Shuma, which is for us. Simply said Shuma, he said Shuma, let us go. Any God in the regard, from no certain knowledge of regard, the Shah Petra, remember him a homo, technically speaking, no star, no star, box. When you are allowed to use personal altars, when you allow these personal altars, it is no certain pride in the pseudo, then you pseudo, those are second distinction. Right, second combinality is which one? No, I remember, Hevel is Shuma ultimately is related to a color. No star can never be finished. Once it's no star, it's furthermore, both by Hevel, by Shuma is in plural, by no star is singular. Pickle, I'm sorry, Putra, Gerabin, Pagos, Pickle, and Rosa. Take a look at that. First of all, both apply to police inside. So both had the plural Russian both applied to police, both did again. Teva and Shuma. Neither people nor no star apply to Teva or Shuma. So therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between Shuma and Teva, and therefore it makes more sense to compare between Teva between Teva to Shuma than between Teva to Rava. The no star also shares many commonalities with Teva. How so? Chicken puzzle, chicken puzzle. Chicken puzzle, chicken puzzle. No star tells name super measure. So remember again, both no star and Teva is a super measure. He himself, that himself, is inherently invalid. Right? So again, no star inherently invalid. Hevel inherently invalid. Not to think about Shuma, puzzle on good food, the key on Shuma cycle, 6. Interestingly enough, Shuma, because remember again, we're talking about Shuma itself is inherently committed, right? Some people are surprised. But when I say no, they're feeling so the much different suggest, and why not compare Hevel to the side? Because Hevel and Yosef have this commonality. So overall, all of them are inherently invalid or inherently compromised. Which is furthermore, a messenger, furthermore again, neither can be remedied in the right? You can't remedy the host you can't remedy the Shuma, like the case of Shuma, like by the opponent's coming, now allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, he can go to the meat and remedy himself. Rashi says that here. For the same Rashi. The Moshe Elam Tanabim, how many Shuma years for Tanabim? Okay? So the Rashi says, what you are making over to this? You're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and Shuma. In fact, some people comparisons that exist between Tevel and Yosef as well, which the Gemara is punishing. Right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Shuma than there are between Tevel and Yosef. Therefore, by making the example of Shuma, we'd rather make it between Tevel and Shuma, Tevel and Yosef. And therefore, again, that would be just like Shuma is misdivision, right? So to again, the consumption of kettle will also be misdivision, right? And not like no sources of glucose. Okay, beautiful. Ravina says, you will not include around something. The truth is, the reason we prefer to prepare kettle, not kettle to no studies, because kettle and truma both have the luxury of plural, the same, and the plural. As opposed to no certain times in the singular, and that seems to be a more concerning paradox between those two things. Alright, incredible. The Gemara goes like, it's going to be where do you go that's going to stomach? Right, so again, the sun list. Going to stomach goes ahead and eats Torah. So somebody calling, each week with a suma, meets with each other. You know, so we have to merge these, right? So in the shul, united point to each other from the Torah, from where do you know that's calling his stomach with each from the Torah? How do we know that halacha l'maisa? How do I know that if I'm coming calling each too much Torah, then halacha l'maisa again? This kind of said, show us mishmartim, or yisi Allah. Pasuk says, it will be again dark night, guarding the tree, mishmartim, or yisi Allah. He will not carry, will not bear any sin. And it says, to hold it in, no. Ultimately, again, it's the first 2 months. So, right, and that's the point of it. So, Shmuel, Rabbi Lezer, and I'm going to finish up with the Smash through the Nisa. So, that's the story of the second. Not just that here is only the case, Kohen Kameh, each 2 months of Torah, that there's Nisa Edition. But if it's Kameh Kohen, each 2 months of Torah, there's a Nisa Edition. Knowing what this, so the Emma, the Macy Bow, here coming. You're going to suggest the same thing. What do you see here? Almost there was like 80 GB. Try is usually for that less than this is Shuma, which is already what's the example of Shuma, which is already been produced? Shuma, which is already produced. So again, if I look when I saw when we speak about again consumption of Shuma, the very new condition, that's coming Kohen who consumes Shuma Torah is higher resources. So remember, so our list, we're just going for a list of people, right? We are simply are just going to form this category ultimately within the solution. But that's what I do. Anyway, the Gansha Constitution, the non-point Shuma, I need to be changed by the amount of coming out. Gansha Constitution, local. So after we teach the not setting up the 9-point Shuma, gets Malchus. I'm going to I know. I see that. Lema Madanisa, it says the calls down to your Hakodesh, and then Hashem Hashem. I just must say that no non-Torah should be taken up. So once I say again, then the pasuk, even if the pasuk is for it, says, Shamash Mishmati, although Yisrael like hate who makes it. So Nisa is juxtaposed to a Zar Eden tree. Why would you say therefore that a Zar Eden tree should be here? These are trying to knock it up. Which the Gemara says, Hifzigami. No, there's an interruption. There's an interruption. It actually says, they may see both, or they close out. And the pasuk doesn't give us flow, right? Because the pasuk begins opening with a discussion about the Yisrael, and then it says, so it doesn't flow directly, because it doesn't flow directly. It's in the substitution sentence. It says, the sound is true as being carried to yourself. Okay? Most of this area is not sure. We think that you should be so. These are the people who are carried to yourself. Zara, Okra, Shasima, and actually, it's 2 months. Because these are very expensive and not only is true as being carried to yourself, which must have no, must be some. That's how you're bringing up again, bringing up on this one. You know, that's to go and we're bringing this line up. Come to the blood, to the command says, Raj, kind of who is God is a tunnel, love it equal to thousand. Okay, so what's it that happens to be, and is this mystery, the love of the nice that we have to be that, and the sound of the remote is higher in solution. Okay, there it is. Anyway, Kami Shishish. Bonus coming, goes and does that gold in the societies. So you must buy me about having Yosef. So this is the exact situation for. The language is the Nisa. How do we know? There's a common is coming. You can get all this in the clutch, but it's time itself. Sip, and I've got a power job on. has really touching the Israel, the way Hulu is changed from sheep. Okay, so the Bible says, seek the Aaron and his sons. You should be careful. Remember, you should be careful with the touching of the Israel, and you should not profane my holy name. Once again, we all live Philo. Wow. So we make that clear. Philo. We say, Ma la ron v'nisa, askam v'nisa. Just like the legal consumption of Ma is nis v'yishamayim. So to again, if a person is coming, only is coming, does the avoda, he's kind of nis v'yishamayim. I said, you know, 1 second, sing as we have before. The nail it, Philo. What? And then we're going to go say, Mother, I want price, I come price. Consumption of those things be closed. What do we say? It says Philo by no side, and it says Philo side. Going was coming, just like no source colors. So if you just call it, does that also come up? So those are the kind of stories which might as well be start off, which come up later. It makes more sense to learn out from a case from the human life. You might have to change books with people who have both applications of tumor, as well as tumor, have to do again with the body of the individual. Kamei, both those things are mikvah, he goes to Kamei, Rabin, both have a full washing of the face. The reason I see them, they actually Kamei, mikvah, Rabin, Kamei, Shishimish, and Kamei, Sha'apatuma, so both are calling this Kamei, and the point is Kamei, which is Shuma, stayed together. First of all, both of them, there is disqualifications inherent in their pursuit. Which they are seeing Tuma, like both of them are getting Tuma. The Ishman captain and Mikvah, both to be remedied by Mikvah. If we do love Allah, and we also both share washing civil in the Torah. You know something? Not so fast. Let's burn out all the judgment of the no sir. After all, how many Kodesh, Yim, Hegel, and Nissa. No side and all of these other things. Kamesh Shirish for us, even though Sar, Kodesh, which they define. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with consecrated items. Both of them deal with the inside, right, or inside the space, right? And both of them say, you know, son, it says, you will do that, you will do that, you will do that, and you will do that. One thing about this, we do before it appears that really is interesting. So it kind of carries the day with this is we rather prepare two things to have the same much of Jesus. But since again the physical form of is used by itself, and the physical form of trauma is used by a person who does the whole of it all, therefore again we will link this together. And we'll see that Allah suggest as evil consumption, right? If one who's coming is trying to be rain, so too one who is coming who does the whole is also trying to use the
What's up, Mr. Curtis? Hello.
So where do you know all the different pointers of school? You went to the school, I think, but it's still the sun go down. How do I know this is a whole different you will deny it? So my Kedoshim, you will never hate. So what you tell a little prophet says, give others to your God, and do not profane. And the Gemara says, no, what is this? Hashtash is talking about Tumah, but I don't need it. And Eno Tumah is so much as she did not follow me as remember again, if I don't read this process to teach me that a Kohen who does the abode of Tumah is Chayit, because when you remember after the process, today is you will ultimately again, you said to teach me that a Kohen is a Tumah does the abode. It's Chayit tradition, or I should say, it's Chayit. It's Chayit. I don't know that it's Chinese tradition. Once you know it, Philo, make it clear, Philo, Shuma, Mala, London Misa, Afghan Misa. That's like by Shuma, it's a part of the coming to Shuma. It's Chinese tradition. I am so to again, the point is, William does the Aboda. is also trying to solution. Incredible. When it was to go, it was incredible. Again, I should have last week. This past was kind of trying to do something. Right, the Cohen has to wear the requisite outfit, requisite clothing, and tell you to do so. Right? It doesn't really hold, it doesn't really hold the brother, and he still does the other. He's kind of Lisa, eating Shaman. Says the Aminola, from where we know this from. I'm not going to go, I'm not going to go. We must be saying, but the mother of Shimon. That Hagarta Osam Ahmed. Plus it says, you shall put the belt. What is it? You shall gird them with a belt. Like having a belt is one of the big windows. The question should be paid Aleim to Nasam Aleim. Whether it's loaded. When their clothing is upon them, then their kahuna is upon them. So what's the actually meaning? Like because you have to really appreciate the rest of the rest of us. The Hagantim also operate, like you should put a belt on them. Abro Gubano, the Karash on the bows, put their hands on them. The salt your head kahuna, the kutas on them. And the kahuna will be theirs for everlasting statutes. When is the kahuna theirs? When they wear the clothing. If they're not wearing the clothing, and a lot of my switches are living in the podcast, means people are understanding that if a Kohen does the apology after the sudden, then a lot of my so again, the apology is awesome. Again, in this case, kind of solution. The Gemara says, but how would we sort him? Because a Kohen, Kohen who does the apology out to practice his garments, is the equivalent of a non-Kohen who does not. And a non-Kohen does the apology solution, right? So to a Kohen who does the apology because the proper vestments, the proper articles of clothing is Kayid Nisa Division. Omar so Omar is exactly changing this. When you don't know Nisa, if a non-Kohen does the apology, is Kayid Nisa. So we do that the Kahuna only vests upon the Kohen where he's going to be. So let's say, it's such a fascinating idea because on one hand, the Kahuna is innate. Remember again, what he has to do to no matter how well you play, if you're not able, you're not able. The problem is a coin you're the problem is not a coin you could be able to have your expense. On one hand, when it is innate,
what happened, Mr. Paris? I didn't do it. No one else has power to do it, to kick you out. Are you sure? Okay. I was just gonna say, are you sure? Are you sure that it wasn't this flow that did it?
So spiritual level,
No idea, Mr. Paris.
and if you don't have the gut, you don't have the gut,
I recognize that.
What are your nice and children? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your fasadim? What's your tzedakah? And every single thing that you do in life is another dagger, is another garment that you put on. Clothes manage make the man. Clothes make us man. Listen, think about it. What is it exactly that there's such specificity regarding the sleep of the house? Such specificity. So, one level is definitely bring down. People are very thinking about it, and we want people to come to these things. Let's stop. But I think that we should be like only country. Because I was thinking about that. I couldn't see it like, what it is to be a spirit of growth oriented spirituality. I want to see the coin in the street, right? There's no clothing. There's no clothing. Right? You meet the coin on the street. You go on the street, right? You meet a messy shop which is getting food service like everybody else. So what happens? You're going to let him go first in line, right? Why? I'm always conscious because I believe if you want to become the best version of you, what can you do? Every day I decide what today is going to be a jacket of tomorrow. Right? It's going to be a pair of pants that comes with it. It's going to be a sweater of festive. Every day the goal is to layer more and more and more. If you're walking around without clothing, you will still tell you. But that's ultimately innate. That's what we're doing. Without the begotten, you're not a tongue. Without the begotten, you can't study yourself. With the begotten, next. It's about rough punch and guys like riding up. Point does not show anyone who wants to and does the all these things in the light, sending my way or coming over. It's safe. The problem for a boy, if it's in mind for your process, I mean, a boy, they should go ahead and watch the race, and they won't try. And they won't die. Okay, you want to do pretty expensive. Watch the hand defeat, you won't die. Don't watch the hand defeat, you will die. One more piece. Luego, next slide. Shooting guy, this is 96 out. The funny drink volume and big yellow. Love, kind of solution on something like Luego. What about, so again, the shooting guy, you can see 96 out. Plus, I got a switch. Or it says, do not keep wine on your taxes. The beggars are getting good. Luego, how do we know that a coin can't be a one of the coins in the size comes to Sid, or some Moriga, or Carolina. Thomas is on the one hand, you can't go ahead and see this, and they also can transfer it. Go on, sit back way, the Yangi Monish. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This is a lot of experience compared to any hair growth to drinking wine. Not see Yangi Monish, just like drinking wine, ultimately, Musa, after red road. So again, letting the hair grow, really, I only one hair. Okay. This is what you so people know what is it. So that's the series of says, that one of the challenges of being playing with this liquor is you go to your head. You go to your head. The person just utilize it for something and don't confuse it, just don't confuse it. What happens? Every day, when you start to do you want to see, take you where you want to go. The parents, this is a humble something. That is that, unlucky way I'm going to go, not what I want to do. I'm going to go after 12 hours. I watch my hands. What am I going to accomplish? Not just what I want to accomplish. The way that the point was it has intensive food and flesh by washing away abuse, washing away any personal interests. And you're going to be successful in this role, you got to do it for God. You got to do it for you. You got to do it for Christ. What about people on the why take the point? It's almost basically you can do some of that in the police cars and why is that? It's not famous, but it is really that one. This is one-on-one, and behind the comes about that. One could go ahead and be as it was. You know it. Put them about maybe the goes on. The team is in such close proximity, it's such a powerful. Your judge is amazing. This is the external movie. Really wine, like some of our sons we wanted to take the edge off, sometimes we wanted to simplify or allow the thing to be but when we have such I really think that truth. That just because a cancer is happening, we don't reject punishment from such an individual. That's all it is. But not niche a lot of the celebration of Christmas or people. So again, we just want to Shabbos and that. If somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions multiple times, and his high mouth is only the other certain number of times, they put him in the keep up, right? They put him in the cell. Remember again, the cell was smaller, the kids, the family kids, out. They put him in the cell, and ultimately again, she didn't. A little bit of bread with water and then butter and done. So you might have enough money pot, right? Butter. But people know, there's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Daisy, what would be you can do to this individual? Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of the product and say the person is out there and yet he's still taking the law in part of the unless it's none of the time desire. Because remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to show you the Malchus shall pieces of Skinon, the Gabra back to Shabbat. No, remember how we defined that case? What case of Malchus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of Kaddish, as you say, and violated the same same Kaddish prohibition with multiple Kaddish. Now, for Kaddish, they can never execute person that they do with the Malchus. Such a person is deserving of that. And then again, you might have said, it's really the fact that he's and there's no so we just expedite the process of that. I go, going back to so I got the case, we got also Shabbos and issues. We got the guy who steals the free shards, the service offense. So again, the mission said, I'm hoping that she feels the individual. However, though, so again, so here's an example. If you'll bring the guy to Dave's room for stealing the shards, well, we got the stolen one. And yet again, we killed the guy, or Hanoni would kill the guy. So this is that even in the case, if someone is technically exempt by a control by Dave's room, we will still, or by a control, we'll still go ahead and kill him. No, I'm not. The choice is here. There are these up where the whole around to go back to the again, that case is different because we're based on a puzzle. And then we drop it out of I have how much power left I say. What about the guys who curses with sorcery? Remember again, also, and what is holding up is an example. If you're reading the court, anything, you still kill this guy, right? How many can kill this guy? When I don't say, you have to take places for slow, the next section of life is remember, really find the case. And you feel the person individual acting personally very vulnerable. That's how we can deal with it. I have all of this. What about the people? Like, what about none of these? You guys should be doing that to be again, so you need a lot. But when I saw, I know in Hogan, there is an example of the part before I get to the anyway, no, remember, how you get a kind of a family, the actually love with mine. So someone went ahead and was this is again based on that interpretation of that. Also, so I love the movie. Or
some issue too. Yeah, sober.
Now,
I'm gonna be here sleep.
No, the answer must be no.
That's 2 minutes.
So, said, what's on my son? Sorry. The answer must be yes. Because now, from the perspective, the only thing that is such a person is highly treated somebody, And at the end of the day, how can we kill someone who has responsible practice? We should not acknowledge all of these cases that, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically will not be liable to legalistic disease, but yet still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say, I'm liable to the death, I'm liable to death at the hands of the Lord. Okay, the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, wait, sir. The Gemara is the guy. Where we go? That's the case. Hayot states, Habola, Habokesh, Habokish, Hamolea, Hamia, Hamagish, and the side of the such a thing. Yot, so this is talking about different aspects of combination. So the person goes there. The person goes ahead, let's see exactly what this is. Pouring oil on the meat, that's Yot. Pour well, ultimately again is mixing the flour with the oil. Hold up, process. Putting the knuckles with the big soft very crushed. So they react pushing the process, more way adding salt. Lemon is raising the front, magic bringing them for close, bringing them for close. So what's wrong with us? Now the second essential one, or one we put the left on the actual shofar itself, or on naked ascendingos, or on the arrangements and tender, like the oil of the menorah. The hachsholates, or one takes the meat, and one takes the flour from the top, the three little fingers, on the kabel dumbing booklets, or one who goes ahead and in the kabel dumbing, he receives the blood of putting the hands in. It has been offered. If you do these things, ultimately, how done before, putter, the eight kind of another. One is putter, and ultimately, again, not kind of. What are you talking about? So it's a simple look at the last Rashi here. Rashi says, before it's in Asa Akas. So the first item here is if the person performed any of these logos outside of the business. So again, so if a person, so that's the case, where oil on them is mixed in the broke, added salt in it, weight in it, what's in the clothes, arrange the bread on the shofar, or arrange the candles on the right of the menorah, do the mitzvah, receive sacrificial blood, if you did any of these things outside. You are potter. You are potter. And this is very interesting because remember, you're going to use this concept of shooting fruits. What shooting fruits? You have a check the carbon outside of the example. You have the reverse thing over here. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of chocolate. It doesn't apply to others. What's the distinction? Take a look at that. Potter, last action on a base of his Potter. So, how you place a shofar? The only thing you're sliding slaughtering of self. Except Asher Yishvat, Umala, except Asher Yala, Ola, the Zorik, the study me the shelter, the Homahani, the Yesh Akara, Oda, Imit the Garbasa. This is very any sacrificial life that has another sacrificial life that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that upwards. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv for doing outside is sacrificial life. So, an example of that would be shita. Slaughtering an animal, right? Sprinkling the blood. So these are final rights, final actions. We have a corresponding follow. So because you have to do that for the because you are punished. Okay, so let's see. You must any kind of So you're not tied. But what do you not tied? Rubbish and sellers. Someone, for example, let's say a coin did any one of these aforementioned acts right before the oil and the rich. All these things. So the non-coin did is outside you. Not to find you. Remember, normally there's a consuming stuff. The non-coin stuff, describe yourself. So, but again, if any of these things were done, now look, when I see that type, let me show you. Simply if the coin did it, and he was in a state of tumor, he also wouldn't be high. The let me show you what you got it. Very interesting. Similarly, a coin that is passive culture. A coin has to do the above with wearing is requisite indicative, unaccessible. Failure to consult and then is best to validate and again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The Roman Shul, Rochos, Yadayim, Raglan. And also, again, Rochos is only the focus on the Rochos, coin would have to try to wash his hands. Failure to reach the result is liability. Again, if people wash his hands and keeps any of these things that are left outside, there's no liability. Okay, very interesting. Rashi points out that we have, if you look at Rashi, Commission Zoros, Zan Sha'asa Asachman, his name, Eno Kai Yusa. So this is interesting, right? Sar, not the any of the he would not be this same idea. Let me show you. All coming to Shimish, the Zaros, the Shimish, the Kuma, the Katka. Same idea that again, the Lord did a Kuma, the Lord did a Makosa, the Godin, the Gemara says the Shabbos. Makir, Kaddish. Interestingly enough, what we call the century is that if you do the Hakara, if you go ahead and take the Kaddish and put it on forget outside of this brush, that there would be liability. That's the one Makir. Haya Avoda Kama, Shein Akara Avoda, Haya Mishutma, we might hire Lapis. So again, and now we must finish this video. What is it? That if the authority were to go ahead and offer up a covenant, burn it on the day, in the city of Tumah, we would be otherwise, the only time that they wasn't going to be Tumah, ultimately, I guess, is if it was Bachos. But if it's his name, there would be a so what is it? Again, I'm full circle. That if a Kohen does the absolute state of Tumah, this is the least stuff. Now, the passage is actually these things, right? So that seems to be answering the original question about conversation. That was always the question. The Kohen does the absolute state of Tumah, is the highest use of the Shabbat. Yes. Which is what I love Musa, always he committed of a Kohen. Goes ahead and offers up a covenant to the Philistine. He said, well, not as Hara. No, not as Hara, because it's actually I must shine money last so I'm going to say that the non-Kohen does this. What's the only violation of Allah? Rashi says over here, shine money. But the Kuda come back to the Torah, came along and wrote the eyes on his letter. So you be sure to remember. We're grouping all of these things together. So determine now that the Kohen offers up a state of Torah, only on the Torah, only Allah, not on that. What does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, also only that can be positive, the Hazar actually give us positive. Basically, the non-Kohen needs to be sacrificial service against the public sacrificial service. This man says, right, Hakidisa, the Hakidisa. They're not treated the same. They're not treated the same. In Mechlal, you might just make some inference of it. In Mechlal, the Yotzei Kubolo, so the rest is Mechlal, the Yotzei Kubolo, Lav Nami Klo. So the rest was interesting enough, we can infer from this, that ultimately, again, Yotzei, remember, Yotzei is the important. The oil, Bolo is the oil, Lav Nami, but also not like Rashi. It says, Yotzei Kubolo, the common Mak. So apparently again by Yosef and Polo, yes, it's not even a lot of them like to know. Which universes is that true about Tanya? I probably don't think of only 90. But we know that there's a lot to go ahead and holy oil and mixing the oil to a company stuff. Lamar, Doshi, you emoji color. Plus it says emoji and do not put the do not put. But it says you're right because only you got okay, interesting. Because of the process, so there's no political prohibition against someone who's coming or in the early school. Good, because of that, basically, because of the innovation we saw, and the price says over here, these are the people who are hired. We saw coming to shoot. Listen, coming was coming, ultimately. Now, by the way, if we take that approach, so if we take that approach, then it makes sense why this is significant reason, right? Like we said, whatever it is, what is the reason? There's no reason why it's okay on a Sunday or a Monday night if you're coming to visit Rose County. Also this side, so you can take it out and it can be love. Now, what's the license to be sold? Because this phone is I use it, it's money. Therefore, I'm not going to sell. The other time, take it out, and essentially you can do that. It's pretty incredible. I also point out that there's nothing information that the local rights of the peers that when it comes to doing sacrificial rights and service outside of his income, those could be more of a here. My husband's over here, and has only was called an abortion comment. Only there's nothing that follows after that. I speak of, there are certain positions that follow after the itself is a self-contained production. Doesn't have a problem to speak of. You just need us to read it. Because that's like when I was tired, for very special. This young man, much like me, I'm a regular. He has been opening up for okay, so this is the how we're going to go back and do the rest of the today. Go back and dissect the rice we just did.
Fresh off of Radio City Music Hall.
Number one, vote for us up there. Number two, the coin punish your upload to the local. Coin is Sunday. Sumo is ritually pure. So, every coin is Sumo is just results not possible. And now, Sumo also recently commanded. Besides shooting, sound, like not for ultimately, again, Chinese coming to coming because yeah, also again, what's that? It's about religious. But once again, the seems to be this definitive way that it only does the it's kind of traditional. Comes to English, it's really good. Fully on every again, there's so many books to look about. So the cars have that shit. Sunset, you want to be there. Good, good. You got the other highly yet with this regard, how is not very all of the music adjustments. Yes, with this kapala, Troy is lacking coverage, shouldn't have to come up, requires some of the products to be one, mind, someone who may have had to find a few months of rock has not yet bought the first thing that does get over with the crush is highest best. Okay, so the most advisor. Shaloroka Tinagani Blackshire. Remember again that book is first when the plane comes into this morning, this morning, here they will sink the big basin and watch their eyes. Failures is never the devil unwashed beauty is highly celebrated. AI, if you do that over on the insurance, versus use of one. I just his mind, true a road. It's only allows his hair to grow. Finishing your work, about Orel, Smoking, the Yoshi, let's say the point does here all three of these things. Orel, only no shape, there's no previous condition. Otherwise, there's a lot. There's a lot. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here it's fascinating. So you know, and again, let's say the coin like older brothers in China. Which is fun. It's not like scheme up, but you know, like any of these three people, we have a so that needs to be reminded that again. That he said, this is the Ishmael. Come to say Allah, okay, again, this is all this thing on the basically, let's say someone intentionally committed that makes sense. But it's not actively. Went ahead and took this trouble. Come say no, but I'm also, it's now that's number one. Also, the first person. First guy with this first guy in this UDH lineup is just untried sports. He wants to know where exactly do I know? How much more machine? United Cross actually released, so how do I know? Oh, there's someone who's had all these hobbies. I would do as activities. Sure, yeah, remove the Hashem. So literally it says, do not profane consecrated idols of the yourself that will be praised to Hashem. Future tense. You seeking literal customers. I was talking about produce and is going to have price. What's the definition of produce? What is that price? Village? Voltado. Voltado is going to say over here, do not go ahead and pay it. Do not go ahead and pay it. That's all these. So you're going to know it. Well, because of that, describe samples. Notice, it says Kilo by Tadal, and it says Kilo Profane by Shuma. The Shuma is mas he was this one. It says here, fellow Luke. It says Kilo by Shuma. It says Kilo by Tadal in the same hour. I love it. You saw, just like if someone got a lot of t-shirts, but it's the sound. So there shall a pillow, the teacher said if you have out, it's also used studying I versus 1. Hold on. The name of the no side. Why did you make it so? No side. No side. The luck also when I make it zero it's probably not a lot of the price. No self challenge my colors. Sacrificially has no colors. Why would you adjust like those colors? So close. Let's go ahead. Where's the resident? No. Stop from the Suma Hallelujah. Well, it makes more sense to learn how to pedal from those. Why? In Truma, foods are number one, Truma doesn't apply to stars. Next, Truma doesn't apply to stars. Put drop. Both of these cases, things are weak to remedy, status. Like Nancy says, Nancy said, Truma with 2 stars, similarly, there's Truma, said Truma, and the rest. Also, in argument with Truma, those are not the results. It's not several of us. And when you come up, no side, when these heads are when you are allowed these personal offers, when you ask these personal offers, and you offer someone anywhere, no substance applies here. The check is pseudo, then you check is pseudo. With the no start, in pseudo, second distinction, right? Second commonality is functional. Nobody can remember. So tag out gets now. Shuma, ultimately, no start can never be done. Once it's no start, it means furthermore, both clauses are fuel. By 10,000 and Shuma is a goal, and by no start is singular. People, who's large, switch draw, the rabbit, potatoes, people, First of all, both the parties go this side. So both had the plural Russian. Both apply to both the tap people who knows you know either people or no side apply to about therefore again it reminds me of all the similarities that exist. Therefore, it makes more sense to compare Shava between Keval and Truma than between Keval and Truma. Well, I'm not wrong. The Yosef also shares many common also chicken parcel, chicken parcel. Joseph tells David to sit on my remember that both no son and Hevel is a silly
performance and an incredibly compelling indie game because of what you do. You're on the road, actually, you're on the road next week.
Right? So again, you don't start the Pirates Week out.
Salt Lake City, Utah. So you're going to be out there all on your own. Are you nervous?
The Pirates Week out. That's about 2 months. Plus a lot of good.
It's my first time meeting you.
I'll do it 2 months ago. It's interesting enough. I remember being talking about Cuba itself is incredibly committed, right? Committed to people to times. But when I say not, that's so it might be different. Yes, why not compare Pebble to this, right? Because Pebble and Wilson had this commonality. So ultimately, again, both of them are inherently endowed, inherently competent. Which furthermore, England has heard, but right, furthermore again, England had to be drunk. Neither can be remedied in like you can't remedy most of putting in the drug. You can't remedy Pebble. Shuma, right, the case of Shuma, like the phone is coming, they're not needed. So ultimately, again, he can go to the kingdom himself. Dr. says over here, says over here, for the same actually. You know, so 11 counter them, how many Shuma engaged will counter them? Okay? So the merchant, what the merchant making over here is, you're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and Shuma, which are plenty of comparisons that exist between Tevel and those. So as well, so which the merchant one of the conclusion. Right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Shuma than there are between Tevel and Yosef. Therefore,
Yes, Mr. Cruz, go ahead.
Tevel and Shuma.
What'd you say?
And therefore, again, that is misleading.
Can you please repeat? Socialize.
Ravina says,
Yeah, it should be in sometimes they come. Right, like computer, the browser crashed. The browser crashed, so I'm not too worried about it. I'll reset it in a little bit. No, I'm not in that one now. I'm in Eagle World. In just because it's a really big server. I'm in this really, really, really big server. Got 8 million people, but it's like a gaming server. I'm in like several cryptocurrency servers, and that's about it.
That there used to be something. But if a atomic point eats too much tomato, it will make it annoying. This makes them go, we have some and we put the guts, which is cleaning the food. What do you think? I'll make it look like creepy. The juice will move out of the Truma, which is already prepared. That's an example of Truma, which is already prepared. So again, if I look at myself and we speak about again, consumption of Truma to bring me to this, that's a common point. Who consumes Truma Savora is high usage. So remember, so our list is just going through our list, right? But we are sending our different response this category ultimately and resolution. Good, let's go back to it. Here, design shop as a tool. The non-point in Truma is high resolution. Then the amount of camera. Design shop as a Truma mobile. So that teaches the enough of 9 point in Truma is getting obvious. I'm going to have to run up. ורעשי לה, לימה מהדניסה, יצא בכל דלו יוכל קודש, אני השם הקדשם. I have this process that there are no non-poet. So again, then the classic, interesting that the classic before it says, the Shamash Mishmashri, follow Yis, follow Sheikh Mason. So Nisa is juxtaposed to a Zag easily true. So why would you say? So therefore, the Zag easily true should be a deeply saying that's all up. Which is, the man says, it's a cat. What is it introduction? It actually says, they may see both will be for Zag. So the essence doesn't really flow. Right, the concept begins ultimately with the discussion about Messi books. And then it says, so it doesn't flow directly because it doesn't flow directly into the juxtaposition. So each means the sound is truly being carried. Okay? So it's Messi is a pastor. We eat with him, should be so. These are people who are carried. We saw Zara, Okala, Sakuma, and Shuma. But it's really expensive that I'm not going to this one's really carried. So each person, no. This side, that's you're beating up again, you're beating up a Mishma. You know what that's going to go and you're bringing this right to contradict God. This is very good God. God is a color, and God is a color. Okay, so happens to be, it happens to be. Okay, okay, then it's the right way. So anyway, Tony Shishimish, the Tony Shishimish, Holy Spirit, goes there and does that both of it, which is hiding. So it's quite near the key about the so what's it? This is exactly what we want. The man of Tony Shishimish should have been so. Hi, we go, oh, there's a phone that's coming. You could get hold of this in the club. So, c'est d'abord le Harold d'Albano, the last room is quite shaken in Israel, but when you tell them change from sheep. Okay. So the button speak to Aaron and the sons. They should be careful. You guys should be careful. Touching up in Israel, they should not that's like legal consumption of Tuma is used to get Shamayim. So to again, if a person is coming, a phone is coming, does the Avodah, it's kind of used to be Shamayim. I see what you had before. The nail is kilometers.
Where? No, wait, where is that?
This is on they send me stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they send me every time it goes like I've been doing about that food that I got out. And you just random little stuff is in. What is this? It's just to see it.
Look at
I'm looking at your screen and
You see these on this side right here?
yes.
Yeah, let's learn how.
Okay, so we got this
Kodesh.
What is that? We want to do, Rabbi.
Okay.
Can't find it. It's left.
Okay.
All of these things, both of them deal fast.
This is so many doing things they keep. This is so many doing things they keep you doing.
Inside, right? Or inside of these. And both
So
of
many.
them.
Yeah, oh Lord, they got us. My God, they got a. You see that? They got a cornrow. Oh my God, they need to be ashamed.
Welcome. That's okay. I know what that is. It's a bot that I programmed. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. I know.
They have too many substances. I don't want to join anyone. Social world.
How do I know this is
You know when you want to be.
What are they? I mean, name them. Say what they are.
There's so many. Social
or I should say, you have to really appreciate the rest of the
All right, I'm going to take a minute. We'll go copyright. Take a nap.
You know, you keep us over. And the Juno will be there for a couple of the way you can people who are there is if they're not wearing a clothing, and I love the nice things I really there's a tone does get over and after the buttons, I'm up the nice again, and again, in this case, heavy solution. So how do we go? Because the coding, who does the coding, how to reference the values, is the equivalent of non-coding techniques. Non-coding does all this heavy solution. So for coding, who does the proper investment, the proper article of coding, is highly useful to be automatic. So automatic is actually solution. And you know that a lot of myself, if a non-coding does the coding, it's that the Kabila only rests upon the Koran where it's ready to go. So this is such a fascinating idea. Because on one hand, the Kabila is native. Remember again, what it has to do to the application. No matter how long you're you're not in, you're not in. The father's a coin, you're a coin. The father's not a coin, you could be, the father has your understanding. So on one hand, it is native. On the other hand, you need to be loving in order to go ahead and do you just comprise of these two things. There's innate Zusha and ultimately again is so innate Kedusha, every single day has salvation. Right? You don't have to do anything. You have one Jew and you convert into Yiddishkeit. You're Jewish, you just have Kedusha. And that's beautiful. And it's a fantastic foundation. The next step are like what the garments do you want to do? I get represents something that I take from the world, I take from the outside, and then I make it part of me, right? You know, the clothes you make the man, those are very much tied up in a person's identity. On the spiritual level, my begotten are the actions I engage in, my accomplishments. What begotten? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have begotten, you don't have begotten, if all you're left with is your innate Kedusha, if all you have is your innate Kedusha, you're a Zah, you're like a baby. You're like a baby, you're a spiritual baby. Baby comes in, a baby's holy. Beautiful, fantastic, baby, do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby holy? Because every single baby has a Kedusha. But the life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nights in Torah? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your chassadim? What's your tzedakah? And every single thing that you do in life is another beggar, is another garment that you put on. And clothes, mamish, make the man. Clothes make us look. Never say this. Interesting. Think about it. What is it exactly that you're such specificity regarding the clothing of the body? Such specificity. We all know when it's like people are very taken back and we want people to come to these to the point or to stop. But I think our culture is beautiful because people don't understand that like what it means to be a spirit of growth oriented spiritual peace. How I see it, even the coin, right? With no clothing. Like you need to coin on the streets. You go on the streets, right? You need to let the shoppers just getting pizza just like everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let him go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to give respect. I think he's not willing to go there, but it's still coin. He's still a coin. Even after gonna be still a coin because his innate identity is belief. but he really only fully self-actualizes when he puts on. You know, it's just simply. I'm always punished. I'm always punished because I make it. If you want to become the best version of you, what only way you can do that? Like, it's going to be a jacket that's like, it's going to be a pair of bands that's coming to it. It's going to be a sweater of custom. As you get this role, this is going to be layers, more and more and more progressive. You walk around without only for your still forward. That's ultimately great. What's the first purpose? I hope you're right. This is what the big move is. Without the progression, you're not a toy. Without these, without the progression, you can't serve any business. With the progression, what's that story like? Next. It's about rough cuts and guys like riding up. According to the master, go ahead and watch this thing. It does the this I need to be tonight. Because you know, when you know, something on it. It's safe. You go out on the way. You put your mind on what's that? You come on the way. You should go ahead and watch the things. And they won't die. And they won't die. Okay, so it's pretty expensive. Watch your hands, you won't die. Don't watch your hands, you will die. One more piece. With two of those. Sorry. She a guy, which is guy, which is point break one, and this yeah, up. I need to be sure that something on four of those. What about plug in? She a guy, is the same guy, which is up. So it says, do not drink wine or intoxicating beverages with you. Two-way-rope. How do you know that a coin can't be a lot of coins and he does? It's Trump money value. It's kind of money show. The Taurus is on one hand, you can't go ahead and shake his head, but you also can't let his hair roll long. The Yayin Logishti. It is a juxtaposition between wine and his hair flow. This fish Harua Rosh between Yayin. Letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Not true. Yayin Lisa, just like drinking wine, ultimately, I heard Lisa, Harua Rosh. So to a and letting your head grow. Then you have all these long hairs. Okay. So what's the fun thing is watching why watch yeah, one of the challenges I'm gonna go, not what I want to do. I'm gonna go after 12 I wash my hands. I'm ultimately what I'm gonna accomplish, not just simply what I want. We're going for accomplishment. That's the way that the coin was ahead and enters into the mikdash by washing away years, washing away any specific. I'm going to be successful in this role. And do it for God. So I do something. I do the crown stuff. What about the why take it? Once a person was weeks ago, we can turn the guys and drinks wine, so nice and even made. That's not what's wine is very wine. This is we can learn that wine. Because wine and wine, and behind you, some of us are wine can go ahead and bring incredible joy. As you guys, we know it. Shadows, and then you put them around maybe you go back. So you can these names such close proximity from Charlotte.
It's a strange story.
You like the combination of one place and next place is Russia. There should be no external meaning.
I'm up there in that iPad because for some reason, every time I go to the phone, I
saw you in public too, and then on social life. So every time I go on social life, it's like I can't hear nobody. It's like it's crazy. I'm unstarted, haven't gone out because if now I'm getting ready to hear that. I can't keep doing it. I don't want to talk to me.
Okay. And it's just social life where you're having this issue? Okay. Have you gone to your app settings?
That's ridiculous. They just do it on social life. I don't want to be on it. Crazy. I don't have to talk on the phone. This is crazy. We're gonna see what it does.
Everyone inside can't be there in person. Morning is this close. I shall feel like I'm inside, but I'm not going
I was like, I gotta voice that. And this was very recent. So this is your first time doing stand-up? This is I went back to Ireland and started doing at least 30 minutes of writing practice a day to hit all your mics, which there's 1 week and you will shut up to those shouting out comedy clubs in Ireland right now. Jesus Christ.
So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. The sponsors are people. So we list their network set up in the description on YouTube video as well. Okay, with that, let us read that
Dreaming about this, and now it is happening. So Seamus making a stand quotation.
the mission of what is called fascinating mission. The mission says that if you have a calling, then you must be a host in the state of control. The young Kohanim take them out and essentially give them out. Give them that. It's a concept of application. I'm not able to quote you, but this one yesterday. So, the verses of Christ. One year and a half about human relationships. So that's why I think that's the founding services. Going to Shimi's Pokemon. How do you need to be the I don't think I need to be the What if the calling does get home? But in ritual situation. So what's the halal? Is the Chayiv needs to be the or not Chayiv needs to be the and what is the halal? I'm going to be sure. So again, remember, this is an alcohol argument, and that's going to say yes. I'm going to say this is going to choose the calling did the whole ritual theater. En atrapa con el gil o solo que es que other time I don't bring it. Is that other time don't bring it. I love this. Sim, also this was a lot. Young Brian Cake is calling the video about the experience of the outside of the court. Opposed to much more for because they didn't want to have spots. So you see here, these are right from the hydration line, the sharp seed, the mixed irrigation line. And again, if a lot of comments are making the assumption that the point that they are holding the state of somehow is highly using this and ensure that the hand is having, then leave it alone. Leave it alone. Make better for start reducing shop. Why do the perfect and why do you not find application this time essentially begin to grab? You must alumni, you know, kind of rather it must be that a lot of comments are coin because we are holding in state of turmoil is not science investigation. After the Gemara says, Miki committee graph one of Hatcher, the unbelief of the Nictoin, is there such a thing for a fun and practice? How to say the utter, and we're going to make a person high. So it must be, it is not high in investigation. Is that true? That just because a sense of the utter, we don't exact punishment from something in the world of case. But tonight, we show up for the show, there's nothing to say people. So again, we just always shop this and that. If somebody went ahead and violated prohibition multiple times, and it's highly not facilities you ask for a certain number of times, we put them in a key box, like we put them in the cell. Remember again, so it's small that the kids can family can't sit out. We put them in a cell, and ultimately again feed them a little bit of bread with water and then body, and guys. So the Gemara says, I'm gonna pass, right? But it's not people, it's not the case. If you were to bring it back to Daisy, what would Daisy do to this individual? Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of the product you said that there's out there, and yet he's perfect. Hold on, right? Versus no, no, it's not a good effect. Because remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to talk to you with the mouth.
It does take forever. It is ridiculous.
What piece of mouth is this person who committed
You ever had that problem?
The problem you're talking about, no. Fortunately.
But I don't know why he's doing that, so I'm not having that problem.
such a person is deserving of that. Again, from the chance. If you're doing the guys who are starting slowly, I know the user test. You have to slowly move on. You have to again and even in the case where someone is typing you will still go like I'm not using this insurance system, you know, so that means that when you call the virus to go I have what about the guy who purchases with source? Remember again, also, on the important vote, there's an example. If you bring him to court won't do anything. Yet you still kill this guy, right? You kill this guy. But when I do say, you have to get for small, you next step in your body.
That's crazy. That's on that iPad. I don't know if the iPad itself, I don't know if it's an app there.
Does it work now?
I'm on my iPhone right now. My iPad, like, it came on the
Okay.
I might be want to get another project in here. This is ridiculous.
Word. Word.
So I'm not going to use or basically, marriage is not the most exciting interest of our ground spaces on the got
Take one of these. Good luck sneaking
I
that
will
up your ass.
this is high in these something so this was the question. But the hot as the recommendations. Now the teachers respond to the teachers that the answer is obviously no. But the answer must be no. I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the mission said that the coin does get older state of tomorrow, then halacha and Isa take a kuna allowed to take it out and beat it to death. Now, from your teacher's perspective, when you read that that is committed, is that such a person is highly motivation. So then again, the pitifully kuna almost acts as the true cash and the teachers of the that penalty, and it is not highly motivation. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who has a part of the body? Which not even much more than cases that, no, you get cases like that, where someone technically liable yet I still see that they could be liable to death. Okay, I should say I'm liable to death.
I'll be back when you're done, okay?
Okay, no. Okay, you're not going back. You're not going to no, it's a fascinating case. Yo sei a folga vocês mulher a minha camarada de mensagem yo sei this is something about different kinds of problem so the person goes ahead we'll see if you have this case oil on the question oil ultimately mixing the flour with oil process soon the apples will be baked up and crushed. So they would be crushing the process. Moeda, having salt. Native, giving you magic, bringing the milk of clothes, bringing the clothes. So what's the sacrifice or what he puts the lechem on the actual person itself, or a native essentials, or one of the reasons candles, what still of the Yola, who have comments and one fits used to be the travel drumming booklets, or one of those that have hands and travel the blood of covering the hands of the so as you know, if you do these things ultimately, held on the books, Hunter, the income of life. One is Hunter, and ultimately again, not kind of when was it to take a look at the last Rashi said, of course, in Asa
You said that you have regular dick. What's regular dick to you?
is it the person who formed any of these proposals outside of the so again, so the person is in that case, for oil and mixed the milk, broke up the pieces of meat, added salt to the weight, plus milk or salt, arranged the bread on the shortbread, or arranged the candles of the lights of the shop, trigger from yourself, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside the base of the blood, you are punished. You are punished. This is very interesting because we can read the concept of scrupulous. What scrupulous? You're not allowed to check the covenant outside the base of the blood. You have to know the apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrifices. That's actually on the days of this so I is how it shows. The only thing decided is to move upward. Swaddling of sacrifices. It's safe, Shayishka, Mala, it's safe, Shayama, Ola, the Zurich, the Establishment of Trump, all honey. Ich habe Ola, in the Carvassa. This is very good. Any sacrificial life that has another sacrificial lamb that follows after it, you're not tied to doing that. Essentially, the only thing that ties you after is running sacrificial lambs. So, for example, that would be slaughtering an animal, right? Sprinkling the water. Final rights, final action, you only have a final final action. Because that's good, that's what it is, you are fine. Okay, so you must stay kind. There is kind of around them, have a taking one. So you're not hiding. What do you have? What we should sell is, for example, let's say a toy, like you pour the oil on it, you go through all of these things. So the non-toy getting outside, you have to hang it. Remember, normally, there's the same stuff. So again, if any of these things were done backwards, when I see that's how punishment came up, so we have to coin it, and we also wouldn't be high, the punishment of this gun, right? So we coin actually is concentration. A coin has to be the above the area, failure to resolve the very effects and validates. Again, this doesn't apply to the rest of the business. The lobby show the rock was here died like and also again, a lot of us know the rock it's one that has to work. But watch his hands and his failure to use the results and like again, people want to find the people because on that side, there's no light. Okay. Great. And actually comes out over here. If you look at actually, Lovish and Zoros, Zans Asa Akasman, Zikien, Elo Ayabis, Size, Slight, and any of these, there is inside of the brush, you will not be Ayabis. Same idea, but Lovish and Zoros, always coming to Shimish, the Zoros, the Shimish, the Kumar, the Kadka. Same idea, but again, there's no good. Come on, there's no good on the God didn't work. You might as well start. Not here, kind. And interestingly enough, what we call the sequence is that if you were to do that cover, if you were to go ahead and take the cover and put it on and burn it outside of the brush, that there would be that brush. You come up here, and you upload the camera, and after that, how you be shooting up, you might have not used it. So again, you have my hands, which is beautiful. What is he doing? If the coin were to go ahead and offer up a cover, burn it on the state of 12, you would be correct. Otherwise, the only time that they wasn't to do come out, ultimately again, it's like a force. But if it's this way, it would be so what do you see? Again, it comes one time full circle. But if a coin does the actual different states come up, this is the inside. Now, again, the conscious of how to use the right. That is the answer to the original question that I have to answer. The coin does the ultimate state of come up. This is how you use foundation line. The answer seems to be or is yes. Original way. I love these songs.
That's going on. I can't even YouTube.
So yeah, I'm gonna wait for the update. I'm waiting for the update to get on iPad. Yeah, I'm gonna see what it is. Yeah, that's gonna do it. I ain't never had that problem. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? I'm in that day now.
Those things take forever. They take like 2 or 3 hours.
I'm doing it now. Crazy, man. Music ain't fucking working. YouTube don't want to fucking work. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Listen to Miss Aquarius with these F-bombs, kids. Miss Aquarius will fix it, don't you worry.
I ain't getting the damn big story like this from the store. That's goddamn window. Hurry up with the update. I'll be back when I come. I'll be back when I come.
There's like certain shit I can swear though.
Well, you don't take football well, a lot of so what's interesting enough with the perfect is again, you don't take the also not right. Where it says, you don't take the ball. So apparently, again, by not taking the ball, yes, it's not even a lot of fighting. Which was exactly what I saw the other thing. I mean, I know where you know that there's a lot. And oil and we see the other transforming Lamar, Hidoshi, you, the Moji Kanye. Plus, it says the Oni, and do not, Lamar says, you're right, that's only you can have. Okay, interesting. So apparently you thought I saw there's no way to go over shaking. Someone was coming or you know but that's not basically what it's the aliens we saw the price says over here. These are the people who are hiding. We saw coming to shoot. Okay, listen. Coming with coming, ultimately you're going to does get all this high. We saw a day Shabbat. Mar says in a family. So that's a lot of nice songs. That about the license of person when does the is kind of substitution. Now, by the way, if we take that approach, so if this is that approach, so then it makes sense why the mission says, what is the Jewish is not made out of prime deals and everything. So you can't bring up the days, right? Like the mission said, we're going to bring the days, but what is based in there's no based in liability, but what can you do? See if they can but see if also puts our they can take it out and they can give it up. Now, what's the license to do so? Because since this phone is high in use of the Shamayim, therefore, I'm not for the license. The other guys can take it out and essentially do it. It's pretty incredible. I was supposed to say, I'll also point out that there's something very interesting, another information, that a lot of license appears when it comes to doing sacrificial rights and services outside of this country. It's going to be more of a real our hospitals over here is that it's almost called an abortion. Service that there's nothing that follows after there are services that follow after the sleep itself is a self-sleep. It's not a follow-up. So interesting enough, from the fire, for shooting, for I hold up a foot, I hold the thumb up, I hold the okay, so now we're going to go back and leave the rest of the dance today. Go back and dissect the rest of which was just seen before. As you move on, the English Musa, the following is what I Musa, and you can use kind of today. Today, whenever we see Musa edition. Fine. So the English Musa, how for us now, person goes in, the person goes in, he's never like Musa edition. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, so again, here's what I'm going to do. You're going to go ahead and mention this, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we know each other. Number one, both of us are now. Number two, we're going to tell me to upload to much of us. The point was coming, two moments is ritually true. Okay, so coming each 2 moments is the previous life. There's no shot possible, and not playing each 2 moments. Also, meeting the Shaman. Is there a Shishimish? Is that like 9 points certainly makes a rush? Ultimately, again, Kaid is coming Shishimish. Oh, our point is coming. So, yeah, also, Kaid is again, what's that? It's the top the previous. Remember again, you are just quoting part of the point, but once again, it seems to be the definitive. That a point does the whole guarantee. It's Kaid is the issue. How is Shishimish? It's for your Shishimish. When you ever again, if somebody goes to this stuff, it still requires paragraph change. Sunset is the video. We got the also high institution. Next, because we got Bitcoin is not running all of the obligatory compliant investments. Next, Bitcoin is lacking is coming different types of turnoffs require too much of a part application. Number one, time duration. And two, plot, and the people almost causing someone who may have had time to want to live well has not yet bought this
You got it? Everything's working? So everything's working out 100%? Okay, you didn't say 100%. You didn't say 100%. Today we know hemophilia. So we know, and again, obviously genetically different. So most of the nice stuff, that's the coin had only levels to dynamics different than speed. So they recognize that now again this is an issue. Such a coin that such a person not the obligation to have the speed, which is fun. It's not the speed, but he's not allowed to do that. So any of these three people really are not allowed to own any deal. So, not feeling to the Shemaim, that again, will be allowed. Talmud, that's what happens if a blemish. What's that one? Ready to release now, to come in only. That's harder. So he says, this is the Shemaim, and to come and say Allah. But that's the again, see all this we don't even know. The easy thing, that takes someone who's functioning from living again, let's say someone's accident on purpose, why they had a purpose with the stuff we can use. Rabbi says usually trying, come say no, but I saw it. I hope so. It's now that's a whole, now let's dissect. Number one, hope of the pedal. First person who used to be Shemayim lineup, first guy who used to be Shemayim lineup, is often the person who eats untied foods. You must know where exactly do I know that? How do I know that if someone eats Taval, that it's having something Shemayim, it's similar, I would do as shaving in yourself, and share Yayunu Hashem. So Lily says, do not profane the consecrated items of the Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must be seeking literal apostle in the Bible. I was talking about produce that is going to have pride. What's the definition of produce that is going to have pride from it? Both
Teva, the Torah says over here, do not go ahead and create it. Do not go ahead and create it. And so you want to use this Yom, well, I can probably describe Yom, Hillel, make it zero Shabbat. It says Hillel by Kadol. And it says Hillel profane by Shema. The Shema is Nishma, keep lo Yisrael our faith. And there's a key of Hallelujah. This is Hillel by Shema. It says Hillel by Kadol, and you say, Mala, I love you, so that's like if someone's not allowed to eat sugar, whether it's a salad, when it's or calling companies and it's true, they're put to death. So Zir Shabbat Kilo to teach us that if you eat Tevel, it's also Nisabide Shammai. Incredible. I give us one second, hold on. The name of you will be no sound.
Yeah, you got somebody in the South line that want to go in the room in, want to say the N-word. I had to mute him.
So the lush of also when I make it zero,
That's sad.
no son is punished as crops. You eat sacrificially in the past, be permitted in no curse. So why don't they say that
Yeah, they don't do nothing, but they don't care about it. Yes, and I don't give a care. Y'all need to do something. I was telling you, just pay and live in the pay. That girl lived in here.
Between Truma, food seller artists, number one, Truma doesn't apply to
It was good. Because you pay millions of money for these devices, and then one app want to act up with everything else. When you they cut the thing out, cut it back out. It's just ridiculous. How much we have to pay for these devices? You know what I'm saying?
When you are around these personal and when you're at these personal altars, that means you offer someone else. Which means no circuit of
I get another count yesterday.
then you check on the second station, or second commonality is which one? Nobody can remember. So Tevel can be
Did you get a lot of benefits on both your accounts?
Shema.
What'd you say, Mr. Cruz?
No stars.
Did you get a lot of what's it called on both your accounts?
Both
What are you talking about?
You didn't have contracts?
I'm at 1,000 friends, so yeah, I do, but I don't really pay attention to them anymore.
People,
How do you know you have that?
It tells me that you're at your limit.
First of all, both apply to Muslims inside. So both had a plural Russian. Both apply to neither people nor no side apply to Teva or to therefore, again, these are all the similarities that exist between Shema and Teva, and therefore it makes more sense to between Tevel and Truma than between Tevel and Yosef. Because one side is not Abraham. Yosef and also share
Okay, give it to me.
No certain Tevel is absolutely self is entirely invalid. So again, no start inherently invalid. Havel's inherently invalid. Rashi says about Truma. Also, a good thing to hear how good Truma Sagov says, interestingly enough, Truma, remember that I'm talking about Truma itself is inherently permitted, right? It's permitted to certain people at certain times. But when I say not that short, when it mercy difference suggests, why not compare Havel to Mosar? Because Havel and Mosar have this comes. So ultimately, again, are inherently doubt or inherently compromised. Which means, furthermore, Elo Heter, right, furthermore, again, Elo Heter from the book, neither can be remedied in the right? You can't remedy the most of it, putting it in the book, you can't remedy Kabbalah in the Shuma, right, because Shuma is right, calling Sunday, you're not allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, you can go to the Rashi says over here, that says over here, for the same Rashi. Yosef Elam Tara b'Mikvah, Tommy Shuma Yeshua Tara b'Mikvah. Okay? So you must, the point you're making over here is, you're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and Shuma. But there are plenty of comparisons that exist between Tevel and Yosef as well, to which the Gemara is kind of confusion. Right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Shuma than there are between Tevel and Yosef. Therefore, in making the same Shuma, we'd rather make it between Tevel and Shuma, then Tevel and Yosef. And therefore, again, that would teach me that just like Shuma is Musa Yisrael, so to again, consumption of Tevel will also be Musa Yisrael, and not like no such as a Greek Ravina says, he will be out in the field around the body. The truth is, the reason we prefer to compare Tevel Shuma and Tevel to Yosef is because Tevel and Shuma both have the luxury of plural, profane, and the plural. As opposed to Yosef, which has the singular, and that's the more compelling halakhic bridge between those two things. Right, incredible. The Gemara goes like, calling Kamisha, which Shuma said in Yahweh, and from where do you go that I call you Stomach? I said again, it's some words. Calling you Stomach, but put the head and so much order. So Stomach calling, he's reading the Shema, he's reading Shema. So, from where do you know that? So the Amashua, United when Kamisha, what's in the Torah, from where do you know?
There have been so many people told that you don't know.
Should we use it? How do I know that? How many callers?
I think 25 is the limit. I think 25 people is the limit. Maybe.
Ultimately, again, this refers to Shuma. There's only a point Tame, each Shuma Torah that is used to be tonight. But if a Tame point is Shuma Torah, there's only two. Shene'emar Umesu Bo, Yechanu. And we put to death.
I'm good, man. I'm about to go and look at YouTube. That makes me feel a little bit better now. I'm in the closet. I'm in the laundry, okay?
Okie doke.
I don't like this update. Don't you? Don't you understand it either? I can't stand it.
I can't stand it in this appearance.
So remember, so our list is just category. Ultimately, it's a new solution. Good, let's go back to it. The Garsha Constitution, the 9.8 Truma is highly solution. It says the amount of Amada, Garsha Constitution local. So that is the next. The 9.8 Truma gets an office. I'm going to have to Rabasi Ran, Rema Maganisa, except the old Zalo Yakodesh, and Yini Hashem Hadshan. I have a process says that no 9.8 the verse says, so again, when the prosecution of the process before it says, the Shamas Mishmatim, so Yisrael hate who makes so Nisa is juxtaposed to Azar Shuma. Why did you say what for the exact situation that she is usually saying that on up, which the Gemara says, Hifsika in. What is the introduction? His introduction actually says, they may see both, or they shows up. So the pasuk doesn't really flow, right? Whereas the pasuk begins ultimately on a discussion about Mersubo, Allah Ni Hashem Yikanishim, and then it says, Chapsa lo yochal kodesh. That's what I actually because then it goes every day for the juxtaposition and they teach me the sound of the children okay? Mas nesse livro que achou, veículo de distribuição, livro que eu vou cair de só, usar a essa turma, né? Quando a turma, parece que tem que fazer granada, quando eles estão tudo caindo só. Mas não, isso é lá, eu vim lá para ganhar, eu vim lá para ganhar. You know, I said that to go and you're bringing this riot to come to this rock. Man said, God, I'm a good problem. God is a tunnel, and God is the choice to argue. Okay, the person that happens to be, the thing is the mystery, a lot of the mercy, we asking that indeed a giant tumult is highly solution. Okay, there it is. Anyway, coming to Shinish, the coming to Shinish, how is coming? Goes ahead and does that both images and pushes kindness. The fight meal of three about having meal of Yosef. So listen, this is exactly what we had before. The name of the mission should be so. How do we know that if a poem is coming, it is the abode is in the flush that is fighting. So, say, Abba, the nice really cut shape in the show, but when you come in as shame on sheep. Okay? So the Bible says, speak to Aaron and sons, and they should be careful. The Nazareth should be careful with the touching of the name, and they should not profane my holy name. Once again, you live, wow, we need to say, Shabbat, just like the little place is least with the Shamayim, so to again, if the person is coming, the point is coming, does the Avodah, the sky needs to be Shamayim. He says the Gemara 1 second, sing as we had before. The nail is still, why not if you see a Shabbat, still, and then you're going to go say, Mother, I want Christ, I can Christ. In some knows her three parts. What do you say? It says Kulo, it says Kulo by no side, and it says Kulo by. Going with coming just like you know, so alright, so to this code, does that want to come up? This is kind of place, because it's really good. Start off with Shema Holy, so it makes more sense to learn out the Shema case from Shema. Why? You must have supreme book. Because interestingly enough, both the cases of Shema as well as Shema have to do again with the body of the individual. Mikvah, because we go to Shema, both have a washing of the we can actually so both coin was coming to the and a coin was coming to each Truma, straight to the other. First of all, both of them, their disqualification is inherently in the person, which may have suited Truma, like both of them are. The Islam kept the mikvah, both to be remedied by mikvah, the Yidul of Lashon, and they also both shared Lashon Tefillah in the Torah. Adrabah, you know something not so fast. Let's learn out on your book that over by Nosa, after all, Shekay, Kodesh, Nim, Tego, Nosa. Nosa is a Nosa, and have all of these other things. How much is in this process of even though Kodesh, Kodesh, stay with me. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with consecrated items. Nim, both of them deal with the inside, right? Or inside of these things, right? And both are subject to the Nosa, which the Gemara says, you will be not in, you will be not inside. still grabbing, one thing about the history is the people for years that really is interesting. What kind of carries the day with this is we rather compare two things that have the same level of feeling. Since again, the full of tool is used actually. And the tool form of tool is used by a person who does the whole of it. Therefore, then we will link them together. We will figure out what the just as. We don't need something to right? If a coin is coming, it's coming to right? So too, a coin is coming, it does the whole lot. It's also kind of used to be incredible. I was just like it. Next thing on. Fully even if we're working with somebody, and still requires these thanks for it. If he does this kind of like, yeah, hold on, he's like, and these submission, where do you know this? The sound that is money on there, this is the first white line, because you know this, Rebel portfolio, in about the Rominani, from where we know, the point is it's full home, you went to look for by day, but it's 30,000, some go down. How do I know? Because I told you, please, you know, Minayan, and what recommendation do you let it the way it's elements, plus it says, be conduct to irritate to your God, and do not profane. As the Gemara says, the 100%. This hashtag is talking about too much. I don't need it. And you know, when you look too much this creation, do not go on maybe the answer is, remember again, if I don't use this process, it means that a Kohen who does the avodim Shuma is chayiv, because you already learned out today, in unit Vuyo Shishimish. Ultimately, again, use it to teach me that a Kohen who does the avodah is chayiv tradition, or I should say, is chayiv. I don't know the Chinese tradition, right? You know it, pillow of Truma. You make a jerk of a pillow for the Truma, Mala, run the Misa, just like by Truma, if a Kohen is coming, it's Truma. So to again point is the Ola is also kind of incredible. And of course you got it. Was incredible again, like I said before, last week this test is quite fantastic. And the Kohen has to wear the requisite outfit, requisite clothing, failure to do so. Right? He doesn't really have both, he's still have clothing, he doesn't. And he still does the Ola. This kind of Nisa Ide Shamayim. Says Yaminola, from where do we know this from? I'm not the Ola, I'm not the Ola. The mother James means that a lot of Shimon, the Hagar to Osam athlete. Plus it says, you shall put the belt, literally you shall bird it. You shall bird them with a belt. Right? Having the belt is one of the big Buddha. As much as it became Alayim to Nasam Alayim. When they're clothing. When their clothing is a common, then their Kahuna is a common. So it's actually really fascinating. Right? Because those, you have to let's suppose the Hagar is an athlete, right? You should put a belt around them. Hablo with the belts, the Hagar on the clothes, put the hands on them. I saw and you know, you keep us home. And the Kahuna will be there for the everlasting spots. When is the Kahuna there? Who are the clothing? If they're not wearing the clothing, then I love the nice of the clothing. Was understanding that if a Kohen does the avodah without the garden, then halacha l'maisa again the avodah is possible. Again, in this case, it had these conditions. The Gemara says, "V'havu mizorim," because the Kohen who does the avodah without the requisite garments is equivalent to a non-Kohen who does the avodah. And non-Kohen does the avodah is these conditions. So to a Kohen who does the avodah without the proper vestments, the proper articles of clothing. I resaw the issue. I'm not. So if I'm not, it's actually true. And you know that a lot of myself, if a non-Kohen does the avodah, is that the Kahuna only rests upon the it's such a fascinating idea. Because on one hand, the Kahuna is mixed. Remember again, what we have to do is no matter how well you change, if you're not really about it, the problem is a coin relational. The problem is not a coin that could be the best idea is not a coin. So on one hand, Kahuna is mixed. On the other hand, There's innate, you shot, and ultimately again it is feeling. So for me, you show every single day has to be shot. Like, you don't have to do anything. You want to do, or you can break into this type. If you're Jewish, you have to do shit. And that's beautiful. It's a fantastic foundation. The next step, I like what is like, what's garments do you have? That it represents something. And I took from the world, I took it outside, and then make it part of me, right? You know, say like clothes make the man, clothes are very much tied up with the person's. So the spiritual, like might be broken, are the actions I engage in, right? What good garment, what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the blood, if you don't have the blood, then all you're left with is where you introduce it. If all you have is where you introduce your desire, you're like a baby, your spiritual baby comes used to this one, yeah, baby's hungry. It's beautiful, right? That's what they do, absolutely nothing. So how's it going to be? Because every single week has an introduction. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear. What are your nice clothing? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your chesed? What's your tzedakah? And every single thing that you do in life is another day. Is another garment that you put on. And clothes manage to make the man. Clothes make us wear. You know what's interesting? Because think about it. One easy example is such specificity. So I think it's really such specificity. One level is if I think it down, because people are very picky about that. And we want people to think about it. You can see the point, all of that stuff. But I think it's not this beautiful example. But it goes on to teach that. No clothing. Right? You need to clothing is huge. You need clothes too, right? You need a healthy shop that you get to eat it just like everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let him go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to give respect to him. He's not really the brother, but he's still going. He's still going. Even without the brother, he's still going because his innate identity is clean. But he really only fully self-actualizes when he puts on the robe. So listen, it's the same thing for all of us. I'm always punished. Because I have an age condition. If you want to become the best version of you, put on your clothes. What clothing are you doing now? Right? And every day I decide, what am I putting on? Today it's going to be a jacket of tzedakah. Right? It's going to be a pair of pants of Talmud Torah. It's going to be a sweater of chesed. Every day the goal is to later, more and more and more. If you walk around without clothing, it is still holy. But that's ultimately the need. But that's good. That's what the life is strong. And when you earn your position, ultimately by the this is what the scripture teaches. Without the begotten, you're not a child. Without the begotten, you can't serve the base of it. With the begotten, says the Gemara. Next. Well, Rosh Hashanah is not going to know. The point does not go ahead and wash his hands and feet. And it does have all this. I need to be. Shemai says, "You know, where you know, let me know, huh? It's safe. If you go on Oran Boy, if it's in my boy, I'm going to see. I said, when it comes to the Oran Boy, is go ahead and wash your hands, and they won't die. And they won't die. Okay, it wasn't so pretty explicit. Wash your hands and feet, you won't die. Don't wash your hands and feet, you will die. One more piece. It's through a rosh. Sorry. The point is like wine and did the other dog. Kindness edition it says the Gemara Kure rosh. What about so again? It said yain shek out. It says do not drink wine on the taxi and beverage do we have? Good. Kure Rosh, how do we know that?
Actually not. But if it was through
Point can't give you a lot of more
the intro
those
gets
songs
some
and
share.
so Sham Moyigale.
What is a lock made out of?
Repair Moyishale. So Torah says on one hand,
Branches
you
beans haven't sprouted yet. The top cannot be cut
can't
off.
go ahead and keep this, and you also can't let his hair grow long. It's Sukasrei, the Yanyu Moyishtu. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. Iskish Harua Rosh B'Shtuyev Yayin. It compares letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Mashru Yayin Menisa, just like drinking wine, ultimately against the Menisa. Af Harua Rosh Menisa. So again, letting your hair grow, when you have long hair is also clean. So much providing clean as well. You would wash it with the hands and feet. Yes, you rough it, it says something different. It says, why is it?
What are the specifications of the large flash and trunk set up?
That's a clear understanding. Otherwise, it could be, but on people level, what is it? So that's just saying something. It says, that's one of the challenges of being this is go to your head. Go to your head. The person can easily utilize this exalted position. It's not as in ultimately, for the stroke is ego. So what happens? Every day is going to be the first thing for the others. He washes his hands and his feet. That's just the feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish in this world. The Rebbe says when Chani walks into his leadership, he's washing away his own self-interest. I'm going to go not where I want to be. With my feet, I'm going to go where the Shvarach wants me to go. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? Not just simply what I want, I'm going to accomplish what the Shvarach wants me to accomplish. That the way that the coin goes ahead and enters into the Mikdash is by washing away ideas, washing away any personal interests. If I'm going to be successful in this role,
Should you call the intro until after saying the breath check?
I got to do it for the team. I got to do it for Klal Yisrael. I can't be doing it for me. What about again going? Why can't the coin
Why
be?
do we call the
It's
intro
on a basic
until
level.
after
You can
saying
turn
the
the
breath
back and
check?
drink wine, so nice and even mess up
Simply by holding the full on intro, etc. You
wine is
fulfill the
very
mitzvah.
smart and
So
this
we
guy
must hold
this
the
is
intro
the
until
about
after
wine.
saying the breath
Because
check.
you
We
say
fulfill
wine
the
on one
mitzvah.
hand, the yang is about wine could go and
When
bring
is the
incredible
best
joy.
time to
Because
shake
we
the
know
nut?
it's Shabbos and Yom Tov. Put them about living to us.
Say branch
We
and
come to
in
business
each of
such
into
a
Haleo.
opportunity to historically. Your joy should emanate from one place over.
How do you shake
And that's
the
close to
nut?
flesh.
What
There should be
movements
no
come
external
first?
meaning to bring about joy. You don't need it. It's a tremendous idea.
Shake
We
it
need
from
wine at different times of life to try and get us
clockwise
one
around
thing
the
at
body
the
three.
That's the nature of man.
Shake up.
And so before sometimes we need wine to take the edge off, sometimes we need wine to amplify or allow the things to come out. But when you have such profound closeness to God and Father, I don't need any of the external stimulus.
Where's the
I don't
living on
need anything
suckers
to
from?
help me with that symptom. You know why?
Porsche Emmer.
Discover the greatest secret in the world enemies.
When do we bring the Tulip Comet? Shabbos Chilchon Sukkos.
Therefore, the Kohen, who has the unique privilege to serve from the inner
What does the celebration during Chilchon Sukkos celebrate?
to be able to find something. In fact, to be introduced
Simply state how she
to
will
someone that
celebrate the
invalidates
intense
level.
dancing that took place
Kohen,
in the beginning
the
of
Simcha,
Sukkos.
has become from pure, beautiful.
What is the final day of Chilchon Sukkos called?
For us also,
Hoshea Rabbah.
to teach us, you know, we're all looking for happiness. Everything happiness comes like this, and things happiness will come from money. This one things happiness is going to come from possessions. This one things happiness is going to come from
Shelter
career.
Eric
That's going
says
to come from
lunch,
this.
but common practice is fine.
Happiness comes from one place or one place. Closest to
Do we sit in the Sukkot? Many of us spread. In Israel, definitely not. Outside of Israel, the General says you should but not say the bracha. Many have the custom to not eat in the Sukkot. Many of us spread what is problematic.
Only comes from close relationships with
What is the
Hey, Johnson,
Torah?
estamos aquí today.
Many of us spread.
Oh yeah, everyone inside can't be there with you in person. A
Some
tremendous
for bracha. When do we say Tefillah Hodgkin? Music on Shmini Montserrat. When do we begin saying the Sheath Hayat? Music on Shmini Montserrat. What are the 3 tour reads on Shmini Hutzel Ranch? How many tours do we use? 1. Talk graduate 2. Question 3. Volunteer from March and Pinterest. Each is read from a different Signet Torah. What is the basic mitzvah of Shavuot? Each household must light 1 candle. What does the generous say is the best type of fuel for candlelight? Why? Olive oil produces the clearest flame. What is the optimal time for candlelight? How long do you have for it still to be optimal time for the mitzvah? We call optimal time continues for 30 minutes. When setting up the menorah, which candle do you put into place first? Right nose. Then continue moving right to left. Which candle do you like first on Shavuot? Second. Left nose. Then left right. If you won't be out by 4 9 p.m., what should you do? And supplement on your behalf at the proper time. If you realize the Shavuot candles too literally to be blown out, what should you do? Extinguish the candles and light it in their place. Do not move them. Do you light Shavuot or Shavuot candles first? Light Shavuot candles first, then Shavuot candles at the proper time. What do we insert into every shmei Israel on Shavuot? Al Yizim and Pinimo Jalu. When one is Ezer V'Teves usually December. When do we bring Parshat Sefer? Shabbos before Purim. That is one fulfilling obligation for Parshat Sefer. Look at Hezekiah, please read it to your Sefer. Everyone also has an obligation to read it, not just here. We don't exactly hold on this, but everyone must consider it. What is Tanit Esther? Day before Purim Day. How many times must you read Megillah on Purim to fulfill the mitzvah?
Much more drasha required.
Twice. Once at night and once during the day.
To practice 3 days a week, 3 days a week instead of
What did you must do to fulfill the mitzvah of Mishloach Mena? What did you must do to do it? Do ready to eat foods. Purim Day.
We must see it as local big bizarre. Essentially,
How do you fulfill the mitzvah of Ketanat Levayanim?
go ahead and literally translated, split
Give the
his
money
skull.
to 2 different poor people.
Split his skull,
Each must leave them for a
which
regular meal.
are again pieces of wood. Pieces again, we're gonna
How do you fulfill the mitzvah of drinking on Purim?
see pieces of wood. Zashi should make
You are only supposed to drink during the day. Only drink enough to make you sleepy and sorry from distinguishing between Eden's curse and Mordecai's blessing.
Really, a lot.
Are drunk people allowed to bench?
Let's go.
Amen.
Mike is so the first additional
All
part
drunk
was
people
there
are
was
obligated to bench. Drunk people should
so
not
again,
daily.
the kind of grand part is what's a kiss? Well, when you go, you
What is the
shut.
date of session
First
one?
service is actually. So kiswa is when you personally use service in the first service. The thing of Omer, as Kashwas and Esef and
What
Hayes
happens when
so
Purim
again,
in Jerusalem falls on
that's
Shabbos?
the where do you find this idea that if someone goes ahead
Very
and
obligations of
steals
Purim spread across Friday, Shabbos, and Sunday.
the Pasuk says, "For lo yavo liros kibala es HaKadosh
What are 2 fundamental principles of kashrut?
So remember again, this is actually talking about technically about the Indian who are
Product
obligated
of
to
non-kosher
transport
species is
the
all kosher meat.
are actually covered by
Taste is
the
transferred
Baha'i,
through
the
liver.
poison will be will take a little bit to Organizations of the Dios que vas a poder saber isso, não é que tem que island ban, lá de the boss for some reason, like again, those who are causing the diminution in this case, incredible. So that's the first case. The person who goes ahead and steals an object from the basement, he tries to steal his utensil, and he's next, you know, it says on the color of the person, when he goes down using purses with sorcery, what is it? Yake kose es kosmo. A person says, the sorcery should curse the one who gave the first sorcery its power. So it's a reference to well. So a person curses the Ribono Shalom with the sorcery. Now, one of the people that are Mari Amri, Yakenu Kosim Lo, Umakono, in the mission. Ultimately, in the Kosim, sorcery should go ahead and curse against this and one who endowed it with its power. So therefore, again, the case of Kosim is a Kosim person with sorcery. Okay? Next, what's that? This is not going to be the bulk of our the one that really catches our attention dramatically is the Mishnah says that if a man goes ahead and has a relationship with I'm not talking about so I'm talking about yourself. Now again, remember, so you got to define yourself. Right, it's actually pointed out over here. The Russian was for the other and their motivation is totally to defend the honor of the so if they catch a Jewish man in this act, they're allowed to take his life. If it's after the fact, they're not allowed to do anything. They're going to take his life and do it. Alright, for example. How many referendums? What's the type of thing? So, 82. That's kind of how we touch it. No problem, what happens if, let's say the word was zealous around, he was zealous, and some person who's meant to use this word is graduated. So what is his punishment under those circumstances? He saw the following כי חילה ויהודה קודש השם אשר אהב ובעל בת אל מיכה. So it goes to the apostle from the apostle when he says again, Yehuda rebelled against Hashem, engaged in abomination to the Prophet and Yerushalayim, because Yehuda profaned the Kodesh, that was love, and Baal bas el micha. Relations again with the daughter of an El so lots of that. So this was the dream. So in the dream of Kahana, so this is the following progression. Someone asked her out, what happens if a Jewish man has relations with and no one caught him yet? So again, no one's allowed to come around. So they that night of Kahana has a dream. When the dream sees this person. So what happens? I'm away. So Kahana told Rab the dream. And I said, oh, that dream actually Rab was worried. Rab remembered the teaching. He remembered the rules. So, and apparently, again, the Pasuk got his memory because you're going to see the fresh comes in the Pasuk. But the what's that? This is what we'll talk about. This is the first idolatry. The Hebrew, and the Scripture says, that God can be based in some of the Hashem. This is what even that's how we say. What do you mean? The abomination of God with the promise. Then we should come down. This is the first conversation. Omer. That's the Safra or Kishka Mishkabay. Kishila Yehuda Kodesh Hashem. Because Yehuda has profaned the same thing in Hashem. Zim Zon. This refers ultimately to how we continue. Omer, Maria Kodesh. So again, so we're not people doing my life with kids and clowns or tests. All these different things that we last week. The Baal Bas Elmi. That relation is really good with the daughter of the king. This refers to a Jew who has relations with another Jew. That means to have relations with the daughter of the king. Relations with another Jew. Not raise Hashem the Ish Asher Yasem Asher, Va'ula and Yakin Yaakov, Uman Ish Mincha Hashem Tzimachos. So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. In Talmud Chacham, if the Jew who committed this transgression in relation to non-Jewish women in Talmud Chacham, then what? No, you need a law. The son will not be punished. So they literally translated, so if the Talmud Chacham have relations with this non-Jewish woman, and it means literally again, his son will not be amongst those who are awake, right? Those who are bright in the Talmud, and no one will be able to converse and so again, punishment for Talmud Chacham who has relations with a non-Jewish woman. Ultimately, again, it's one of the Talmud Chacham. And let's say that, well, let's one more line. In Kohen, if he's a Kohen, well, Yelo Ben, not Yishmi Halashem. His son will not continue in his Kohen. It will be again, the son will not be in the Kohen. So let's say, so at this point, that's really interesting. First of all, a couple of very interesting things. Number one, that's a clear, we're talking about relations. Which teaches you something that no person is above. No person is above sin. Because you can become Chacham, learning Torah about Hashem Yom Malay day and night. And that is another person, the two things we do. We all have our weaknesses, and we all have our wants, our lusts, our desires, to be real about this. And sometimes we make things all dressed a little bit. And certainly not beyond us about how I would never do that. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Given the opportunity, we would do a lot of different things. Even the greatest of some people coming, unfortunately, we've always been like that more really interesting. The other interesting idea is really surprising. Since I'm called relations for non-Jewish women, his son will not be a son. His son will be a new what? That I think it's specifically like immorality. Immorality increases self-ownership. It specifically increases self-ownership. An immoral father cannot raise others. And this is irrelevant to son. Those about the father doesn't know about it. It's a thing in ruchnius. That there are certain things that fundamentally teach things like morality. So a man goes ahead and engages in this type of illicit relationship. And again, what's fascinating about this is like, it's not kind of like the alliance that's punishable by use or by something else. Remember, again, this is kanoi and pogimbo, but if the kanoi doesn't get the person in the middle of the match, there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. There's no engagement. And yet again, you see that this level of moral trespass is so important that it increases how much choice. I could be greatest on the world. But if I do this, my kids are not going to come. I could be a Kohen. But if I do this and I do that, I'm going to feel punishment for his soul. If I am wrapped up in immorality, as manifest by that I'm having relations with these other women, by definition, it is going to impact my ability to raise my son. My resolution is not Jewish. Don't destroy them. Take them out of Israel. Give them double Jews. Consider them. Once it says resolutions, can you destroy fruit or vegetables finished by a year? No. It's supposed to be Schweigel produce must be allowed to rot. Cousin Al Dal, the lesser shall you know. So one of the kings. Unfortunately, again, that problem started very important. Part of this punishment was that the people were not going to have it. It was written on the skull, and you will not be those this will happen to you, and then another thing. You'll see what that means in just a moment. We're talking incredibly and the skull ultimately again was cast to the side of the distribution. While the city of Luyed, Zos wrote that fact. And on the skull was written praise. Zos this and something else. Now, he didn't realize that this was the skull of the king of Luyed. So what did he do? Cover up. He buried his skull. He's got to be a Jew. He buried the skull. The Hadar no. Cover up the Hadar no. So he buried it. The skull raised back out of the ground. Buried it again and raised back out of the ground. Okay. Amar Hai will the Rosh Hashanah. So you realize this must be the skull of the woman. Sidney, bu aslanın yukarı, sol arkadaşları hangi dışarı yukarı. Bunlar
To
said,
participate in receiving this charity,
nothing. We told them, Yuri said, you are going to be
what does
buried
Mother
like
give
a
me
dog.
online?
Just like nobody takes the time to bury a dog, these pockets they
If
just throw
money
it by
is
the
given
side,
for a
so
specific
to your body
purpose,
is going to be thrown by the side. Not buried.
does
But
Mother want
nevertheless,
to protect
grandfather
local
got his name
savings
this
account?
welcome, allow or a car with a but nevertheless, again, he said, you know what? It's not right. Even though
But
nothing
who really
deserves,
focused
all
upon
this
that
stuff,
child?
at the end of the day, he's still a king. And as a king, he deserves some level of cover in the room.
What is the first thing one must do in
So
the
what
morning?
happened? So what does he do? So what did the grandfather very prayed with this? Listen to this. So Shakli Karpapi Shirai, both the
What are the four
sift up.
reasons for
So
in the
we know
morning?
when we got the US, he can't carry it, because I'm going to bury him. Yes, what do you do?
Sleeping hands
Back
may
to the
touch
Jesus.
private
So
parts
put it in
too.
a box. Okay.
Waking up
I
before
said to this.
becoming a new creation dream.
Chazi say,
Then
Chazi
moving on and
so
serving
what
in
happened?
maintenance
So
floors.
the grandfather,
There is
right,
one
his wife came home. And she said, oh, that's interesting. There's a skull
in the
in
morning
silk
when
in
no
a
milk is
box.
available. Make sure
Okay.
you
So
wash.
she decided to talk to the neighbor about it. I don't know what she would say.
Straight from
So she said,
Father's
it. She
edition.
was, they were talking, the neighbors were talking. Are we late? Hi, this is such a nice. This must be the skull of your husband's first wife. I don't know if
After
it's
that,
married
one
to
more
second
than 3
marriage,
minutes
but
too.
the grandfather was
After
married
touching
before.
shoes 3.
The neighbor
After touching
says
covered
in
body
front of our
parts.
Jesus, this must be the skull of
After
your
bathroom
of
is
his first
5.
wife. The Lord commands
After
you later.
time in
And what
cemetery
happens? And
6.
clearly, your husband cannot forget about his first wife. So what did the wife do? Shagarta Litayura, the cost. She took the skull, threw it into the oven, and it was incinerated. He also, when the grandfather came back, Amar Hayub the city, Zos, so now I understand the meaning of what was written on the skull. Zos, you won't be buried normally. Number 2, again, clearly ultimately the skull was incinerated. He also had to give me a word. They still should have They still should have
What should one will bring you to the
so the
bathroom?
days of Hashmonite, that's one kind of story. So the days of Hashmonite, they were commanded. They made their days and made it zero. What was it zero? Habala Isis, Hayib
What should
Alem
one
Shum
wear
Nash
before
God.
getting dressed?
If a man has relations with a priestess and a Jewish woman,
The
he
article
is
of
Hayib
clothing that
because
will
of
cover
Nash
your chest.
God. Four things. Four things. Now,
Which
by
shoe
the way,
goes on
what's
first?
the Nash God? I'll see you just wrote. So Nash God is
Right.
Nun is Nuda. Nuda. This is interesting.
Which shoe is on first?
Again, remember, in days of Hashemah, we're trying very hard to ensure
Are shorts
that
permitted for
Jewish
today?
men would not have any relationship with Jewish women. So
Stand on the
allowing
table.
them to
Let's
marry
wash
any
your
states.
ass over
So they
this
can't
strong
choose the
hand.
talks. It says,
Keep your feet crossed and well dressed.
Number 2, Shifcha. Number 3, Gimel Goya. Is having relations with non-Jewish women. And ultimately, Ali is she's married, ultimately it's adultery. Okay, just like on the Nash God. Obviously, the law is that it's not Nash God, but rather it's Nash God. Again, we agreed on the first 3, read the Shifcha Goya, Zola. He takes out Ish's Ish, not only a person Zola. Why would this thing? On the fifth issues, less than it's going to be the peace to be that's not good on marriage. You're immoral, never really have monogamous relationships. Therefore, it makes sense to take this issue. And instead, it's not much more difficult to do. You go, the first thing you say, now, shiny by that on the first. I'll put it back because if you have a formal question in marriage, we have traditionally suing. But nice, they still have these traditions of marriage. And they still have a monogamous relationship. Therefore, if a man has a relationship to marry a priestess, it's Asia's issue. Okay, good. Look at this stuff. About what emotion? Okay, now, we're beginning to kind of, get this out there. So we still begin with the severity of a Jewish man having relations with marriage, Shkaz, other days in Shkaz, either way, Shkaz basically going to Shkaz. So we're very point, the Mishnah says that if, I know, the zealot is redefining the character of a Jewish man in the act, he's committed to going to take this life. The Gemara says, by the way, the Gemara says, Amra Christoph, Above the mold. Somebody can ask this Shiloh, a mold. We cannot actually instruct them to do this. So Rashi says over here, look, knowing about Limbo for days with Shasman, so you couple, in more than you remember element in it, it's not very interesting. So let's say again, let's say Ruben is having relations with pieces, right? And now what happens? Shimon. Shimon's a not very bad. He shows up in Daisy. He says, Daisy, Ruben is having relations with pieces. Can I kill him? I'm not going to Daisy is not instructing him. I'm actually points out to the greatest. Because the Hanoi holding ball is a person acting motivated by his own sense of religious essence. It's a simple again. How is kind of the because remember again, the person who is right is that carrying this out has to make sure that he is not just decided to use a passionate, use a pleasure, and it is for other reasons. That's why this is how much we see it. So remember, we are very that's the instruction. There's no fast we don't instruct people to do this. When someone comes to these and asks, says, can I do this? We tell them, no, don't do it. Don't do it. This is unique halacha. If someone asks of the English and says that you're not liable for it. Like the nice some things that will never instruct someone to actually do this. So the Gemara says, somebody asks, like somebody comes to base, like she comes to base, and he's not having a relationship with the princess, and I'm a kanoi. So can I do it? No, it's not no, do not do it. It's law, really. I punish him 2 days to zero. Yeah, when you get to this moment, the kind of never consider this was like a good kind of again, Zimri was a tribal princess woman, had relations with her husband, and moving her princess. They engaged as a public activity, and two of us killed Zimri. Pinchas killed him and he kills them both. This is the story that gives rise to this concept of Boel, Aramis, or Boel, another important one. It's based on Pinchas. So imagine just to show you what a dangerous thing this whole thing is. Listen to this. Shapirish to me behind the Pinchas, then I got it. So let's say Pinchas killed Zimri after Zimri already finished the act. Let's say Zimri finished the husband. And then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas finished the line with a bloodshed. Pinchas narragala. Napaxi narragala. In narragala. So you know that sort of what? Pinchas Zimri turned around and told Pinchas Zimri would not be fighting. Why not? Because Pinchas was doing erosion. So just say it's not fascinating. Even though the law said that Hanoi is allowed to kill someone who is having relations with Aramis. But again, it's not part of the legal system. It's not what she's saying. It's the point, therefore, that the Hanoi has to be eroded. So if the Jewish man defends himself and kills the Hanoi, it's fucking terrible. So I've Zimri turned around and told Pinchas, Zimri would be fighting. Incredible. Zimri was like, I don't know what you're saying. All of this is what you're saying. What do all of this? Balash, the king of Moab, went ahead and hired the those are most other people to successful. What's the one says, your Jews many of the immorality is the Achilles heel. So what happens to Moab? Essentially, the Moabite so the tribe of Zimri. So he said to Zimri, they're sentencing us to death because we're engaged in immorality. We're just sitting here doing nothing, sitting here being quiet. Love us and what we see here. I'm going to be faced, not from what Ellen means. Look at that. And the time was other people. But all of people anyway, he says, I'm going to love, how sweet it is. Right? So Sumi wanted like to make this special. So it's like, have like someone to have relations with me. I'm wrong. Low, I'm wrong. And you see them, what Ellen and Dogo Shabbat. So this first of all, it's got it out. Some of these that Father said only have relations with, the mellow. Okay. Amalo, after
To make sure everywhere is pronounced
I'm also
correctly,
I'm a hypocrite.
sports
The local
is
area, she doesn't even I'm even getting emotion. I'm sorry. Shame the veteran. It's like she shame the veteran. I'm a second one son, second one child, and most of the third one child. So you see, I'm even greater than the leader of the church. What does he do? He helps somebody to be son. So the same way it's known. The idea is a lot. I'm a banana. You are still almost like Moshe, tell me, is this woman looking for us? In Toma, and if you say that she's certainly a Swiss girl, make you feel who allowed you to marry the daughter of this. So he says to Moshe, tell me, is this woman looking for us to you? By the way, before you say us, you're going to say, who allowed you to marry Torah? Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Israel? It's other than Allah. Moshe Rabbeinu, so that moment, the brother of my grandfather. So father of my brother of my father's father. So apparently when it's ready, very definitely Apollos akusis kinyoim hokibo. Moshe taught us a halach, literally a halach on the Moshe Sinai. He came down from Sinai and he taught us probably halach. If a man has an issue with a woman, you're allowed to kill him. Look, yeah, with all the complications. Yeah, everything else. I'm a lot more close to that. He said, train up to the garrison, and one of them being forever, you will have it. He should be with us. The other one learns halacha, so therefore, again, you will want to carry out. Shmuel says, no, it's something different. Shmuel, he's talking about the Yitzhak and Yitzhak Neged Hashem. Shmuel says, Pinchas says something different. They would have translated, there's no wisdom, there's no understanding, there's no answer. Neged Hashem. What does that mean? Makur Shmuel Hashem, Eid when it's cool, I show you act. So the Gemara says, I'm gonna
What should you do with your game to then monetize it financially and cheaper? When you can recognize that no one
So what did you got up?
what do you do if you missed chat?
Now, Pinchas understood that he was outnumbered, right?
Don't leave it until chat ends. Otherwise, social media is realize that
So let's see, they need to go with me.
if you skip the chat, guaranteed
Mission, what's the
social media is great life has an extra
now, so if
if you want to learn to fill in, put on
you should always come up with David should get it, she goes to the area where she is.
if you can't say
Our eight times I've seen this shit, leaving nothing is option. Why should Shayna really be any audio? He says it's a shit. You guys have to I believe in you. All this doctrine and morality. So why should Shayna's lady do that? I'm from Shayna's lady. Why should we enjoy life any less than you?
which side should you carry
Wow.
a separate
I do it. Amr, Nichalo, I'm going to strap up. Right, look at this. Everyone finished this year. Well, limited. Nicholas, Nicholas, Christian and Sabbath. So listen, let me in. We got to go in that even the holiest of people are committing relations with 6 years.
Shortest. When a person gets in Aliyah, he must don't light candles in the Torah.
He is a Kohen with righteous indignation.
Mishnah prohibits you should keep the Torah alive while reciting the Rabbah.
First one I know is like above Esmolach. I know this is what it means when it says Vayamo Pinchas Vayipala. Pinchas says Pinchas stood by Yipala. It's interesting enough. I'm Rebbe Lazar. Vayishalel Lord Nemar. It doesn't say Pinchas. Ella Vayipalel. Now, by the way, the Shorish of Halal, Pilam Mami, means to judge. Mami can be not Asa Lilos in Kono. So, literally, again, that Pinchas was judging that Kodesh Baruch. He had kindness. He had like rebuke, fresh, and happy. These two people, two ringleaders, and everyone else didn't help responsible. So, picture Malach Yashar is the Dachar. So, the Malachim wants to push Pinchas down because he thought that Pinchas is being disrespectful. Amr Hanichu, no. So he says, leave him alone, leave him alone. Kanoi ben Kanoi. He is the son, he is the Kanoi, the son of another Kanoi. Now ultimately, I get rid of the Shevet Levi. He's descending of Levi.
Right to me, second.
Shimon Levi were the ones after he was abducted and raped by Shem. Shimon Levi went out and killed out all of the men.
I can't believe it's so difficult to get into some of these accounts. It's ridiculous.
Nation
There needs to be a
Hema,
better way to
Ben
do it.
Nation.
Oh, because
He
it's
is
a
one who
curse.
goes ahead and
But nobody else is trying to get into it.
he is one who removes. He's one who removes the one wrath. The son of one who removes the one wrath. So he said that's what is the house. On the aftermath of the Bible,
No one really knows for sure. Elevate, elevate, trying, but this is wrong with it. How many days?
the only one who cares about more than anything is that we have for each other. Is that we advocate for one another. And Trump is even willing to excuse other trespasses if he sees that we are motivated by love.
86. Like getting 86 out of a motherfucker. You ever been 86 out of a place? I've been 86 out of entire unincorporated areas. Really? Oh, for sure. For sure. For sure. Like the whole, like on a map, I'm not allowed on the areas of maps.
That's motivated.
Really? Oh, it's just
He has such incredible abbas. He cares about his fellow Jews so much. God,
like there's a section of a map
for the mistreatment of
that I'm
Jews,
not allowed.
Trump says,
If I go there,
I'll take it. Leave him
That
alone.
shit happened.
He is a Kanoid.
Really?
The
Where
son
is
of
it?
a Kanoid.
Oh,
Just
maybe a
like
whole
Levi
fucking
and
country
Shimon
at this
did
point.
what they did with their younger sister. Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. So I know Pinchas is doing what he's doing for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. When you stick up for the dignity of another Jew, when you are there for another Jew, when you're willing to put yourself on the line for another Jew. Trump says that.
3760, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. I used it like 15 times in conversation.
The other tribes began disparaging his house. He said, "Reis, Dimzen, who is actually eating Avi Imo of Agma Avodas of Avim, Bahara Gnasi Mishevet Israel?" So they started disparaging him. So Pinchas's mother was from Israel. So Israel. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Avi Imam Israel, the Amazar Avi Pinchas, Lakak Miberos Israel. So Pinchas's mother was one of the daughters of the family of Israel. So the tribe started disparaging Pinchas. So look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Avodah Zarah. And this guy, the grandson of a priest of Avodah Zarah, has the chutzpah to kill a tribal prince. So the pasuk comes and gives the Yid for Pinchas, Ben Elazar, and Aaron. Again, the pasuk itself gives the Yid. Be careful what you're talking about. Yes, grandfather is Israel, it's true. He's also the grandson of Aaron. Really powerful emotion. Hakdei Moshe. Israel says to Moshe, they knew, literally again, remember, Inni Nosan of Jesus Shalom. Hashem gives Pinchas the covenant of peace. So Hashem says to Moshe, go and extend this covenant. This covenant of peace of Shalom. Rachel and Mar, therefore go tell Pinchas, Inni Nosan Loas Peace. See, I give Pinchas the covenant of peace, the covenant of the side. It's quite fascinating. They want to give Pinchas the covenant. He gets peace, Shalom, the covenant of peace. That when a person takes a life, even if it's hard, even if it's just, even if it's the act of taking life is fundamentally achieved. Charles says, I want to be able to life. I want to is a shock. That's a shock. The person who takes life, they look at that trauma. And it's totally justified. They look at that trauma. She just life changes. Because you take this from you should find peace in life. You should find tranquility. You should not have to look at the what you did was 100% possible. 100% part. But you really know that the trauma is still there. Which Baruch seeks to soothe the deeply soul of us. Even this trauma. He says, she gave me comparison with Pinchas, you will have this ultimately, you will have this show. Your act, right? Your act, what you did for Klal Yisrael should be a kapara. The fact that Pinchas was willing to stand up and do that, that's Pinchas was willing to stand up and do that. That's the simplicity for many about himself and the I'm not my decision. Sounds you must time all Taish Malak Al Kum Imo Dala Mills as if I'm Sigma system. The pasuk is from Mishnah. Sounds you must time with Taish Remember Al Kum Imo. So what does this mean? So the Gemara says Dalit Mills as if I'm Sigma system. Apparently, Zimri did not just have one active with Ari, he had a lot of active relations. Literally, again, 400, right down the middle, so the estimate about 420 active relations. Giving that point means that he engaged in a lot of immorality. The him will Pinchas Achatash Pinchas waited until Zimri finished. Well, I was not to this finished because remember, he had to catch him in the ass. He waited until he was tired out from multiple accidents, which he was still engaging. But when you go, Shemala al-Kum Imo. She should really present have 60 acts of solutions. Action has like the gates of the zealous. Apparently, again, so many engaged with so many acts of morality that it's testicle. He has a Karugam Le'mayim. Because he was filled with zealous sin so much that she became like a saturated with Moshe is based on. Tell you of Yosef, Kever Sholah Amos. Again, Mars and Egypt is a talk about it. The morality was so relentless. With Siri and Cosby here, they unleashed the feeling of morality. So they themselves must have engaged in acts of morality multiple times throughout the day. They created this kind of morality all around. Look, Cosby Shema. In fact, the name of this station business was not Cosby. Shvila Noy. Bas Tzur Shema. Ramanik Shema. So why do they call it Cosby? Shekizba Ba'adir. Shiva is a pop. Remember the case. Father told her that this nation, head of the Jewish people, generation of the tribes. However, Cosby Shamalahia, Cosby Hamza. Cosby was so much her father, Cosby allowed his people to be destroyed from me or by me. Rashi says over here. Cosby shuffled Osam al Yoki. Let them be smart with you. They give her she knew that it wasn't going to end well. She was willing to give herself for the destruction of the province. And they putting the money, she the money. Literally, they should look at the reeds in the swamp. Rashi says, they coming overnight. If you look at the secluded places, that's where you'll find she the money. So if you want to find Shvilai, look for the secluded place between the windows. My by body counting the place Shvilai. My by dump something. What is she doing there up there between the reeds? What does she do there? She literally prostitutes out to her. Shvilai was so immoral. She did cast dispersion. I'm gonna be open with you. Kamisha Shilos they were, yeah, that's right. Kamisha Shilos 5 names they give it to the tribal princes. Zimri, Ben Salo, Shaul, Ben Abramis, Shmuel, Ben Zimri, I was supposed to be. Hashemasa, things of Kibbutz, somebody asks nations that has to be Ben Salo, Asheristi, Abonos, Shal Mishpachto. Then ultimately, again, Ben Salo Rashi says over here, basically, God wants to, she used to be sapped with Lashon Kislev. Because she married him as well as us, so it caused iniquities of his family to be spared. So it's like, Shaul, Asherisha, and Kozad. He really let himself out for sinful. Ben Akanis, Asherasa, Maisa. Well, Ben Akanis, right, was engaged in actions like non-life actions. Mashmo, what was actually his name, Shmuel Ben Zurisha. Incredible. Also, his name was actually Shmuel Ben Zurisha. Also, I just put down something else. About Christ, his actual name wasn't possible. It's simple, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, You notice that, like, the city wasn't scripted. There was actually multiple acts around. The really wasn't truly open. It was again, is what is the Nasi of Shimon, just read his name back kind of. So we're tribal places. Notice that it comes back, by the way, like, the name itself is so good. Shmuel means like Shmuel. It's like 8 cents of it's cultural thing in time for that benchmark. Like, in other words, try to live my life in constant connection. What do y'all want to on common action? And as a result, Suni Shantai. Hashem is my God. Choosing God takes over my actually so much showing out. I make choices on top of the life of party and concept for Hashem as a result. Suni Shantai. Hashem is my God. This is something it's somewhere so holy. It would be a drop for the practice. So once again, this is a lesson we keep seeing. Which is the let's help for the person. It's one of the last things we should ourselves. That's not like almost. There's a lot of like saying, and then one day, and the hardest such is the nature of my mission. So you see, this is not the way that's not things. This is running from it. To tell you the truth, didn't do it. You have to understand everything you do. There's just the action you take. That's the decision you make. It's the experience of and enough bad, small decisions sets me up for that moment where I have to make a really dramatic decision and make a long one. And then suddenly you get to the same depths. You don't usually go from Shmuel and Suni Shaddai to sitting in just a moment. There's a whole bunch of other things that happen in the moment. But we're susceptible to sin. We're susceptible to failure. And that's why, again, living life with a constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to help me? What it doesn't make anything about it. It's constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again, it's not going to change if it makes mistakes. There's no making mistakes. But at least I'm always aware of what direction I'm going in. Put myself on like that. I can see myself from those steep falls. Right? It was like, oh, wow, okay. Shkat wants to start away from today. Tremendous stuff. Everyone, incredible day. Looking forward to seeing everyone. All close to each
Tonight, we're going to do it, folks. We're going to get into the very first vestiges, the very first layer strata of the Kabbalah. So we're going to do it. We've been talking about this distinction between Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. We're not going to hit that. We're going to begin to get into the world of Kabbalah. But to do that, we have to introduce things a little bit from a philosophical angle. And that's because while people often think of Kabbalah as part of mysticism, and people think of mysticism as opposed to science or opposed to philosophy, those kinds of oppositions just did not exist in the classical world. They certainly didn't exist in the Middle Ages. So we have to loosen up our categories, right? Because we often think of these things existing at once, right? Science is mysticism, mysticism is philosophy, and philosophy and science can't really get along. And so we have to understand that in the late classical relationship between philosophy and mysticism, magic and religion, was very constant. I see drawing a line between one of these abilities is just really not so. And so the thing that Judaism has always had a very weird relationship with the outside. Always very weird. So it's one of my things. Religious distinct.
The sorcery should curse the one who gave the cursed sorcery its power. So it's a reference to Akbar Gemara. So a person curses the Ribono Shalom with the sorcery. And one of you came around Abba, right on me, Yakelu Kosim Lo, Ulakono, Ulamikulu. Ultimately, in the Kosim, the sorcery should go ahead and curse against its creator, and the one who endowed it with its power. So therefore, again, the case of Kosim is a person that comes with sorcery. Okay? Next, it must say, this is not going to be the bulk of our story. So, of course, the one that really catches our attention dramatically is the Mishnah says that the man goes in and relations to the non-Jewish cannot impose the law. So I'm telling you, self. Now, again, remember, so we define what is self. It's defining something as self as an other pressure. That is actually pointed out over here. The Russian was the name of the if you catch a Jewish man in this that is in the act, you're allowed to take his life. If it's after the fact, you're not allowed to do it. You're going to do these basic things you're going to do. Alright, so that's but I mean, so it's a couple of pages. So 82. So Roshana has the following question of low public well, what happens if let's say there were no zealots around? You were zealous. There were no zealots around. And so the person, the Jewish man, committed this and then this non-Jewish. So what is his punishment from this? It is the circumstances. So you must appreciate God with money. So Rav forgot the halacha. He didn't try to do the halacha. So the Gemara says, I cried with Rav Kahana that night of Kahana had a dream. And in this dream, he saw the following. Bogdi Yehuda, V'to'iva Nasta B'Yitzhak Yerushalayim, K'chila Yehuda Kodesh Hashem Hashem. V'hag U'bal Bas El Nechah. So go to the pasuk from it. The pasuk literally says again, Yehuda rebelled against Hashem, engaged in an abomination, or an abomination with the Klal Yisrael in Yerushalayim, because Yehuda was famed with Kodesh, that was love, with Baal Bas El relations again with the daughter of the Elmer God, the Elmer God. So this was the dream, and then the dream of Kahana. So again, just to follow the progression. Someone asked Rav, what happens if a Jewish man has religion with a non-Jewish man? And no one finds the answer. So again, no one's allowed to kill him, obviously. They don't think of anything. What's his punishment? Ex post facto, what's his punishment? Rav put it in there. That night, the Kahana has a dream. And in the dream, he sees this puzzle. So what happens? I'm like, so Kahana told Rav the dream. And I said, oh, as a result of that, he's actually Rav Nigmari. Rav remembered the teaching. He remembered the meaning. What? So, and he said, apparently, again, the passing chapter was memory. Because you're going to see the question. What did you know? You didn't rebel. What's that? So, idolatry. So it says, I got it to be based in Solomon Hashem. Even less than himself. What is the abomination of the in promise? Usually, then it's the this refers to homosexual activity. In Omer, that's Zachar Tishka Mishkideisha. So, Kihila Yehuda Kodesh Hashem. Because Yehuda has the same thing in Hashem. So, this refers ultimately to a song for her with the king of Omer, Loyek Kodesh. So again, so nothing over here, Malach, he's teaching how he's going to test all these different things. Lastly, the Baal Bas Elmi, the elevation is really with the daughter of the Elmi. What is that? Zeh Abba This refers to a Jew who has relations with the life. That's what it means to have relations with the daughter of the Elmi. Relations with our Jewish woman. See, that's what does it say afterwards? Yahweh is Hashem Latish Asher Yasena Er Va'ola Mirokeh. Yaakov Umagish Mikfal Hashem Tzivos. So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. In Amchachah, the Jew who committed this transgression of relations to non-Jews really comes from. So then lo yir lo er b'chachamim ba'olam b'tamim. The son will not be harmed. So they literally translated, so this is become chacham by relations with his non-Jewish one. But it means literally again, his son will not be among those who are awakened, right? Those who are bright in the Talmudim, and nor will they be able to converse in the Talmudim. So again, the punishment for chacham resolution to the non-Jewish one. Ultimately, again, see one of the stories comes from. There was one more, right? The Kohen who, if he's a Kohen, lo ben magish michal Hashem. His son will not continue in his Kohen. Surely, again, his son will not be in the Kohen. So I just point out something. First off, a couple of very interesting ideas. Number one, assessing the most of the relations with nature, which teaches you some new things. But no person is above sin. Because you can come Chacham, very total about Hashem Yolam Malay, day and night. But imagine two things we do. We all have our weaknesses, and we all have our wants, our lusts, our desires, and to be real about these things. Sometimes we make the things overlap a little bit. There's certain things are beyond the spot. I would never do that. Yes, you would. Given the opportunity, we would do a lot of different things. Even the greatest information comes, unfortunately, according to the level of the moral. It's really important to study. The other interesting idea is if you notice the second. So this is time to talk about the revelations to language women. His son will not be a couple. His son will not be a meaning what? That it's specifically like immorality. Immorality is self-worship. And specifically, it issues itself on children. And immoral will find not release of itself. And listen, he's irrelevant to the son, knows about what the father did, doesn't know about it. It's a different ruchnius. But there are certain things that fundamentally change morality in this one. So a man goes ahead and engages in this type of illicit relationship with him. It's fascinating about this, right? It's not kind of like the arisals that's worshipable by niece or by something else. Remember, again, this is kano and poging ball, but if the kano doesn't get the person in the middle of the act, there's no follow-up. No follow-up, at least these days. But yet again, you see that this level of moral trespass is so profound that it impacts on my choice. It could be the greatest thing possible in the world. But if I do this, my kid's not going to become tough. I can be a coin. But if I do this, my kid, and again, it's not punishment. It's really so. If I am wrapped up in immorality and manifest myself as having issues with these other women, by definition, it is going to impact my ability to raise and inspire families. It's not punishment. It's just the reality. It's just the fact. It's just the way that it works. Such a incredible model. Congratulations to the marrying a dog. Simple, the concept says, Baal Bas Edelman. As it says, his relations with the daughter of the Indian guy. He Bas Yisrael El Mefag was not his daughter has daughters, and the Zahab Alatus this refers to the Jewish relations with the Jewish. Rabbi Kiva, Kosu is the Kosu Al Dal Dalaso Shal Yom Yotam Zos Va'odah. One of the kings of Israel, who was a man who unfortunately, again, was a good and unfortunately, again, that crowd and so on, very quite this punishment of that, another called so it was written on the skull of Yoakim, Zos Va'od Achaz. This will not happen to you, and another thing will happen to you. Now we'll see what the name just means. Was an incredible story. The king of the Pedro, Ashke Hahu Buwasa, so the grandfather, the father, the king of the grandfather, and the Pedro found the skull. And the skull, again, was cast to the side of the gates of Jerusalem. But city Zos Va'odachas. And on the skull was written the phrase Zos this and something else. Now, he didn't realize that this was the skull of the king of New York. So what did he do? Cover up. There it was called. It's got to be a Jew. The reason she buried the skull. The other no. Cover up the other no. So you can bury it. The skull lays back out of the ground. Bury it again and lays back out of the ground. Okay. Amar Hai will be lost to show you on So you realize this must be the skull of the Yoyim. Sidney, who has coming covered, skull of Ashtek, and how will the Shari Yusharim? As the Nabi said to Yoyim, we told Rabbi Yirmiyah said, you are going to be buried like a diamond. Just like God takes the time to bury a diamond, his carcass, they just throw it by the side, so to your body is going to be thrown by the side, not buried. But nevertheless, the grandfather Rabbi prayed this. Malcolm, Rav or Karl Baziye, we have the same thing. Said, you know what? It's not right. Even though your young deserves, all the stuff at the end of the day, he's still a king. And as a king, he deserves some level of cover in the room that is removed or treated. So what happens? So what does he do? So what does the grandfather of very crazy do? So Shakli Kakari Shiro goes to the Sifta. But he went ahead and he realized he can't bury it because everything he buried from that guy. Back to the piece of silk. Put it in a box. Okay. Aside to this, Chazise. So what happened? So the grandfather, right, his wife came over and she said, oh, that's interesting. There's a stock is silk in a box. Okay. So she decided to talk to her neighbor about it. I'm going to show you this. Right? So she said, she was, they were talking, the neighbors were talking. This is a kamaisi. This must be the skull of your husband's first wife. Apparently, again, this marriage is a second marriage. Right? The grandfather right here was married before. The neighbor says to the contract right here that this must be the skull of his first wife. The Lord commands Shilei, and what happens? And clearly, your husband cannot forget about his first wife. So what did the wife do? Shagarta lepanula, the closet. She took the skull, threw it into the oven, and it wasn't considered. He also, when the grandfather right here came back, Amar Hayyid Sivi Luya Zos. And now I understand the meaning of what was being installed. Zos, number one, you won't be buried normally. Number two, again, ultimately the skull was considered. You also have to use art. So the base of the Hashmonai. So the base of Hashmonai, they made their basically made it zero. What was the zero? Hamala Kusis, Chayiv Alem Shum Nash Gopal. If a man has conditions of juices and a Jewish woman, he is Chayiv because of Nash Go. Four things. Now, by the way, what's Nashka? We'll see in just a moment. So Nashka is Nun is Nida. And this is interesting because one thing I love is the Nida apply to Jewish and they don't apply to non-Jewish. Again, remember, the days of Hashemah were trying very hard to ensure that Jewish men were not having relations with non-Jewish women for a variety of reasons. Morality, intermarriage, all these things. So they kind of threw the book at this relationship. So they said if you have Jewish men as non-Jewish women, you can't about Sukkot Nida. She's a Nida. Number two, Shitcha, for Jewish men having relations with Shitcha. This is the Raisa. Number three, Gimel, Goya, because the biblical prohibition against having relations with non-Jewish women. And ultimately, out of this Ashes, she's married, ultimately it's adultery. Okay? Yes, Rabbi, on the Shumash Gat. Other people already said it's not Nashga, but rather it's Nashgas. Again, we agreed on the first three. Need the Shikha Goya. Zona. He takes out the Ishus Ish, Margon, and puts in Zona. Why does this? Should Ishus less word? Because apparently the Kusim, that's not on marriage. They're immoral, therefore they have monogamous relationships. Therefore, it didn't make sense to put Ishus Ish. Instead, it makes more sense to put in Zona. The Ida, the first thing will say, now Shayu Badal on the thing. Okay, it might be true they didn't have a formal construct of marriage, the institution of Suin, but the mindset they still had an institution of marriage. And they still had a monogamous relationship. Therefore, a man has relations, a married Kusis is Ishus Ish. Okay, Rukus. How about the law? Okay, so now, now we're beginning to kind of still the center. Still be hearing this. The severity of a Jewish man having relations with a man. Days in Hashmonaim, Nashkaz, other days in Nashka. Either way, or Nashka based on Hashmonaim, Nashkaz. So either way, very that. The point, what the Mishnah says, that if Hanan is zealous, as we find in the Mishnah, catches a Jewish man in the act, he's permitted to go ahead and take his life. The Gemara says, by the way, the Gemara says, I'm going to kiss her. How about Limbo? Somebody comes to ask this Shaila, a moment. We do not act to instruct them to do this. So Rashi says over here, I'm going to kiss her. How about Limbo for Basin? Shasmai said, Yifkabo, a more emotional, never element, Hanani Asmo. This is very interesting. So let's say again, let's say Ruben is having relations with the priestess. Right? And now what happens? Shimon. Shimon is a kanoi, right? He's a kanoi, right? He's a kanoi. And he shows up in Basin. This is Basin. Ruben is having relations with the priestess. Can I kill him? So the halacha is Basin does not instruct him. Rashi points out that we do this. The concept of kanoi and Pogimbo is a person acting motivated by their own sense of religious perception. These are clearly again how incredibly dangerous this. Because remember again, the person who's going to carry this out has to make sure that he is not a sadik, that he's a kosher, and that he's doing all right reasons. That's what Allah says. We don't. This Allah promotion is here. Remember, we're not this from that's where this comes from. We don't pass colors. We don't instruct people to do this. So someone comes to Nathan and asks, says, "Should I do this?" Tell them, "No, don't do it. Don't do it." This is unique. If someone acts of their own volition, criteria, you're not liable for it. Right? But Lamaisa basically will never instruct someone to actually do this. So the Gemara says, somebody asks, somebody comes to Days, right? Someone comes to Days, and Imam's having relations with the Christians, and I'm a Kanoi. So can I do it? No. You tell them, no, do not do it. So much law, not only. That other shit, Kinesh, Zimmy, Bahar, the Pentecost, never. So remember, they really get the kind of natural example of this was where the episode where this happened is where so again, Zimmy was a tribal prince of Shimon, had relations with husband, they engaged actually in public activism, and Pinchas killed Zimmy. Pinchas kills him and Cosby kills them both. So this is the story that gives rise to this concept of Boel Aramis or Boel Pieces. Cannot include both. Say something. So just to show you what a dangerous thing this whole thing is. Listen to this. Should Pirish Zimmy Bahago Pinchas never got off. If let's say Pinchas killed Zimri after Zimri had already finished the act. Let's say Zimri finished with Cosby. And then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas would have been liable for bloodshed. Pinchas Naragala. Therefore, Zimri Bahago Pinchas in Naragala. So you wrote this furthermore. When Pinchas is trying to come and kill Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas. Zimri would not be Chayyim. Why not? Because Pinchas has been a rodent. So just seems kind of fascinating. Even though the Halacha says that Hanoi is allowed to kill someone who is having relations with an Aramis, But again, it's not part of the legal system. It's our left Moshe Messiah to the point, therefore, that the Noi has in a Barode. So if the Jewish man defends himself and kills the Noi, he's Pater. It's Pater. It's incredible. So had Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas, Zimri wouldn't be chayiv. Incredible. So Zimri goes back there. Everyone shall show things, so. Halak Shifra shall show things in Zimri. So what's it? Zimri is a bit more. Remember, when did all of this happen? But the king of Moab went ahead and hired Bilam to curse the Jewish people. Bilam was unable to successfully curse the Jews. So what does Bilam do? Bilam says, Balak, listen, nor the Jewish men into immorality. I can't curse them, but immorality is like the Achilles heel of Klal Yisrael, and Achilles heel of men. So what happened? So Moab, essentially, the Moabite people lured the Jewish men into immorality. The tribe that really fell for this the most was Shimon. So what happened? So the Gemara says, "There Moshe shall face it. Halak Shifra shall Shimon Eitzel Zimri ben Simon." So the tribe of Shimon came to the tribal prince Zimri. Amrlo, hey, you gonna do the question? So I Yoshi the shows it. They said, Zimri, they're sentencing us to death because we're engaged in immorality. You're just sitting here doing nothing. You're sitting here being quiet. Ma'asa, what did Zimri do? How much did he Skakala Elak means? Zimri gathered 24,000 ma. And the 24,000 people. Bahala Eitzel Cosby, anyway, over to Cosby. He was in the United Princess. It says, Amrlo, Hashmili, have a relationship. Right? So Zimri wanted like to make a spectacle. So he says, Cosby, something to me, have a relationship with me. Amrlo, Lo Basmalach, Amrlo, Basmalach, honey, and Sibali, Ishma, Elo, and Bergo Shabbat. So she said, first of all, Zimri's the next guy, but I'm a princess. And my father said I could only have relations with, the Melech, the king of the Jewish people. Okay? Amrullah, Afu Nasi Sheba. So Zimri said, listen, I'm a Nasi. He referred to himself like the person. I'm a tribal prince. Hello, not only that, I'm a Shuba. Lord, let me know. I'm even greater than Moshe. I'm so Shu Shane with that then. Shu Shane with that then. I'm the second-born son, the second-born child, and Moshe is the first-born child. So you see, I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So what does he do? Tough subject Marisa. So Zimri literally took Cosby by the hair. She brought him before Moshe. Moshe, tell me, is this woman mutter or usher to me? Is this woman mutter or usher to me? In Tomar, Surah, and if you say that she's assured to you, that's Yisrael, who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? You hear this? Incredible possibility. So he says to Moshe, tell me, is this woman mutter or usher to me? By the way, before you say usher, which I know you're going to say, who allowed you to marry Tzipporah? Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? Incredible. So the Gemara says, this element of halacha. Moshe Rabbeinu, in that moment, he couldn't remember what halacha was. He just couldn't have to remember what halacha was. So go with Purim is here. We'll say first one out in the bottom. So everybody's starting to find. You have to understand that the normal thing is small. Right? So Zimri is confronting. And challenging Moshe. And Moshe Rabbeinu was memorized all the answers to all Moshe Rabbeinu is the one who is the student of Christ who navigates us through every single crisis, has nothing to say in this moment. Everyone just begins to cry. So what happens? Behind the considering a broken person called Siv, Vayar Pinchas ben Elazar. You know what happens? The passage says Pinchas ben Elazar saw. I asked the Gemara, what did Pinchas see? Oh, my son, he saw everything else happening, and Pinchas remembered Halacha. Although, literally again, the brother of my grandfather, his mother is Pinchas was the son of Elazar, the grandson of Aaron. So Moshe Rabbeinu was his great uncle. So brother of my father's father. Crafty by the Tiny, there's definitely a Sinai. You taught us. One time you taught us. You came down from our Sinai. Apollos, Akusis, came down. Moshe, you taught us a halach, literally, a halach on Moshe and Sinai. You came down from our Sinai. You taught us the following halacha. If a man has an issue with a Jewish woman, you're allowed to kill him. So again, with all the qualifications that you act, everything else. Under the Moshe says, you're right. Now I remember. They said, train up the Garto, the one who reads the letter, Ihu Rehavi Parvan. He should be the message. In other words, Pinchas, you're the one who remembers the halacha, so therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out this. Shmuel over Shmuel says, no, it's something different. Shmuel over Ra'ash in Chak, Chuma ve'in Smuna ve'in Hitza Neged Hashem. Shmuel said, Pinchas says something different. Literally translated, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding. There is no counsel, Neged Hashem, opposite Hashem. What does that mean? So according to this approach, so that will be as follows. Pinchas was happening. So much really forgot that law. Pinchas knew the halacha. Pinchas acted without consulting Hashem. And the most we know can't act. The Talmud can't act without consulting Hashem. Because Pinchas acted on his own. Why? Because when he is full of Hashem, he do not worry about that. And it's still Hashem will act and will act in the same. So the Gemara says, I'm gonna the Yitzchak, I'm gonna Lazar, so the Gemara says, Rabba Sheba Malach Vishkis Ba'am. Pinchas saw that the Malach was coming, he was sensuality down, the Malach was just destroying, killing everyone. Yaakov, he talks to Ego, so God says, oh my God, how fascinating. Only two different versions of the story. Version number one, right? Well, everyone is much more forgot how. In version number one, Pinchas reminds Moses says, yeah, that's how lucky Moshe is, right? She says, you remember it, so you carry it. In version number two, Pinchas never even, Moshe got how lucky. Pinchas just acted. Pinchas just acted. There's tremendous specification of God's being occurring. Pinchas just acted. Because when there's a still Hashem, all other conventions and all other frameworks simply go out. The word goes right there. Vayakam Itoka is like that from the other. So Pinchas got up, went to the spear. This is very interesting. The word says, you punching, listen, the anxiety this out. The fact that it is Pinchas got up and he took the spear, and Pinchas did not have a spear with him. Where was Pinchas? Pinchas was in the next measure. And the Gemara says, you see from here that you do not bring weapons into the base of the It's the next measure, I'm sorry. You do not bring it. You can't change the custom of Zion to the base of measures. So this is really very interesting. So, but this is the thing with that is mythologically not really nothing really to base measures. Base measures is where we go and prolong life. With it, weapons go ahead and for short run. There's a lot of interesting contemporary discussions. So weapon reading for different kinds. There you go. So what did Pinchas do? He got up, left his she got a spear. Now, Pinchas understood that he was outnumbered. Right? He did not want to go at it with Shimon. So what did he do? Shut up, Shimon. They need to put the spear. He unscrewed the tip of the spear and put it in his palm. So I knew what to do. Because on a mission, let's say pay days on days. I told you, 82 days. Now, so he took the tip of the spear in his body, and he used like the shaft of the spear as a walking stick. Rishon Ba'oli Kamako, Kevin Shigeri for Shikha Shoshin, so he goes to the area where Shikha Shoshin is. Amar Heikal Matzimur Shishit Rishon, leading Gadol Bishoshin. Pinchas says, why should Shemit Levi be any holier than Shikha? What is it? Here's the other thing. So Shemit, you guys look like you're having a great time. Right? You're really living it up, enjoying all this debauchery and this immorality. So why should Shevet Levi lose out? I'm from Shevet Levi. Why should we enjoy life any less than you? So he said, wow. Right? He was, Amari, Rifalo, Right? Look at this thing. Abraham Pinchas is here. And clearly he's here to satisfy his own needs. Well, none of it. Nichnas, so the Gemara says, Nichnas, Itilu Kushin and Sandam. So he said, let him in, let him in. Because after all, again, now even the holiest of people are permitting relations with non-Jewish kind of really open. It says, she should be some national 6 miracles of Pentecost. Number 1, Echad. Shahayro Zimri Nefrosh Rokish. And literally, Zimri is having relations with husband. So one would have thought that Zimri sees Pinchas just on this basic level. One would have thought that Zimri would have stopped. But he didn't stop. He didn't stop. Therefore, Shahayro Ladaro. He should have cried out, like especially when some people say, yeah, he didn't cry out. Therefore, Shekidim is a good social issue, and also social issue. And you want to see Pinchas killed Zimri and Hazri as they were actually engaged in emotions. And he sort of like pierced them through, and again, through both their sexual organs. Another miracle, therefore, Shalonish between our them up, right? And they did not fall off the spirit. The Akash of Malach in years, how much? Malach, he lifted up like the roof, the doorway. His witness went out miraculously, holding Zimri and Hazbi on the spirit. Malach came up and lifted up the door so he can get out. The Akash of Malach finished his part. And Malach, again, at the same time, was also kind of wreaking havoc. He was killing out people who were in the role, and that kept everybody else distracted. While Pinchas sold Zimri and Hazbi. Bob the couple of them up. So Pinchas came in. He got the body of Zimri and Hazbi from Pinchas. All of them, the Boros and either you can have some everything. So Pinchas and the Boros and because of these two people, 24,000 Jews should lose their lives. Here's a kind of righteous indignation. You know, over people accountable because the actions of these two should never lie. You are missing my first one on the website. Above Asimoah, I know the city is what it means when it says, I am open because by the power. Also, it says, Pinchas stood by the power. Interestingly enough, I remember Lazar, that Yis Pamel, it doesn't say Pinchas God. Hello, Kayi Pavel. By the way, the Shorish, Allah, means to judge. Lamed to be up on Sha'asa, he lost in Kono. So, literally, again, that Pinchas was judging the Kadosh Baruch Hu. He had kindness, he had like rebuke, correction, how can you do? These two ringleaders, and everyone else getting held responsible. So, picture Malach shines the top. So, the Malachim want to push Pinchas. Pinchas being disrespectful. I don't know, and Hanichu. Kadosh Baruch Hu says, leave him alone. Leave Pinchas alone. Kanoi, ben Kanoi. He is the son, he is the Kanoi, the son of another Kanoi. The ultimate, who is the Kanoi? The Shevet Levi. He's the descendant of Levi, right? Whether again, Levi, Shimon Levi was after he was abducted and raped by Hashem, Shimon Levi went out and killed all of them. It says, he is the Kanoi, the son of Kanoi. Meshachima, ben Meshachima. He is one who goes ahead and literally. He is one who removes the divine wrath, the son of one who removes the divine wrath. So that's reference to Abba. Not only aftermath of the rebellion of Korah to stop, so it's such a purpose in the music. And you see. And what the devotion is about was the Jirin is that and troubles that he went into excuse other trespasses and sees that we are motivated by a martial promise. literally acting in a twisted fashion towards the Trump. I love him already to like push it down. Again, you're being a machutz. You're just a machutz. He's all patch, but understand why he's doing this and what's about it. Because he's pained by what he sees happening to the Jews. That's what motivated him back. That's what motivated him to speak. Trump says, when he has such incredible avas, he cares about his fellow Jews, so he's willing to give God task for the mistreatment of Jews. The Bible says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He is a kanoi, the son of a kanoi. Just like Levi and Shimon did what they did for the dignity of their sister. Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of himself. So I know. Oh, Pinchas is doing what he's doing for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. You stand up for the dignity of another Jew. When you are there for another Jew, when you're willing to just say, well, I'm going for another Jew. The Prophet says that. Even if it was a woman who was towards so the Gemara says, so the other tribes began disparaging him. I said, so he started disparaging him. I remember. So Pinchas's mother was from Israel. So Rashi says over here, Rashi says, so Pinchas's mother was one of the daughters of Israel, from the family of Israel. So the tribe started disparaging Pinchas. Look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Avodah Zarah. And this guy, the grandson of a priest of Avodah Zarah, has the chutzpah to tribe of priests. So the pasuk comes and gives you Yitzchak, Pinchas, Ben Elazar, and Aaron. So again, the pasuk itself gives you Yitzchak. It's true. And he's also the grandson of Aaron. We look at the powerful emotion. Hakdim Moshe. This is emotional. They knew, literally again, remember, even though he knows Hashem gives Pinchas covenant of peace. So Hashem says to Moshe, we're going to go and extend this covenant of peace, shalom, between Hashem and Mar. Therefore, go tell Pinchas, see, I give Pinchas the covenant of peace. To the side. It's quite fascinating what he gives. And he gets his children to tell them that this must be shot. Very basic right. That one person takes a life. Even if it's one. Even if it's gesture, even if it's a mitzvah, the act of taking life fundamentally changes you. Shemarachu says, I want to remain one is a shalom. The person is to take life and live without trauma. It's totally justified. If you live without trauma, it changes take life, changes. Which is why he says because we did this for life. That you should find peace in life. That you should find tranquility. That you should not have to live with your guilt. Because what you did was 100% right. 100% right. You know that. The trauma is still there. So it's far to soothe the aching soul of us. That you begin to embrace your shalom. You will have this kapara, ultimately, and you will have this wish. Your act, what you did for Klal Yisrael, should get kapara. The fact that your husband is willing to stand up and do that, that's us or many from Klal Yisrael. I'm not right to say. Zarizim as Tayyip, oh, Tayyip, Malach Alkum. Elakum, Emo Dalam Males, as we have to the pasuk is from Mishnah. Zarzer Mas Kain Okayish, and Melech Al Kum. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, Dalit Males, as we have to Baal also Russia. So apparently, Zimri did not just have one activation of his body, but he had a lot of activations. So we're here 400 right down the middle. So that's the 420 activations. Are engaged in lack of morality. The empty will give us access. Pinchas waited until Zimri finished. Well, I was not going to catch the act. And waited until he was cried out for multiple acts of the same But what do you do? Shemalach al-Kum Imo. Maskisakano, Shishin. Waited for Zimri to have 6 acts of Christians. Action is like the gates of Moses. Okay, so apparently, again, Zimri engaged in so many acts of immorality that it's tested for sure. Because he was filled with Sarah, with cedar, so much that she became like a saturated field. Moshe is based on. Tell you about Yosef, Kever Shalom Amos. Again, what is the mention in the book about the scripture that the morality was so bad. When Zimri and Cosby created they were morality was so they themselves must have engaged in acts of morality multiple times throughout the day. They could be morality all around. Conversations. Look, Cosby Shmo. In fact, the name of this mission that Princess was not Cosby. What was her name? Shvila Noi. Bas Sur Shmo. Lamed her Shmo Cosby. So why they call it Cosby? Shekizba Ba'adil. Shvai Shabbat. Remember again, Papa told her until the nations and the Jewish people. The chain relations and tribal groups. However, Cosby, Amr Lavia, Cosby, Cosby was filled with so much hatred about his wife. She said to her father, Cosby allowed his people to be destroyed for me or by me. Now she says over here, Cosby shuffled Osam al Yadi. Let them be smart. She was willing to give herself. Or she knew that it wasn't going to end well. But she was willing to give herself for the destruction of Cloud Israel. She being plenty of money, she would know. Literally, if you look between the reeds, right? Reeds in the smoke. Now she says, being plenty of the night, probably, if you look in the secluded places, that's where you'll find she would know. So if you want to find Shmuel, look for the secluded place between the reeds. I buy the coffee between Shmuel. I buy Gulf Sully. What is she doing there up there between the reeds? What does she do there? She really prostitutes out. Shmuel is so immoral that she even has this burden. I'm not going to go. I need you to see she was. There were, yeah, sorry, let me just show you 5 names we give to the tribal position. Zimri, then Salo, Shalom, then Agnanis, Ishmael, then Sunisha. Zimri, why was he close to this? Ashnasa thinks that creates a injustice. If somebody acts in malicious, then Salum, Ashevisli, Aonos, Shalom. And ultimately, again, then Salum actually says over here, Isli, God has Shevisli, he sapped the Russian of Islam. Because Shai Marif and Aslan of us, so it caused the iniquities of his family to be spoken about. So it's like Shaul, Ashevisli, and Kodar. He really let himself out. Then, Agnanis, Asha Maisekina. And then Agnanis, right? Because he engaged in actions like non-like actions. Mashmo, what was actually his name? Shmuel Ben Sulisha. Incredible. Ultimately, his name was actually Shmuel Ben Sulisha. Also, I just point out something really funny. Think about Christ, his actual name was because right? It's simple, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, like the city was a descriptive name that represented multiple acts of morality. His building was extremely elegant, which that was because over again, what is the nasi of He just wrote his name back comment. Those are the people kind of, by the way, like, the name itself is so good. Shlomi El, like, Shlomi El, I create a sense of peace, spiritual tranquility and harmony with that condition. Like, in other words, try to live my life in constant with that shit. What do we all want? I want Shalom with that shit. And as a result, Suni Shabbat, Hashem is my life. Truly love. So talk about a person who actually represents so much devotion. Truly help. I mean, Shalom with the heart and the life and harmony with the and as a result, Suni Shabbat, Hashem is my life. And we're so holy. So we can be again dropped by God. So we'll say this is a lesson that you've seen over and over. Which is going to help you be a person that is effective. It's one of the facts that Krishna says. Plug it back to the fight of this. Because otherwise I think it's important to remember human beings and here. And in one moment, always the honor, and the next moment, traditional Judaism and in traditional such is the nature of Judaism. Right? So see this in one way, this is very simple. This is why we have to write. It's a lack of so we have to understand everything we do matters. Every action we take matters. And enough bad small decisions sets me up for that moment where I have to make a really dramatic decision and I make the wrong one. And there are sections in the Sefer right here like the sense of heads. You don't usually go from Shmuel and Suni Shaddai to Sydney in just a moment. There's a whole bunch of other things that happen in the moment. But we're susceptible to sin, we're susceptible to failure. That's like in living life with a constant sense of vigilance without the distance. What is it going to do? Where is it going to come? What direction does it lead towards? This constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again, it's not going to be making mistakes because we all make mistakes. But at least I'm always aware of what direction I'm going from. Put myself on like that and seek myself from those street. Like people say, wow, okay, Shabbat myself. Hello for today. Tremendous stuff. Everyone's an incredible day. Look forward to seeing everyone. Also, it's always been an image of the blacksmith memory at the end will be an image we'll see into the Kabbalah. Well, folks, we are there. We have now crossed the threshold from the American bomb to our responses for this leadership debate. Our annual reinforces the ground of the night. It's the Kabbalah platform. As you can see, this has developed. The question is the implementation sequence of the unique terms that will get synthesized by here. We're going to see that later text for synthesized ideas from the second by here. Eventually, function this year as his first solo service I'm going to try to work with others about the program areas to but the areas and challenge how to speak first then seriously story sees us in the game. Very funny, it's definitely awesome. What you do together, strong, very strong for the rock and roll. I'm really sponsored today. Adam Hunter and learning of Moshe Ben Hunter. Much better. Congratulations today on Zion. Adam, beautiful. Let's move on to the last here's a beautiful download that's made back in 2080. We're picking up additional on invest sorry, that's it, tomorrow. Alright, investment is 79. See? Just we all know this song, so we're good. So we must the mission is one of those I will say that. Remember, we got mixed up with other people. So place literally again, the group got mixed together. This time we don't know who is who. So come and say who up to it. I go this podcast. This podcast comes on a usually this is no one in the group. Comes in excellent. So go ahead and bring the edit to the closure of those mistakes. That's actually works out to keep the quality around your songs to explore essentially just like passing. Looking back to which do you want to ask series of questions? Marathon, like a balloon, what exactly is this? We understand that this movement, right? Obviously, we can't identify who is doing this. We can't identify it. Then a lot of romancing meanings of this problem. With the shadow of years, who are the appeals? Who being chosen to be children? Who is this group? So you may not be shaming to treat them. If you find out talking about everybody gets mixed into just regular other people. And you take that and introduce them to this. So you're going to is of a black people and he's going ahead and he's getting mixed in with people, other people who are just children, just innocent people. And literally, you don't know who they lose the rest of the innocent type of. So of course, it's not only scary, everybody's puzzling. So what are you going to do? What do you have to do? You have to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, that's it. You're going to put no one to death. You soon, or all of you are going to lose us. Thanks to those people. People want to get away from their life. So asking, talking about it anyway. Of where one person is going to say that everyone else is an innocent person. That you could really say that under those circumstances, put everyone together in a PhD, put everyone together in a jail cell or whatever. Incarcerate everyone together and just keep them on for their stomachs exploded. You know that the majority of people in this group are missing doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Hosea Shim's highway boxing? What is the case of the murder? It gets mixed in with a whole other people. And what is that case? It says the Gemara, there's already a law in the Shmuel. However, ורוצח של מזמינו, שנזערי ולא צבן בחלק שמית מהגביר. Okay, so here's the case. The case is Ruben. So Ruben is an individual who looks at murder, a short president. And this murder means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now what is that mean? I should say wasn't completed. So basically knew how they were going to rule about this particular case. Basically that they were going to find guilty, but basically did not get allowed to actually issue the verdict itself. Right? What's the matter way? Section makes a lot of sense when we saw this. When you want to be set up, and in the capital case, he was going to condemn someone. So what's the halacha? He couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Number one, you have to sleep on it. So you can very easily have a case where it's clear that Israel is going to be convicted. Israel is going to be convicted, but they didn't get around to issuing judgment yet. And what happens? He escapes. He escapes, and he gets mixed up in a group of other individuals. She's obviously ahead of Shane went to them. So Ruben is something to God whose judgment was not yet solidified. He gets into a group of other murderers whose judgment was solidified. The problem doesn't that well. We don't know who's who. So what do we do in this current scenario? So watch this. Rabban is sadly in one of the universal other al-Muhammad, for the problem we went through. The Rabban will go. Let's go ahead. And finalize the verdict of someone, unless of course they are present in court case. Anyways, for essentially, it's clear that the verdict has the verdict in its place. because because the defendant is not there, therefore safety is unable to go ahead and constitute. So because they have a customary portfolio of options, what do? As we're talking, you can't execute. Remember, keep this company right. Number one, you don't get a presentation. So they take out the very good extension. Number two, you can't get when you don't see is in the cycle of the beauty. So when you're supposed to do it, it's not good. So you know, every one of this group, by the way, cases everyone in this group is Muslim. Everyone's good, right? So everyone else besides me, they already has a party tax. You can get to have a party license, but you can't tax. So the problem is stuck. So therefore, the kind of other things the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to cooking. Nice, right? But you go, so many dummy money though. Even this, I really say no. You cannot allow everyone just to be public. What do you know about this guy? What do you know about him? They're all killers. They're all murderers. So you're not good. On the other hand, you can't actually execute them. Why not? Why not? That will say that. Remember, the right to use it, even a user, right? You cannot have this verdict cast against them. That's a technicality. They didn't get a chance to go to nice to verdict before they do it. But the nice thing is, there's a suffix about his status. You're not even going to do it. So really says you literally have a federal of murder. So really you scroll up in the country. So really the feeling government that you give an answer. You say this. Not everybody goes to you can't do that because the murderers don't talk, don't see, also people. They follow comments what we do. We go ahead and we put them into the social, we incarcerate them, keep them body and their stomach. Kill them custody. So this is the first interpretation of Mishnah, Rabbi Agar, and therefore it turns out, that Allah Ta'ala, what it goes down to is the inability to pass the verdict in extension. So what I want to say, because you can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have either essentially closeness and nastiness. Because you have a mass guilty party mixing a whole bunch of guilty parties to return the receipt, there's no chance of the accelerate the fact. That means it says absolutely. I understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, you're all murderers. You're murderers. What do? Kill them passively by keeping them in the enclosure and feeding them body. Okay, that's my interpretation. There's something says no. But ultimately, I will not give you the key. So this second says that can't be the case. The last talking about person is murderers. Right? I've gotten to distinguish a whole other idea. Everyone we didn't do the process. I don't give a fuck why. Because last statute, I would think that that's the relief my any of our value responsibilities, right? That's one of the responsibilities. So the Lord says, that is simply not true. Like the Lord says, a lot of myself, everyone agrees that the verdict cannot be passed in extension. Like, and the last of it's not good. Like that mission is working in Allah. Is even what most people want is either higher or your heart. And you make this meditation. So there's like power in the there's no other space in the world to do it. Again, and we're going to like this. The last of it in my thing, by definition says what? It's not if you're talking about a person, really, then you see a really doesn't have to be right there. Everyone else has to be right there. It goes without saying that everyone is of course the cover to each other, because you can't execute the cover and you know that it is the party that's doing that. It's what everyone else is. What's the case, you know? The structure of the party, you know? She was already destroying the huge, she did not do it. Fascinating. And the Lord says, the case has to do nothing to do with people, nothing to do with people, instead what does that have to do with? Oxen. Oxen, it's a case ultimately again of oxen. So I love the Lord says, the other ox, Shimon is my dear. That is very ox. I destroy my son. I was born ox. The ox is like people going to final sound was never delivered. And what happens, it gets mixed in with other shrines. So it goes, okay, that's how I love it. And then that's so toxic. And then the second option, and the accident, that's how you got mixed in. Here we go. Laboratories, me secretary, after we start our show. And laboratories say this is Jesus, that the judgment of the acts is reflective of the judgment of the earth. And you're really right. They're going to do it social. I don't want to hook to it too. Laboratories say like this. Also, you see this because it's such a that the judgment of the earth is the judgment of the God of the earth. And because I'm not going to put it like this. In the same way that the owner does not have this American in extension, the shark should not have the American in extension. Therefore, the shark that doesn't have this American gets mixed in with the rest of the people. You have an American, you have an innocent shark mixed in with a group of guilty swine, and there's only one beautiful shark, which is God. So go ahead and accelerate the higher race. Very good. Okay. So you know, says. So you know, so that's what I want. And you can't do such a that was good for last time. And we discovered Holson's also the people. You know, so for like that. A lot of them said, well, you know, guilty. You know, guilty. The fact that a lot of them said, is just like a pattern that you got. I was trying to give you my room. Doesn't change the fact that all of them are effective. And they're fighting the kids. But the next review, that you can show them the passion. And let's say, it's a bundle of progress. I'm going to go to Yabon, and we shall be how to establish Yabon, she will have a formation. This is the first relay is about to be, is about to have for the delivery. You got everything is on the phone for the calculator. You got mixed in. It's a whole other group of things that you don't know who you see. But I find you say, can't predict the first result, right? Even because you have the denied thing, because of the denied thing, effectively, philosophy, you put yourself to be like an innocent party. So the innocent person mixed in with the group of murderers, there's only one person with the group which is left, it's not really quite left. And he says, come on. I understand you can't actively execute everyone. Like on my side, you have a group of murderers. Therefore, there has to be in the people, you can probably let this come to explode. A sluggish devourer is not a person. It's not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would do the opposite. Rather, this is the case of shark. And you give a shark like you do a shark. Look, some of that, I'm sure this one. What's the top of say? 88. You have to. Everything pretty on that. Oh, yeah, you'll see. How about a lot of the names? So this is it. So therefore, the other thing, the two things just make sense. Because when they're going to distinct about you'll see, says, even if how about a lot of even if how about a lot so it makes this with you. I love how it makes you. So that is the deal with the top of you. You have to have this very about. You will start to spin the shoe up. It's conoce, que las individuales son reactions are the focus is the sources are how to try to advise the sources are that I mean it's that really have a lot to do with it. Yes, this is the Lord says, yeah, the Lord says, even to the person that I would say, and have a lot. Like the Lord says, you say like this. So it looks like, not just one moment of the paper, but it's a review of the Lord, have a lot. Our charge is to be fast. So because you say, even if the person is no, everybody is not going to touch one person. Touch one person. You know, whatever it needs to do. But yes, so even if the person is that mixed in, have a lot, still don't have a lot twice. That's what you're saying, is you finish up, obviously, have a lot of not. Nevertheless, that the also says, dynamics still would apply here, have a lot of mixed in. So you know, what does that mean? It means that apply to Allah. On the Rabba, Rabba says, trying to say only this, the Yatsa puts me in the right, the Hara. Besides, we also hate it wherever halal straight to it. Alright, so what's the standing word? We say it is. You have two people standing together, right? Even if you're standing together. Now, from concept, collective space, someone shot in the head. What don't we know? What don't we know? Who shot the arrow? Now, the arrow went and killed someone. So we don't know, was it Nino or was it Simmons who shot down? Now, we know it has to be Simmons. The arrow emanating from the roof, right? Don't know who the arrow emanated from. You might say, can't do it. Both are going to be Rossi, but let's not, what's another thing with Rossi? Afili Abakalaka Bene. Now, Yossi said, even if one of the two guys was Abakalaka, I'm going to talk like this. If it's leaving in Abakalaka, and from within the group, someone shot an arrow. And the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, and we don't know who it is. So we come to say, oh, show me that. Show me that. Take the Abakalaka, and Abakalaka will never do such a thing. Nevertheless, even if one of the people is Abakalaka, ultimately both of them, since we do not know the definitions, who went ahead and shot the arrow, if our definition, we have no choice but to ignore it. And listen, this is all part of the same motif, right? Because this is what Rabbanu is saying in Mishnah. Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by definition, we're just always reticent to execute. In general, Allah is reticent to execute anyone. Allah has come to tell us that the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous, we just can't carry through. Even in the case, two guys living in Abakalaka is a good one guy. They're staying together. An arrow shoots right from between them, kills Shimon. You can say logically, I say logically, who's the killer, gotta be moving with Abakalaka. Even in a case like that, you won't execute anyone because of identity and the guys in the police. Allah, you should have looked at the person time, but if you go slow only, you have to think of the way. Two people are standing, right hand, and arrow shot both from between them. They know the Isa man Zalva, like they shot it. Two, she's a chick, both are covered. Rabbi Yossi, even Abakalaka in there. Shakal Yodin should fussy. Hello, Zalva, when the tiger is the back, you should have Zalva. It's hard to get a good murder, but you need to make a choice. You people, all Allah, quite a lot of people are trying to say that's it. That's this is not the translating. The church will make it. What's this? The point of the grace and Allah will raise up. Even if you do it, actually, what you do is this. Allah will raise up. Every time you go through pocket. Listen to this experience also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't you say Abakalaka? What's listen, so obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to capital case, you have no choice but to possibly do it. It doesn't say else is interesting. You might be able to just think the other says, I'm in the accident of your most. Do you like believing yourself in your faith until the day that you die? Because the first chance you usually say, so you should believe in yourself. But you should believe in yourself, it's never been speaking like I'm in the accident of your most. Even as a person should never believe that they are incapable of performing anything. You know, sometimes like you see people are there and you're like, oh, I would do that. I would never do that. Don't say that. Because given the opportunity, people will perform almost anything. All areas, you have to respond to it. It means that men, somewhere, somehow, we have the liberty to do it. Right? If you don't have the liberty to do it, it's not really like the answer. So there's this tremendous response like, Abakalaka, where one of the two guys, even Abakalaka, Abakalaka is not capable of shooting an arrow and killing someone. So maybe this is sort of sometimes we become a little bit too self-assured or a little bit too confident about things that we would quote unquote never do. And it's like our own lives. And if you look at Abakalaka, I would imagine that it's happening to myself. There are things that I have done that I thought I would never see. But I would never get like a good reality. So well, I'm not sure I found you for us. I compete. Right now I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The rates that we find ourselves in the trespassing lines that we never thought we would. what we do. And the more unemployed we can be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that this is the only opportunity I would do almost anything and everything. The more real we are about ourselves, and the more vigilant, the more on guard, and the more we can protect ourselves by crossing those lines. Incredible yourself. One of the brothers like the church imagination is Irish heritage. Now again, going back, circling back. So now we understand what Yossi is, right? So Yossi in the lifestyle, when he said, even if Abba Allah and one of the two people also have different things. That's talking about two people staying together, and Arab speaks from the two of them. The Arab was in Tunis somewhere. So Gemara says, they're perfect. Even if one of the guys is not something like one guy, you say, of course I think of course, the other guy, no, because they're going to be ambiguity, and then we're both ultimately again will be part of now circle back. The church thing, my notion is how do you show the haters? If you advocate the show, and the show right again, Alex imagine, and we can mix with other story. So it says, up to some opinion from Mario, and some opinion of all you movies, other innocent show. So a show that is condemned to death, can mix with other innocent side, what's that about? Something also. Ultimately again, we'll stone all of them. So it says, never say obviously this is by animals. This is not by people. So it's still all of them. And he either says, no, person or some people. And he either says, no, we're not going to have to be people. Rather, what will we do? There's all I just can pass it to them. Just pick them in turn. We can buy the ocean if we got all that animal and say, keep it all, and they're fine. I've got kind of a Judah and Allah, and he said, I have no Russian TV. But that's true. That's true. Yeah. This is a reverse of what we were saying before. Sounds like, now we can suggest that it's really pretty from the people. And what we got the case of a potential innocent party extinction, we never communicate. We never communicate. Yeah. So I was the case of not missing also people. That's the case of the shark. The case of the shark, you have the shark ultimately again that killed someone. And it got mixed in with the type of innocent shark. So the leader was so kind of found this guy, kill everything. That was this. The leader says, no, not missing also with people. The Martian is that's true, but this is this. Punishment is not what's the other cow that kills someone, and afterwards it came first. Pretty much they would make you yelled up, love them with it. If the child would go to the offspring is liquor. The offspring is liquor. So the ligma is like yelda, like also. But it can only be birth after the ejaculation, and the offspring is liquor. The offspring is already factored. Let's say again the offspring of the cow. So let's say we take the offspring of food. Let's say the offspring of the cow gets mixed in with other cows. The active and bacteria, and again the group gets further mixed together. Constant ocean people. But in that case, again, we put all of the sucking cows together and stuff them back. The ones that are machine already, the real ocean, the sucking ocean, evolution says, no, we try everything is amazing, and we stole the beast. Other than that, we're not staying with like, yards on the parish, let's do that. The Lord says that if the cow that kills someone, give birth to its offspring, give birth to its calf. Before the imagine, this would be the offspring for it. The apple got the alcohol of the apple. Now, it's that's a few things. It's talking about they give birth before the imagine what does that mean? That means that it's pregnant at the time that the cow grows. Now, if that's the case, the Lord says, he was Rabbi right on the back. Also, he is Rabbi Lech, the Rebbe says that if you have a cow, pregnant cow that grows, first the cow and the offspring are going to be also alive because we view the fetus as being participatory in its act of growing. In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother, which the world is pursuing. The blood and the cause are certain fetus got God near the children is never pregnant cow. So the pregnant cow is silent. So what's the heart? The cow and its offspring are us. And let's say us with right? Why? Because we view both the mother and the fetus as having been silent. So interestingly enough, what you see here, you see here that in these species, where you have a woman pregnant, the fetus shares the status of the mother. So if the mother born, then the fetus shares the status of the born as well. If the mother is Salomon, ultimately then the fetus has the status of being Salomon as well. That's what they offer up as a purpose. So yes, if you want to make a distinction, it's not everything dependent on did the parents deliver before or after the Gemara. And in reality, this is not about the Gemara. This verse is Ela, Achelo Migma Ina Idra, Diaga, Rosamond. I don't know if it's like this. But before the Gemara is passed, the mother became pregnant, and first, then the offspring was made. Pregnancy happened after the pregnancy happened. The mother born, then the girl says, okay, if the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the marriage, and it was delayed, then Allah the offspring is mother. It is the new marriage, and Allah again, the offspring. But if after the birth occurred, then the cow became pregnant and gave birth, blood that also. Ultimately, the offspring is also. Let's analyze this. How do you come along? Let's talk about this. So if you have this piece over here, cow, right, that was convicted of murder, right? So, the cow is silent. It doesn't really matter what the case is. Either way, the mother is impacted. Like the mother has a change of status. So now the thing is like this. This is a question. It's like this. The mother is capable of this. Like the mother went out and one little child. Now the thing is as follows. It's actually after the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the birth, so then the offspring is mother. But the mother became pregnant and birth. After the verdict, Amy became pregnant before the verdict, and birth after the verdict, then the offspring ultimately is going to be awesome. So the word says, let's analyze it, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? What has to happen? Well, I guess we should have a talk, how these things work. We're all scheduled differentiate, right? But obviously, in order for the mother to become pregnant, so again, there has to be a father. Right? So the Mesa now, the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So now, luckily, for this, two forces, creating one product. So this is interesting. So now, we might operate under the assumption of what? That the status of the child is automatically determined by the mother. But there's a father also. Like there's a father. And the father's status is totally different. So the words of this actually make sense for you looking at that. Guys, is that going awesome? Right? So even when you have two places, you have one of these positions, right? You have two places. A mother clause, a father clause. The mother clause is guilty. The father clause is innocent. So again, if you go with the agreement that says that as long as one of the clauses, as long as one of the contributing forces, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable, is liable, and that liability is passed down to the offspring, then this hopefully makes sense.
Really concerned you might just drop me out.
Hello. You're not going to chat, you said going motor, like there is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is what? When you have two contributing forces, one of them is innocent and one of them is guilty, that a lot of the ways of the offspring, last doubt that bears the guilt of the guilty contributing force, what is going to say? That he says, the heart is the nature of the heart, not you if you do that. You have suffering involved, you actually get a sweet God, you know, shoot not out. So again, if you want to this hoping makes sense, if your job is like going asshole. So if your job is like going mutter, then the mice will actually offspring and also which the mice are not only being like very clear in the sense enough in actual movement in a Ibra yoga blood number in actual movement in a Ibra which movement in a yoga blood also who by your much is right right so let's reframe this a little bit. They're not saying we live, if the party can have yet been passed, that's right and what. That's what we're doing, it's not the old one. So if the verdict has not been passed yet, and another different subject and words, next thing is really important. Now listen, this is the idea very simple idea, that when drug liability occurs, and when this ability set in, only ready after graduation. After graduation, it seems to be that even though the mother already committed to the act of family, very young, being required for like this, you know what I mean? So if I walk on my sister, pretend I'm like this. The mother board, then became pregnant, gave birth, all the perfect husband, I left the minister again, the ultimate totally innocent. Absolutely no problem. On the other hand, if actually only my being Ibra, and we should make my being a yoga, well, let's say again, boring, like pregnant, not doing birth, in that case, I left them blood us. In that case, ultimately, you're going to be offspring is going to be us. I go, what about drugs like boring, more drugs? Trying to get more food, yeah, that's real. Let's say there's another piece here. Let's say a piece. A fetus is considered to be an appendage of the mother. So therefore, again, if the mother is coming into the fetus, that's a kind of the genetic. And when the genetic is passed, so that genetic dissolves and the entirety of the mother. The fetus has really been not really a child, the love of the mother. Actually, the fetus is considered to be a love of the mother. And therefore, I love the mother, is going to share with incredible. So this is a number of developers which is first of all, number one, in case, let's just go through these cases very quickly. In case where I left the rights to get a murder, we got mixed in, right? Like, let's say, we started out the both. And let's say, somebody in my Dino, we got mixed in with another group of locals. So what do you do now? I said, so you may execute the murder. A victim is being ruled in a certain way, but Beijing didn't get the application for the really constantly on his murder. And he gets mixed in with the whole type of actual murders. So that's the whole hope. So we passed in that you cannot pass a verdict in extension. At least for now, that's how it passed in. That you can't pass a verdict in extension. And therefore, again, the only thing you can do as a federal is exonerate all of them. Exonerate all of them. So that is indeed, there's a possibility really like that level. Okay, fine. So we have the case in the let's go back to it. So the next one of the Mishnah was, let's say, so in part one of the Mishnah, you have someone who may be guilty, but his blood really wasn't passed, mixed in with the rest of the other guilty parties. The next case in the Mishnah was as follows. So let's say you have a group of guilty parties, almost put together. But the difference is they have different death penalties. But we don't know who's supposed to get this death penalty. So what's power? Okay, so what do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire party. Now, what is our problem? Because we just consider to be a more common or a more lenient from the death. Okay, so you know this virus. You know it's clear. It's not enough, but you see from there is Mr. Gavakala and Mr. Gavakala. Here's what's fascinating about this. The fascinating about this is you know how to disagree with the principle, right? So you have a group of conflicting murders. Alright, you get mixed in with each other. You get their different resources, different products. Every one of these is a principle that you can execute them all, right? Using the most lenient form of death penalty. So what's interesting about this is as follows. In order to call it death penalty, that's what you need hasra. The hasra usually includes the very form of death in which you're going to execute the person. So how can you give someone a lesser death penalty or if you're going to give them a hasra for that death penalty? So it's still going to be so, which is Muslim Gavakala and Muslim Gavakala. Hasra for something more common, more stringent, by definition, to administer something more lenient. It works. So, once you receive Hasra for a more common death penalty, it automatically makes you very or less death penalty. Or not really, how can I ask you? What is so, right? So this would be stand, which is the renewal of maybe the case over here is where the agent made the person stand. It says if this is basically going to be liable for death penalty, but what? They didn't say which death penalty. Interesting, because the high penalty, and this affects the following: you decide what you shall have in your social media, in the leasing also elevated. So there's a lot is the only kind of resource. The only death penalty is and actually plays out that we are touching very close and actually shall have in resource. Puts the nieces shares our hospital. That one other one that always has a we actually see this. But nieces that correctly cites others to worship of Torah. He is the exception to the entire year. Everyone else needs Hasra, and nieces does not require Hasra. Because Allah commands essentially to throw the book at the nieces. So interestingly enough, everyone else shall have a nieces to the Torah in the nieces only elevated. Number one, you can only adjudicate the case in the days of 23. That's number one. Number two, the agent, you also need witnesses, the Hasra. As I love the Hasra, this is, again, this is David 101. Or I should say, Nisa is David 101. Okay, so someone, number one, they have to be judged in the days of 23. Number two, they have to be agent. Number two, they have to be Hasra. And listen, the odds, she agreed, she hired Nisa's case. Criminals, furthermore, so what do you even have to say? You just have to say, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by this. So which is good. They don't have to say what type of misapplication, but they just have to say misapplication. If you say no, but you don't have actual duty, there is a misapplication. Not enough just to say generically, it is interpreted by reason. Rather, when it says, you have to articulate what type of use as things even is going to be liable to. So what's the point of contention here? So what's the matter? This is, let's not point back. Fundamental point is the nature of Hasra. Tanakama says, all you even have to say, even if you do this, you'll be liable to death penalty. Then you just say, no, you have to indicate which death penalty. So you know, Tanakama knows in the Kodesh. The Tanakama knows second Kodesh. But also, interestingly enough, what happened to the Kodesh? We keep on referencing exactly the Kodesh. What happened? Who's the Kodesh? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. Now, let's say, what happened to the Kodesh? They put him in jail. They did not know what that means. We saw yesterday. The reason he was going to be put to death is rather what? They didn't know which death was, which means that the what? When you even bring a straw, what has straw to do with it? There has to be a straw. There's grandma's under the straw. So that happens. The other thing is, we're going to don't change. Stop doing what you cease and desist. If you don't do this, you're going to be put to death. But doing what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know it. Sometimes when you see them, you see them in the top of Hasra does not require the articulation of a particular death penalty. All it requires is the articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, and you already said no. The country shall not charge. Something like the country. Something like that. Like we'll say, do not bring a right to the country. Why? The country will accept. Allah shall use. Was yet in a crowd. Yet in a crowd. There are no comments against. Literally, because they did not know what to do. This is the first time this happens. This is not the norm. The norm is when Indian give Hasra for a death penalty. Allah will say they have to say explicitly which death penalty you're liable to. The first thing is an exception to the rule. Incredible. So let's go back there. That was here, by the way. Allah will say that's how you pass it. That Hasra does not have to be specific. Like the Muslims do not have to say, we're going to use this, we're going to be subject to either a straight I will go for it. They just need to be able to say, even if you do this, you are going to be liable to this aspiration. Incredible. That's what I did. And it's very administrative. It was really good. So then, of course, after you establish that principle, that by definition has to occur more common from the yourself, by definition, it works from more from the yourself. After that, then the problem just is the devil's in the detail. So again, which form of visa is more common, which form of visa is more common. Okay, so that is the item of focus. So we rest in this hours. So we start with 4 minutes off. Mostly what it is, but what we learn today, and the structure in this college. So if you have a group of people, like a college server, it's going to be for people carrying skill. And also, you know, the assumption of working like this, the rationale, and the swapping in this color means the majority of people in this group are higher skill, and the minority of people who are higher skill get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens, how it goes, Shimon already says, you have to do this skill, just with the skill. But the Shimon says there should be judged with skill. Why? Because of the skill and straight ball, so straight ball.
And I said, yeah. Which is crazy.
And then skill is the more power, and then you have a mixture of people hiding, so she always
give me the money. And I said, okay, that's all in my wallet. And I handed him over $100.
And then the leader, what do you say? So the leader, so you can say to this father on the shade, he said to his father on the shade, Father, don't ask me that way. I don't have to do it that way. For what reason? My leader is saying things up. Why do you have to be doing to a case? Ultimately, again, that straight thought is more color. There's a simple reason. Okay, and you're going to spell it in. So you can, so what's the same? Watch what happened there. And so the things that we do is, we have a minority of this weapon who get extinguished a majority of this weapon. Like, so the majority of people high sulfur get extinguished, the majority of people who are higher schema. And the Shimon says, everyone agrees that you give them schema wall, because schema is more powerful straight off. Comes over and Shimon saying, and says, Abba, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the Kava get schema? Why should they get schema? Why? Road. Because the majority of the people are in stomach. That's why they should get schema. And he asked this, how should we frame this case? And it's coming to the structure. So the better way to frame it is, a minority of the scholars get mixed in with the majority of the structures. Right? So the minority of the people are high schema. Get mixed in with the majority of the people are high schema. And the Shimon says, this schema is one thing. So the schema, just with the coming up, and the Shimon says, the group should be judged with schema. Like, you know what? Even if the scholar are the minority, the group should be judged with schema because schema is more powerful than straight thoughts. Okay. Yeah, he even said that from the funny show, that even the straight thoughts, just schema from the funny show, that they should be judged with straight thoughts because the funny say that straight thought is more powerful because schema is more powerful. So think of place to be this. So I think it so then the one that say, but we're talking about a minority listening to the driver of this structure. It should be given about nothing to do with what's more powerful. Because you know, it's awesome that other way to tell them it's awesome that other is coming in the issue. This is that other competition. Look at the audience straight from the road. So you know, it's plenty of issue and you have that straight from the cover. And we say, no, schema is more common. Okay, so let's try again. I make my focus. Okay, so now, we'll see what I'm going to get to about the actual hierarchy. Let's get to the resource stages. We'll see the actual hierarchy of all of this. And let's say it's three series. Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. The Gemara says, you notice, by the way, the exchange between son and daughter is very interesting, right? That we shouldn't say that Allah for himself, schema, or the group. This ultimately again of this structure gets mixed with the group of this scholars. So the majority of school and minority of school. But the Shimon says, give the group schema. Why? Because they can go cover the schema. And the Shimon's son said, Father, don't say that. I was just watching. Father, don't say that. Don't say that. going to get together, they just use rate. So that's clear. I'm going to show that we got. So now show system we got. It's not very sure. Shitty. Sharply. Which means it's like ready we got. And we got. You're a very smart young man. Half of the outlet. Look, take us a little bit of this talk. Why are you talking to your father? And let's say we're going to see what we have. So we have to go well. Thinking that we got the guys. Then how is that we got exposed to his father? So let's say we're going to do that. Generally, so if you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Never something public. You go ahead and discipline someone else. Right? But the very side, sometimes if you see something egregious, it's important to point it out. I would say that what I want to point out is how Shmuel points it out. You notice how Shmuel brings Shmuel and listen, he doesn't say what's the matter with you. He doesn't say this is funny, like you're giving up that. Right? He doesn't give it. What does he say? Shmuel. Sorry, here we go. We're uncovered. We're big and tough. So it's a sometimes the best way to do this is not by weakness of people, but it's by building it. This is the irony point. Right? The irony point is what the answer was not to say something about it. You argue, right? Why would you do this? The irony point was what to go ahead and to show someone how to create people. And when you show someone how to create people, and right, you get people to believe in themselves, then they come to understand that certain behaviors are in fact good. It's such a profound soul. So Shmuel is very shocked by the way that Yehuda spoke to his father of Shimon. But how does he cause the test? Not by demeaning and test the Shalom, but by saying to him, you are sharp, you are smart, you are talkative, you are brilliant. So you need to know that you need to be better. You need to act on this like this is the way to get listening. Sometimes I like you have to say things to people and it's important to kind of come out sharp and to cut them down. So because also if you've ever been on the receiving end of that, which I'm sure you all have, it doesn't work. Nobody's ever beaten down and says, oh, where did I be beaten down and feel like two sins? Now I'm really ready to become the best version of myself. But generally, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They stay down. When you build people up, like, you're great, you're fantastic, you're amazing. But let's talk about this thing that just occurred. It's just something that you're coming at it from a level of, I believe in you, I think you're fantastic. And that's why you can see better in this particular behavior. So always the back. When there's a back of the Alex, so the Gemara says, you can't really speak to Shmuel says that you can't really speak to your father. Why not? The Gemara says, you sign me up, how you out to go up. Let's say I see my father, father maybe did it, father growing up. No, you're not eyeball. About to such things if your father, you buy a new jersey, right? I'm only like eyeball. Plus, rather essentially say, father, it says like this in the Torah. Did you guys say, you have to say, so, how do you have? Right? So, father eating a cheeseburger. Father, it says in the Torah. I said, why don't you eat a cheeseburger? I'm not saying father eating cheeseburger. Instead of saying again, father eating cheeseburger. Because it's over and eyeball. Big customer talking. Rather essentially say, this father, you know, there's a process. There's a process for the Torah, and this is how the process is. In other words, the son gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what it is that's using that. So I said, that is great. Yeah, that is 45 years ago. But again, remember, the son sees the father doing something wrong. The son is obligated to point that out. Okay, that's what we son is that. But a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing is wrong, but rather sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father then understanding of his own volition for what he is doing maybe is like. What's that? Just want to end up with something very important. Look at it. I think it's right. The Albert, perfectly in one of the definitions, which is Mr. Hospital. You know, if you're not shocked, you're not shocked, you're at days that we see ourselves. We are never going to finish this in 7.5 years. Right? We're going to be in a different cycle. Here at one side, same thing always happens. At the end of every single week, we are exactly where we need to be. On one side, we're just bust circuit done. So give us tremendous physical how our responsibility running for the world as well. A lot of times like we see things day to day, we're wondering, you know what, this is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say if we can get where we need to make it to, as bust circuit done. Human being, at the end of every single week, Allah has come to the time where she's trying to come up with the responsibility. But the Russian will also always get us exactly where we need to be, choreograph the events exactly how they need to be choreographed. At some point, at some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. On one side, we jobs. All right, everyone's going to get champions everywhere. Champions. So, Shabbos Mamish all Baltimore, and Hashem is just there all of you.
There you go. Owen Kerr bringing out the West Hollywood Bear. Hello, Owen. Welcome. How are you?
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual commentary sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785. Kelsey Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shur and Church shows this year as a Chus of Rose Talos for Am Yisrael. Tamtar sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba Tova, Terry and Steve Zid, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael for the Goffman. The film is sponsored for today, Adam Plonka, in memory of Moshe Ben Amr. Moshe Ben, his yard site is today on Zion. Adar, such a beautiful, beautiful dedication and beautiful spot Hashem we have the ability, opportunity, and privilege to be able to learn the beautiful Torah Kedosha each and every day. We're going to America, our Torah, all the Nisham Saudi Arabia. All of those who were foolish should have them together, call the police, so the 12 meditation bring the rest of our hostages home, and their holy soldiers be successful with all Maaseh Yidayim. So with that, let us begin with the beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf 80. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Test, sorry, at the Gemara. On Ayin Test, it is 79b. So just reorient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very interesting case. The Mishnah spoke about a Rotseach, a murderer, who got mixed up with other people. So quite literally, again, the group got mixed together, and apparently we don't know who is who. So the Tanakhama said, Kula Pturim. Everyone is Pater. Everyone is Pater. Comes on Rabbi Yehuda says, no, what do? Constant, awesome, keep out. We go ahead and we bring them all into an enclosure, a closed space. As Rashi points out, feed them barley and allow their stomachs to explode. Essentially, kill them passively. Kill them passively, to which the Gemara asks the rising question. Manachir, by the way, what exactly is the case? We understand that there's Reuben, right? Obviously, we can't identify who Reuben is because if we're able to identify him, then halacha l'maaseh he wouldn't have this problem. But the shiloh here is, who are the Achirim? So Reuben is getting mixed into a group. Who is this group? So you may Achirim, Sherim, so Pshita. If you tell me that we're talking about that Reuben gets mixed into a group of other people. Right, the guy who is over here. So Reuben is a Rotzeach, which means he is a condemned killer. He's going ahead and he's getting mixed in with a group of other people who are just Sherim, just innocent people. And literally, you don't know who's Reuben and who's the rest of the innocent people. So of course, the Tanakh makes sense. The Tanakh, everybody's Pater. Because what are you going to do? What are your options over here? Your options are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, in that scenario, we're going to put no one to death. The Sue, Mahalim, Rabbi Yehuda, close enough to the people. Furthermore, again, let's analyze this. We're actually talking about a scenario of where one person is the Rotzeach, everyone else is an innocent person. is that you're going to say that under those circumstances, you're going to put everyone together in a group and you put everyone together. Again, like in a jail cell or whatever, and you just incarcerate everyone together and just feed them body for their stomachs exploded, knowing that the majority of people in this group are innocent, doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Rotzeach Shenis Alev Dafe? What is the case of the murderer who gets mixed in with a whole other group of people? What is that case? It says the Gemara, here we go, already have all understood. Hava, Rotzeach Shalom Nigmar Dino, Shenis Alev Rotzeach Shenigmar Dino Masti. Okay, so here's the case. The case is Ruvain, right? Ruvain is the individual who is Rotzeach, a murderer, and Shalom Nigmar Dino. Nigmar Dino means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? Or I should say, wasn't completed. So Beis Din knew how they were going to rule about this particular case. Beis Din knew that they were going to find him guilty, but Beis Din did not get around to actually issuing the verdict itself, right? And so that way, such a reason was what do you want to do? And the problem is, the reason was going to condemn someone. So what's the halacha? You couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Remember what you have to sleep on it. So you very easily have a case where it's clear that Jason was going to be a victim. Jason was going to be a victim, but they didn't get around to issuing judgments yet. And what happens? He escapes. He escapes, and he gets mixed up in a group of other individuals. She's obviously and very regular. So Ruvain himself is the guy whose judgment was not yet solidified. He gets mixed into a group of other murderers. Judgment was solidified. The problem, of course, is that what? We don't know who's who. So what do we do in this kind of scenario? So watch this. Rabbanan Sadri, informing Fino Sha'adar and Rabbanan, don't have So Rabbanan hold that you cannot go ahead and pass a finalized verdict on someone unless, of course, they are present in front of the case. In other words, or essentially, to say a little bit differently, you can't pass a verdict in abstention. So because the defendant is not there, therefore, the case is unable to go ahead and pass the verdict. So because we're able to pass the verdict, there's no other option. What do? Everyone's bottom. In other words, if you can't execute on it, remember, so there's two principles. Number one, we think that it's crazy. Therefore, you can't pass the verdict in abstention. Number two, you don't know who Ruvain is in the context of the group. So what are we supposed to do with this now? Again, so we know everyone in this group, by the way, crazy parties, everyone in this group is murder. Everyone is murder, right? So everyone else besides Ruvain already has a verdict cast against them. Ruvain didn't get half the finalized verdict. You can't pass the verdict in abstention. So the problem is, we're stuck. So therefore, the Tanakh says the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to go free. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Mufter, Gamri Namila, Kevin Grossman. And really says, no. You cannot allow everyone to free. For one simple reason. What do we know about this guy? What do we know about them? They're all killers. They're all murderers. So we are not good. On the other hand, you can't actively execute them. Why not? That was it. Now, remember, that even Ruvain, right, who did not have his verdict passed against him, that's a technicality. Right? Beis Din didn't get a chance to pronounce the verdict in front of Ruvain. But for myself, it's not like there's a suffix about his status. We know how Beis Din was going to rule. So Yehuda says, you literally have a chevra of murders. So we really just don't let them go free. So Yehuda, Mefino, Gamri Namilo, Kevin Grossman. So really say this. So let everybody go free. You can't do that because they're murderers. Therefore, what do? We go ahead and we put them into an enclosure, where essentially we incarcerate them, feed them bodily, and their stomachs will explode. So kill them passively. So it says, so this is the first interpretation of the Mishnah, Rabbi Avo, and therefore it turns out that Halacha myself, what it comes down to is the inability to pass a verdict of abstention. So the Rabbanan said, because he can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have to essentially use calling for not guilty. The because you have a not-guilty party mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty parties, and during the Rizul, there's no choice but to exonerate the Fedra. Rabbi Yehuda says, absolutely not. I understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. They're all murderers. So what do? Kill them passively by keeping them in the enclosure and feeding them body. Okay, that's first interpretation. Rish Lakish says no. But Adam B'Tuli, I will not be the B'Tuli. So Rish Lakish says that can't be the case. If we're actually talking about person to murder, right? And got mixed in with a whole other chevra. Everyone would agree that it's going to be popular. Everyone's going to be popular. Why? Because last fashion, the theory, all of the Ibrahad, the Lord Martino, even if Farani was supposed to go in his own, that one of his lesser either. So Rabbi Yehuda says that is simply not true. Like Rabbi Yehuda says like this: Allah for the myself, everyone agrees that the verdict cannot be passed in abstention. Like, and the lack of a Gemara din, by definition, is also in halacha is either one of two states, either chayiv or your partner, and you do nothing explanations, right? There's no parable only in the future. There's no other things in life. There's no higher. So therefore, again, and we'll always say like this: the lack of a Gemara din, by definition, says what? Your partner. Which means, therefore, if we're talking about a person and Ruben is getting mixed in with the whole Fedra, and Ruben doesn't have the Gemara din, everyone else has the Gemara din, it goes without saying that everyone will agree that, of course, the Chevra is going to be Pater, because you can't execute the Chevra when you know that there's an innocent party mixed in there. Okay, so therefore, Moses says, Alahacha, what's the case over there? Alahacha, the Shar Shalom Nikmar Dino, Shinishari, the Shar Nafir, Shinikmar Dino. Oh, fascinating. Rabbi says, the case right here has nothing to do with people, Instead, what does it have to do with? Oxen. It's a case ultimately again of oxen. So Allah for myself, you have an ox, Shalom Nikmar Dino. So I have a glorying ox, like the Shar Nafir, I have a glorying ox. The ox is going to keep them to death. The final sign was never delivered. And what happens? It gets mixed in with other shvarim. Okay, so that's the halacha. Condemned ox, right? Or I should say, condemned other oxen, and that ox that is not had its commodity got mixed in. Here we go. Rabbanan says, Misas Baiman, Kach Misas Hashem. So Rabbanan was saying this, we've seen this before, that the judgment of the ox is reflective of the judgment of the owner. Namely what? They come to the Shasha out of the Fana, they'll call it to Rabbanan will say like this, and also we see this because the pasuk itself equates the judgment of the ox with the judgment of the Baal of the owner, and therefore the halachas will be like this. In the same way that the owner cannot have the Gemara din in abstention, so to the shark cannot have the Gemara din in abstention. Therefore, if a shark that doesn't have its Gemara din gets mixed in with the rest of the group that did have a Gemara din, you have an innocent shark mixed in with a group of guilty shvarim, and there's only one option, which is what? To go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay. So the Gemara says. So that's the Rabbana. That's right. Last line. Then we the Sabar, Colson also the Yudah says no, that can't be the case. Because Allah for the nice again, they're all guilty. The fact that Allah for the nice is a technicality over here, that one of the Sharm didn't have his Gemara in, doesn't change the fact that all of them are in fact guilty. And therefore, again, you can't kill them actively, but you can kill them passively. They will say, so fundamental focus. And with all between Rabbi Avo and Rish Lakish about how to interpret the Mishnah. Rabbi Avo, saying that Allah for the said this is a thing in the purpose. Ruvain was about to have his verdict delivered. He got away from David somehow before his verdict got delivered. He got mixed in with a whole other group of convicted murderers. We don't know who is who. The Rabbanan are saying you can't convict a person in abstention. Ruvain doesn't have the Gemara din. Because it doesn't have the Gemara din, effectively, halachically, he's still considered to be like an innocent party. So you have an innocent person mixed in with a group of murderers. There's only one choice to do with the group, which is what? Exonerate everyone. That means says, come on. I understand you can't actively execute everyone, but for my son, you have a group of murderers. Therefore, kill them passively bring them into the kippah, feed them barley, let their stomachs explode. Reish Lakish, no, this is not a person. This is not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would agree with Rabbanan. Rather, this is a case of shard, and the din of shard like the din of Torah. Good. Some Rabban says this house. What's the top of pay? 88. Ihoki. I know the Tani Allah. I'm going to Yossi. Afidu Abba Chalafta B'nei. So listen to this. So therefore, Rabban says the truth is this makes sense. Because remember again, there was a statement about the Mishnah of Yossi. He says, even if Abba Chalafta was a great tzaddik, like even if Abba Chalafta was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? Take a look at the top Rashi. Ihaki Hadu Tani Allah. The English Lakish being the Shmuel. Kamosif, Ihaki, Bainu Achirim, the Maslisim, the Rosim Kamar, the Hiro section is Arev, Bohokar, Ulubasov, is Arev Kamar, Hadu Tani Allah, Rabbi Saki, wrote section is Arev Achirim, Kulab Turim, Amr Yosef, Abba Chalafta Benehem, Kulam Turim. So my Achirim come Rabbi Yossi. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, now Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta. Now what Rabbi Yossi seems to be saying is like this. There's this, like, imagine for a moment that the person who got mixed in the group is Abba Chalafta. Abba Chalafta is a big tzaddik. So you can say, even if the person, let's say everybody was a murderer except for one person. Even we don't know who's who. So Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, still the halacha applies. Now, what that seems to be saying is, you say to yourself, well, obviously, Abba Chalaf does not the murderer. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yossi says this group dynamic still would apply even if Abba Chalaf was mixed in. So you might say, what does that mean? Who would that apply to? Allah Rava says, this is what he means to say. Shnaim Shay Omrim, listen to this. The Yatza Chutz Mevinayim, Vaharab. Sorry, the Yatza Chutz Mevinayim, Vaharab, Shnei Pturim. All right, so what's this? Rabbi Gemara is reframing the case a little bit. Listen to this. You have two people standing together, right? Reuben and Shimon standing together. Now, from their collective space, someone shot an arrow. What don't we know? Who shot the arrow? Now, the arrow went and killed someone, but we don't know. Was it Reuben or was it Shimon who shot the arrow? Now, we know with absolute certainty that the arrow emanated from the group, but I don't know who the arrow emanated from. The Gemara says, Shnei Pturim. Both are going to be Patur. Rabbi Yossi, that's not the same way. So Rabbi Yossi, Afilu Abba Chalafta B'neihem. Oh, Rabbi Yossi says, even if one of the two guys was Abba Chalafta. In other words, I'm going to thought like this. If it's Reuben and Abba Chalafta, and from within the group, someone shot an arrow, and the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, or we don't know who it is, to be tempted to say, oh, it's for sure. It's for sure. Can't be Abba Chalafta. Like Abba Chalafta would never do such a thing. Nevertheless, even if one of the people is Abba Chalafta, ultimately falls that part. Since we do not know the definition, who went ahead and shot the arrow, therefore by definition we have no choice but to examine it. I will say, this is all part of the same motif, right? Because this is what Rabban is saying, Mishnah. Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by definition, we're just always reticent to execute. And in general, Allah is reticent to execute anyway. And Allah has come up when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous, we just can't carry through. Even in a case, two guys with an Abba Chalafta. Abba Chalafta is a Gadol Adar. They're standing together. The arrow shoots forth from between them, kills Shimon. You'd be tempted to say logically, who's the killer? It's got to be Reuben and Abba Chalafta. Even in a case like that, we won't execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. If you're going to get Rashi in just a moment. Amar Rava, Shalom Hokel Abesim Kamar, Kibon Shnayim Omdim, the Yatzachit Mebineim. Two people are standing right, and an arrow shot forth from between them. Then Yodin Isa Mehen Zarko, I don't know who shot it. Turin, Shnei Turin, both are Patur. Rabbi Yossi, Afilu Abba Chalafta B'neihem. Shakol Yodin Shu Chasid, below Zarku, or Mechayvim Li'idak Mishum Hay Chazaka. V'Hati Rabbi Yehuda Model, Rabbi Yehuda Damar Kansu Osmikipa, Lo Allah Koi Alavi Karantana Kamba B'Shir Machshir, V'Fnisa Taki Katani, B'Shir Shnig Madinas. What's this? The point of the years that I love for myself. Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree in a case like this, right? Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree in a case like this. I love for myself. Everybody is going to be Patur. You're saying that there's an interesting response also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't we say that Abba Chalafta is Patur, right? What's the logic? So obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, we have no choice but to pater everyone. But there's also something else that's interesting. The Mishnah Pirkei Avos says, "Al kamen ba'atzmacha adil moscha." Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Which of course, has to be easily misunderstood. Of course, you should believe in yourself. A person should believe in themselves each and every day. So, isn't that how kamen ba'atzmacha adil moscha? What does that mean? What he's going to say is a person should never think that they are incapable of performing any other. Sometimes like you see a particular Avera and you're like, oh, I would never do that. I would never do that. Don't say that. Because given the opportunity, people would perform almost any Avera. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu has to prohibit, it means that man has somewhere, somehow, a natural proclivity to do it. Right? If you didn't have a proclivity to do it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't have to answer it. So there's this tremendous mitzvah that even if Abba Chalafta was one of the two guys, even Abba Chalafta, if Abba Chalafta is not incapable of shooting an arrow and killing someone, it's tremendous to say because sometimes we become a little bit too self-assured and a little bit too confident about things that we would quote unquote never do. And let's say in our own lives, and I think if we look at our lives, I would imagine that there are things that I have done that I thought I would never do. But I would never do. I thought they would beyond me. So now, Baruch Hashem, I found the Yicholas. I dug deep. Right then I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves kind of trespassing in lines that we never thought we would, but we do. And the more on guard we could be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that the truth is given the opportunity, I would know both anything and everything. The more real we are about ourselves, the more vigilant, the more on guard, and the more we can protect ourselves by crossing those lines. Incredibly so. The Gemara was like, now again, going back, circling back. So now we understand what Rabbi Yossi was referring to, right? So Rabbi Yossi in the Raisa, when he said, even if Abba Chalaf is one of the two people, that was in a different case. That's talking about two people together, an arrow shoots forth from between them, the arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, even if one of the guys is mamish like a gadladar, so you'd say, of course it wasn't a gadladar, it's from the other guy. No, there's identity, ambiguity, and therefore both ultimately again will be parts. Now circle back. The Shoshkin Mardino is Ari Bishar Hated. But if you have it at Bishar, and Bishar ultimately again had its emerging, and it got mixed with other shvarim. So the Gemara says, Bishar Machedim Ma'alya. That Bishar Machedim Ma'alya means other innocent shvarim. So a shar that was condemned to death got mixed with other innocent chevra. What's the halacha? Sokin also. Ultimately again, will stone all of them. So the Gemara says, now I will say, obviously, this is by animals. Right? This is not by people. So we'll stone all of them. But the Yehuda says, no, Chosin also the people. The Yehuda says, no, we're not going to actively kill them. Rather, what will we do? We'll go ahead and just kind of passively kill them. Just put them in the pen, feed them barley, and they'll ultimately die. But animals don't feed them at all, and they'll die. But we learned, is that true? Is that true? Yeah. This is a reverse of what we were saying before. It sounds like now what the Gemara suggesting is even according to Yehuda, whenever you have a case of a potential innocent party mixed into the group, you're never going to kill anyone. You can't. So what's the case of Machnisim also with people? That's the case of a shar. So you have a shar ultimately again that killed someone, and it got mixed in with the chevra innocent shvarim. So Yehuda will Tanakama says kill everything. Rabbi Yehuda says no, Machnisim also with people. So the Gemara says is that true? But honey, listen to this. Interesting case. Let's say you have a cow that killed someone, and afterwards it gave birth. If the cow gave birth before its verdict was delivered, the offspring is mutter. So the Gemara says, But if it only be birth after the Gemartin, then the offspring is going to be also this Ari Tachir. Let's say again the offspring of the cow. Let's say in the case of the offspring of the let's say the offspring of the cow gets mixed in with other cows. The Achir and the Achir. And again, the group gets further mixed together. Constant osin kipa. And in that case, again, we put all of the suffix cows into a pen together. Or stuck them by themselves. Those are Shimon Omer. We can osin the Bezin. Still some. Those where Shimon says, no, we go ahead and we bring it to Bezin, we keep the Bezin, and we stone the group. Omer Mag. Imagine Nigmar Dina Yolda Vlada Mutayas. Listen to this. So let's go back for just a second. The Gemara said that if the cow that killed someone gave birth to its offspring, gave birth to its calf, before the Gemartin, then ultimately the offspring is permitted. The Afagab, the Tinag, Chachab, and the Abra. Now, what's interesting about that case is, in other words, if you're talking about that it gave birth before the Gemartin, then what does that mean? That means that it was pregnant at the time that the cow bore. Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says, the Gemara says, yet Rava says that if you have a cow, pregnant cow that bore, both the cow and its offspring are going to be also alive because we view the fetus as being participatory in the act of boring. In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother. To which the Gemara says, similarly, Vlad hanervas aser he uvlada nervous. Similarly, again, if you have a pregnant cow, and a pregnant cow is sodomized. So what's the halacha? Both the cow and its offspring are aser. And let's say usher in that context would be meant for carbonic purposes, right? Why? Because we view both the mother and the fetus as having been sodomized. So interesting, yeah, so what do you see from here? You see from here that in these cases where you have a cow that's pregnant, the fetus shares the status of the mother. So if the mother gored, then the fetus has the status of a goring cow as well. If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately, again, the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well, therefore can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet, if you do not make the distinction, it sounds like everything is dependent on did the cow deliver before or after the Gemartin? But in reality, this is not about the Gemartin. Which the Gemara says, Ema, Achelo Nigmar Dina Ibra, Viyalda, Vladamoto. Rather, what it means is like this. If before the Gemartin was passed, the mother became pregnant and birthed, then the offspring is motor, which indicates to us pregnancy happened after the event. After the event, the pregnancy happened, so the mother gored. Then the Gemara saying like this: if the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the Gemartin, before it was delayed, right? It was delayed. Then halacha l'maisa, the offspring is mutar. But if halacha l'maisa again, the offspring. Sorry, but if after the verdict occurred, then the cow became pregnant and gave birth, vlada also. Ultimately, the offspring is also. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more. Let's talk about it just a second. So if you have this case over here of a cow, right, that was convicted of goring, right, or for that matter, again, a cow that was sodomized. It doesn't really matter what the case is. Either way, the mother is impacted. Right? The mother has a change of status. So now, the thing is like this. This is the best way. She's like this. The mother, let's go with the boring case. Right? The mother went ahead and gored another cow. So now we're saying is as follows. If after the act of goring, the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the verdict, so then the offspring is motor. If the mother became pregnant and, right, either became pregnant and birthed after the verdict, or even became pregnant before the verdict and birth after the verdict, then the offspring ultimately again is going to be usher. So the Gemara says, no, let's analyze this, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? Yeah, I guess we should have a talk. You know, how these things work. Well, we'll schedule a different shit, right? But obviously, in order for the mother, right? In order for the mother to become pregnant, again, there has to be a father. There has to be a father, right? So the Maisa now, the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So in halacha we call this zeh. Two forces creating one other. So this is interesting So now you automatically, we're operating under the assumption that what? That the status of the child is automatically determined by who? By the mother. But there's a father also. Right? There's a father. And the father's status is totally mutter. So the Gemara says this whole thing makes sense according to the opinion that says Zegorein Osir. Right? Then when you, even though you have two causes, you have Gorein causation. Right? You have two causes. A mother cause, a father cause. The mother cause is the father cause is innocent. So again, if you go with the opinion that says that as long as one of the causes, as long as one of the garment contributing forces, right? In order, if one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable, is liable, then that liability is passed down to the offspring, and this whole thing makes sense. It makes sense. We went over big ones, right? Hello, remember that going mutter like building. Now, for a second, there is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is right when you have two contributing forces. One of them is innocent and one of them is guilty. One of them is guilty. Can Allah remains again the offspring, not that what bears the guilt of the guilty contributing force. What is there to say? Michael Neyman. Look at Rashi. Michael Neyman. Rashi says, the heart Kishinot Zela Akad Margin, Latin Liquid Jama, Lash Afin Asafaruba, Kehaka Beisi, Garmu Roshi Yahal. So I'll say, so again, if you hold, so this whole thing makes sense if you hold Zev Zegorin Usher. But if you hold Zev Zegorin Utter, then the Maisa, why should the offspring automatically be Usher? Allah Radina is very interesting. Radina says, Ima, if I'm Shalom Nigmardina Ibra Yalda, Vlad Lamuta. In actual Nigmardina Ibra, Nigmardina Yalda, Vlada Asar, Ubar Yarachim. Umar says, you're right. Right. Radina says, let's reframe this a little bit. In actual Nigmardina, if the verdict has not yet been passed, right, and what? Actually, Nigmardina, so if the verdict has not been passed, yes, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be mutter. Now this is in line with the idea, a very simple idea, that when does liability occur, or when does culpability set in? Only when? After granting. After granting. Since even though the mother already committed the act of quarrel, but again, you're not liable until it's margin. Say if halacha my sister turns out like this. The mother divorced, then you gave birth, all before the margin. Halacha my sister, then the offspring is already mutter. Absolutely no problem. On the other hand, in Absalom Nigmargin, Ibra, we should Nigmargin and Yalda. Well, let's say again, Goring, right? Pregnant, Gemargin, birth. In that case, the halacha is Vlada Asa. In that case, ultimately, again, the offspring is going to be Asa. What about Zev Goring, Mutter? Very different over here. Ubar, Yerech, We'll say there's another piece here. What's the other piece? A fetus is considered to be an appendage of the mother. So therefore, again, if the mother is pregnant with the fetus at the time of the Gemargin, and when the Gemargin is passed, so that Gemargin devolves upon the entirety of the mother. The Ubar is reckoned as really again, Yerech, really like the child, the leg of the mother. And so the fetus is considered to be a leg of the mother, and therefore, halacha l'maisa going to share in incredible. So also, so there are a number of important halachas that's an output here, which is first of all, number one, in a case, so let's just do these cases by quickly. In a case where Allah said you have a murderer who got mixed in, right? Let's say in the son of Yavol, right? Shalom Nigmar Dino, who got mixed in with another group of folks in Shanigmar Dino. So it's like, so what do you do in that case? Right? So let's say Ruben was accused of murder. And Basin was going to rule in a certain way, but Basin didn't get the opportunity to literally pass on his verdict. And he gets mixed in with the whole cover of actual murders. So what's the halacha? Says like Moses, we pass in, but you cannot pass a verdict in extension. At least for now, that's how it has to be. Like you can't pass a verdict in extension. And therefore, again, the only thing you can do with that chevra is exonerate all of them. So that's so indeed, end up passing really like really like Rabbi Avo. Okay, fine. So without the case, we'll be for now. Let's go back. So the next part of the Mishnah was, let's say, so in part one of the Mishnah, you have someone who may be guilty, but his margin wasn't passed, mixed in with the rest of the seven guilty parties. The next case of the Mishnah was as follows. So let's say you have a group of guilty parties, all mixed in together, but the difference is they have different death penalties. And we don't know who's supposed to get which death penalty. So what's the halacha? It's very simple. What do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire family. Now, what was that problem? The machlokas, which is considered to be a more chomer or a more lenient form of death. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. You know, it's money now. If you see from your ways, Muslim double chomer and a Muslim double chomer. You know, say, here's what's fascinating about this. The fascinating about this is no one is disagreeing with the principle, right? So if you have a group of convicted murderers, all right, who get mixed in with each other, they have different resource base and different verdicts. Everyone agrees with the principle that you can execute them all, right, using the most lenient form of death penalty. So what's the thing about it? In order to go with most of what you need hasra. The hasra usually includes the coming from the death in which you're going to execute the person. So how can you give someone a lesser death penalty and ultimately you didn't give them hasra for that death penalty? So you still have very important result, which is musur davar chamar, havi musur davar kal. Hasra for something more chomer, more stringent, by definition, was to administer something more lenient. So it works. So in other words, once you receive hasra for a more chomer death penalty, it automatically makes you warrant for a lesser death penalty. I'm going to bring you out from asking them. We don't push the issue both down. Interesting, what the Miriam says, maybe the case here is where the agent warned the person's stance. In other words, they said, Rudain, if you do this, you're going to be liable to a death penalty. But what? They didn't say which death penalty. Interesting. You mentioned the high time of it, and this reflects the following view. The sound of the shark having resource for the Torah in the recent also elevated. For any kind of resource, right? For any death penalties in the Torah, and Rashi points out that it's actually right across the Rashi, shark having resource. חוץ ממיסיס שנוצר חסרה, רחמנא אמר לו סקמה ראש חסרה, we have to see this. Right, Mises, that's the one who incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. He is the exception to the entire rule. Everyone else needs hasra. A Mises does not require hasra. Whereas because halacha is essentially we throw the book at Mises. So interestingly enough, everyone else, Shakari Mises, in the Mises also elevated. So number one, you can only adjudicate their case in the basis of 23. That's number one. Number two, Ve'edin, you also need witnesses, the hasra. And I'm not going to say hasra. So listen, this is, again, this is based in 101. Or I should say, Nisa based in 101. Or to execute someone, number one, they have to be judged in the basis of 23, Sanhedrin Chazon. Number two, they have to be leaders. Number three, they have to be hasra. And let's say that the ad, she hayed Nisa's based. As Tankama holds, furthermore, so what do they even have to say? They even just have to say, Ruvain, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by Beis Din. So they don't have to say what type of Nisas Beis Din, but they just have to say Nisas Beis Din. Ruby says, no, Ruby Omer, actually, the Asia Miso, Ruby says, not true. Not true. It's not enough just to say generically. You really put the death penalty. Ruby says, you actually have to articulate what type of Nisas Beis Din Ruby is going to be liable to. So what's the point of prevention? So I say, by the way, this is, I just want to point out, it's big focus. Fundamental focus nature of Hasra. Tanakama says all the even have to say is, if you do this, you'll be liable to death penalty. That really says, no, they have to indicate which death penalty. So the Gemara says, Tanakama yelled in the Koshish. So Tanakama learned stuff from the Koshish. But they'll say, interestingly enough, what happened to the Koshish? We keep on referencing back to the Koshish. What happened? Who's the Koshish? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. I was saying, I remember what happened to the Koshish. They put him in jail. because they did not know what did not. We saw yesterday about. They knew that they were going to be put to death. They got the what? They didn't know which death was, which means that what? When the agent gave them a straw, what Hasra did they give? They had the Hasra, because grandma did that Hasra. So what happens? They're up and said, Ruben, the Koshesh, stop doing what you're ceasing to desist. If you don't use this, you're going to be put to death. But clearly, what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know it. So Tanakh says, what do you see from here? You see from here that proper Hasra does not require the articulation of the particular manner of death penalty. All it requires is an articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, when you go and you say, no, the Koshesh Hara Shaisa, don't bring a right from the Koshesh. Don't bring a raya. Right? Let's say, do not bring a right from the Koshesh. Why? The Koshesh was an exception. Hara Shah means it was Yotzim Rakval. Yotzim Rakval, now Allah comments again, literally because they did not know what to do with it. This was the first time this happened. But this is not the norm. The norm is that if you give Hasra for a death penalty, Allah comments that they have to say explicitly which death penalty you're liable to. The Koshesh is an exception to the rule. Incredible. Well, let's go back there. That was it. By the way, Allah that's how he passed it. That Hasra does not have to be Nisa specific. Right? The witnesses do not have to say, even if you do this, you're going to be subject to skila, streifa, and you just need to be able to say, even if you do this, you are going to be liable to Nisa space. Incredible. Let's go back there. And it's going to stop. So the next Janet was after you establish that principle, that by definition, Hasra for a more common form of Nisa, by definition is what's for a more common form of Nisa. After that, then the problem just is the devil's in the details. So again, which form of Nisa is more common, which form of Nisa is more okay. So that tradition had a much more guess. So the Gemara says as follows. So this one, let's come to the topic. Masnu of the Kesh, Gray, and it's roughly in this color. So let's say if you have a group of people who are Chayiv Sreifa, who get mixed in with a group of people Chayiv Skila. Like I say now, the assumption of the Gemara's working is like this. The Lashon of and the Srafin in this color means the majority of people in this group are Chayiv Skila, and a minority of people who are Chayiv Sreifa get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens? If Shimon says, you have to do the Skila. That's what the Gemara. Rishon says they should be judged with skila. Why? Because that it's skila and sreifa. So sreifa is the more hammer, skila is the more cow. And whenever you have a mixture of people, Chayyim says you always minister the more cow. Nisa. Remember, we got Abba. Go to Nisa. So the Yudah says to his father Rishon, he says to his father Rishon, Father, don't pass me that way. Right? Don't articulate that way. For what? One reason. My opinion, the Sheifa Kamura. Why do you have to even get into a case? Ultimately, again, that Sheifa is more common. There's a simple reason. Take the plate, Reuben is telling you. So what should happen over here? Right, so the case over here is you have a minority of Yisrafim who get mixed in with a majority of Yisrael. Right? So a minority of people Chayiv Sreifa get mixed in with a majority of people who are Chayiv Skila. What Shimon says, everyone agrees that you give them Skila. Why? Because Skila is more common than Sreifa. Comes along Rabbi Shimon son of Yehuda and says, Abba, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the Chavre get Skila? Why should they get Skila? Why? It's both. Because the majority of the group is the majority of the group are Niskalim. That's why they should get Skila. So how should we frame this case? And it's coming to Niskalim. So the better way to frame it is a minority of Niskalim get mixed in with the majority of Niskalim. Right, so the minority of the group are Chayiv Skila get mixed in with the majority of the group are Chayiv Sreifa. If the Shimon says this now makes more sense. When it is Skila, Shas Sreifa Kamura. If Shimon says the group should be judged with Skila, right? Even though the Niskalim are the minority, the group should be judged with Skila because Skila is more powerful than Sreifa. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you say from the funny say that doing it with Sreifa, That's skill from the Chum say no, they should be judged with Sreifa because the Chum say that Sreifa is more common, skill is more common. The paper plate, the Shlaf in you. We're talking about a minority mixed into a majority of this stuff. We give it nothing to do with what's more powerful, because the laws live which reminds us Hasam Rabanu to come and there's Hasam Rabanu to come and this is Rabanu talking tradition. Lidita, the Amit State of Hamura, so reminds us country you're the Shin and you hold that state as more common. And we say no, Skila is more common. Okay, so therefore again, let's not focus about now. We'll see the Rambam next week about the actual hierarchy. Once we get through the resource based we'll see the actual hierarchy of all of this. But what's an interesting exchange? Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. The Gemara says that also, if you notice by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? That we shouldn't say that Allah and Isa, Skila, and the Greek ultimately again of Misrafim gets mixed in with the group of Miskalim. So the majority are Skila, the minority are Shrefa. But Rishimin says give the group Skila. Why? Because Shrefa is more common than Skila. And Rishimin, his son, said, Father, don't say that. I was just watching. Father, don't say that. Don't say that. Because you don't have to get this, you can just use rope. So that was that's Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda. So now Shmuel said Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon. Shimon, sharp one, which means Rabbi Yehuda. You're a very smart young man. Tapa Pe Aleph, Lo Tema Le La'avucha. Why are you talking to your father that way? The Lord says we're going to see over here. So ultimately, again, Shmuel is taking Rabbi Yehuda to task for how Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father. So there's a number of beautiful things happening. Number one, generally so. If you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Now, it's never something pushing to go ahead and discipline someone else's kids. Like, but the nice side, sometimes if you see something egregious, it's important to point it out. But listen, what I want to point out over here is that we just how Shmuel points it out. Do you notice when Shmuel gives Shmuel's Rabbi Yehuda turn? He doesn't say what's the matter with you. He doesn't say what's funny. Like give him a what does he say? Shmuel. I'm sorry. Rabbi Yehuda, you're come talking. You're big as I'm talking. So there's a certain point. The best way to give this is not by people stuff with people, but it's by building them up. This is the Aaron Accordion approach. Right? The Aaron Accordion approach to Muslim was not to say this and that. Why would you do the Aaron Accordion approach was to go ahead and to show someone how great they were. And when you show someone how great they were, and right, you get people to believe in themselves, then they come to understand that certain behaviors are in fact beneath them. So such a profoundly subtle over here. So Shmuel is very shocked by the way that Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father Reb Shimon. But how does he call him to task? Not by demeaning him past his son, but by saying to him, Rabbi Yehuda, Shimon, you are sharp, you are smart, you are tough, and you are great. So you need to know that you need to be better with this. You need to act animals like this is the need to be sometimes in life we have to say things to people. I was requesting to kind of come out sharp and to cut them down. So truth is also, if you've ever been on the receiving end of that, as I'm sure you all have, it usually doesn't work. No one is ever beaten down and says, oh, now that I've been beaten down and feel like 2 cents, now I'm really ready to become the best version of myself. Like generally, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They stay down. When you build people up, right? You're great. You're fantastic. You're amazing. But let's talk about this thing that just occurred. Just something that you're coming at it from a level of, I believe in you. I think you're fantastic. And that's why you could be better in this particular behavior. So always the problem. What's the type of pay Aleph? So the Gemara says, you can't really speak so. So Shmuel says, you can't really speak this way to your father. Why not? The Gemara says, you signed up. Let's say I see my father violating Divrei Torah, violating Torah law. Lo yomer lo abba, avarta Divrei Torah. Son should never say to a father, Father, you violated Torah precepts. Lo yomer lo abba, kach chassid b'Torah. Rather, a son should say, Father, it says like this in the Torah. Israel says, isn't that the same thing? So, how you have? Right? So the father's eating a cheeseburger. Father, it says in the Torah that one should eat a cheeseburger. Isn't that the same thing? Okay, so I'm not saying father don't eat a cheeseburger. Instead, I'm saying again, father's eating don't eat a cheeseburger. The Gemara says, Allah, Omer, Lo, Abo, Bikra, Kasu, Bakara, Kafri. Rather, it's such a thing. Father, you know, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is. So in other words, the son gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what it is that he is in fact doing wrong. So as I said, that is the way again. That is codified in Shulchan Aruch. That again, remember, if the son sees the father doing something wrong, the son is obligated to point it out. But a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing is wrong, but rather sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father then understanding of his own volition that what he is doing may be incorrect. What's that? Just want to end off with something very important. Look where he ended. Look where he ended, I'll say. As a Mishnah, okay, Aleph, perfectly in one declaration. This is tremendous Mishnah. You know, if in our back journeys, there are days that we see ourselves, we are never going to finish this in 7.5 years. Right? We're going to be in a different cycle. Same thing always happens. At the end of every single week, we are exactly where we need to be. On the both side, we're just bust of the done. She gives us tremendous space with how actually start to raise the way as well. A lot of times, like we see things and we're wondering, you know what, this is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say if we can make it where we need to make it to, as bust of the done. Human beings, at the end of every single week, Allah has held the foundation, strengthen our confidence, that the devotion will also always get us exactly where we need to be. Choreograph the events exactly how they need to be choreographed. At some point, at some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. Was I? Yes.
Activities are prohibited on both tissue watching 3 green shades with the engaging in your profession. Can you wear less than tissue?
Absolutely.
Yes.
What do you call your vagina?
What do we say after you shop?
Whoa, she activated the backfire. Wow, this is a self-deprecation mask that we've never quite seen before. I mean, this is literally the game.
Did a good job.
You know, if you're ever in Austin, I want you to try what you're used
To inspire people to do the show.
It's a legit show with legit comedians.
Those people
Legit show with legit comedians. Making sure you have the same face for excitement as you have for disappointment. I'm very excited about that gig. Very cool. Very interesting how good at self-deprecation you are for 22 years old. Is like stand-up something that you always wanted to do? Like, what's the...
So I just grew up as a go-getter, so like stuff that has always been my go-to. I've always liked stand-up. And then I ended up just making friends with stand-up in high school. Watching the best and then I started, and I've done very long watching shows so far.
So is your mom with the guy that you cheated on? Yes. Wow, they stayed together. Yes, they've had kids. Whoa, okay, so you have completely uneducated, self-deprecating, absolutely hilarious performance. How about one more time for Shelby Morgan? A big joke by the great host. That's real Texas handshake right there. That is the
She's gonna try to get you to catch her outside if you want. Yes, and her boyfriend lives in I don't get it. It's just strange. Shut your mouth. William, you had fun in Salt Lake City. That was your first time there. Yes, lunch. I actually, I don't know if y'all are believers or not, I actually was able to jailbreak off the interstate. This is the new thing. William's been and he comes back and he jokes about murder, or he can be serious. I literally got it was Green Ford Explorer and just fucking I swear to God, I slammed in a 4-5 up and 3 of them died. It was the most recent thing ever. I was having it and I was like, what am I doing? Hey, I'm still working on it. How did you murder the people who had what's going on with your ear? Tell me how you killed me. I was going like 65 miles an hour Is that what your dumbass has been up to so fucking night? That's my stepdad. Is that what you're been up to so fucking night? Somebody get him out of here! You don't always call a teacher on the trombone. And I told him earlier during the trainer for the show, I told him, can you do that classic trombone like and he's like, hell yeah, I can. And I go, if I do this, do it. And I realized we're at the end of the episode. I haven't done it, but I'm going to do it. So stuck on you. It's really fun. William, be nice. He's a musician. Stop messing with you. Looks like a fucking oh, shit. Oh, what do you have to say about that? It's loud as shit. What should he do? Be nice. Don't touch the harness. Don't touch the football. William, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. If you realize the shock of candles, don't touch his football. What should he do? Extinguish the candles. What are you doing over there? William, over here. Hey, you guys. Do you like chances or shorties? Don't play romantic music, right? The band is church music. Well, they don't want to see William and Paul Deemer have all out sex. What do we insert into every shorty's grateful shorties? Shut up, man. Also get I do. I can't believe he fucking said that. He did. William, while to a boiling temperature. Share those observed channels.
William Montgomery, everybody!
Is used to illustrate the end.
How low can this place get for the great Christmas Lebanon and Ari Shamir? The drawing for Brian J. Ebel is in of Ari and Chris for tonight's episode. Guys, I'm a little more happy the amazing band. This is the Kill Tony debut. Show some love for the Peterson brothers. Paul Deaver on the trombone. Dave Magnus, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Mueling, and the great John Hayes on the keys. Be sure to check out Chris's special Reggie. Listen to his podcast, Chrissy Chaos. Ari Shamir showing a special June 12th in Brooklyn. AriShamir.com for tickets. Listen to Skeptic Tank. And check him out in Chicago and Minneapolis coming out. Also, Chris is in Providence in July. Check out everything on Skip, Michael Lair, and William Montgomery. Be sure to stay at the W Hotel. Use the promo code Tony and save 25%. Thank you to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, the W Hotel, and the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. Love you guys. Thank you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
To be served at the King's table. The 3% prohibition is not immediately. Cooking milk and wheat together too. Benefiting from them as you cook together 3. Eating milk and wheat cooked together. Can you benefit from milk and pork mixed together? Yes. Prohibition only applies to meat and milk of kosher species. What is the stringency regarding cheese and waiting between meat/milk? You must wait longer, especially if the cheese is aged. Can you be willing to eat at the same table with a person equally opposite? Yes. If you know that, no. Why must we cover food in a new way? So that paper is on top of the microwave.
Tony brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. And this, my friends, is the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band, everybody. That is straight Michael Gonzalez on the drums, Matt Mueling on guitar, Paul Deaver on the trumpet. Got a bunch of brass over there. And great D-Magnus here on bass guitar. Brought to you by the W Hotel. Now, if you use the promo code Philtony on a Sunday or Monday, you can save 25%, which is super exciting stuff. And of course, again, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, the best peanut butter whiskey in the world. I mean, out of all the Jewish whiskeys, not only is it my favorite, but you really blow people's minds and mix it with a little cranberry juice or something like that, with PB&J. It's very, very exciting stuff. Here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors of the Tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, indeed it is Tony Hinchcliffe here, telling you that I am back out on tour with my stand-up comedy. Pulling in a bunch of my funniest friends with me all around the country. We're back at it. Salt Lake City, May 20th and 21st. Buffalo, June 10th and 11th. Atlantic City, New Jersey, June 24th and 25th. Tampa, Florida, July 15th and 16th. Houston, Texas, July 28th, 29th, and the 30th. Dallas, Texas, the 12th and 13th of August. And August 26th and 27th. San Antonio, Texas. Nashville, Tennessee, making a long way to return September 29th and 30th and October 1st. Excited to get back to Nashville, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, Tampa, Atlantic City, and Buffalo, and of course, Salt Lake City, home of my favorite religion. All very soon. That's tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. See ya. Hey y'all, take your summer adventures to the next level with Bespoke hosted a new seasonal lineup of must-have box and awesome collections. Bespoke hosts partners with small businesses and emerging brands to bring you the most unique goods every single month. I'm telling you, I have one of these amazing travel bags that I use it all the time. It is so cool. Handmade leather by a local company. You can feel that it's made by hand. It is sturdy. I use it every day. I wasn't even a big bag of it. Now I'm out here lugging around bags like all of you around Santa Claus. No matter what you have going on this season, Box of Awesome has you covered. From camping gear essentials to beach day and travel must-haves, Box of Awesome has everything you need for the summer. And you know about this.
Oh yeah, it's got a bunch of new knives for the kitchen. It's great. Just to get started, take a glance at boxofawesome.com. Your answers will help them pick the right box of awesome for you. They release new boxes every month. There's tons of different categories. Each box is valued at around $70, but you can pay a fraction of that price. Plus, with each box of awesome, you're supporting small businesses. 90% of everything that comes in your box of awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand. It's free to sign up, and you can skip a month or cancel anytime.
Get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KILLTONY, all one word, and check out. That's boxofawesome.com, code KILLTONY for 20% off your first box. Trust me, this stuff is awesome. Boxofawesome.com, code KILLTONY. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? You guys are in for a real special treat. This week's guest, comedy score paid regular, one of my true brothers in the game, makes noise for Fahim Anwar, everybody. Fahim is here. Hell yeah. His new special hat trick is out now on YouTube. So go out there, after you watch this episode, put it in your reminders, set it in your phone right now. Hat trick on YouTube. An incredible special. The comedy store.
Damn, bitch. Menu.
You say that. I say racial slurs, so we're a little bit different. You know what I mean? You can't have all times of beef in the same stew. You know what I mean? And yeah, here you are. You're in Texas. You have a podcast to Joe Rogan and hated MEVs. You guys, and I think it's a sell.
And to see it with white people, it's nice to have.
I love it.
It's called Hat Trick. A lot of people don't know it. Comedy Store has 3 rooms, and if you play all the 3 rooms, you can call it a hat trick. And each room is so different.
Yeah.
What you've done first.
Yeah, it's very chill. And then there's bullshit here, which is just a dirty EDM club on Sixth Street. Many people are excited to perform at a less urban place that they're used to. We've really taken advantage of it. light work here. And the camera, all the cameras that do this. Yeah, we like it because it's disgusting. So shout out, how about a hand for the amazing staff here at Vulcan? Having to deal with us every Monday. It's a nightmare. My friends from Florida over there. Hey guys, how are you? We're going to have a blast tonight. Very exciting stuff. You guys know the show works a bunch of comedians signed up. And with their names in a bucket for the opportunity to do perhaps 60 seconds on this show. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kid. That means they have to wrap it up now, or else they're going to bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear. And then I interview them about their life and what makes them interesting as a human being. And we're going to find out more about those people after their 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy. That's it. You guys ready to start this mamma jam or what? We are ready for launch. There's only one person that we have to kick off this show now with a brand new 60 seconds every single week. One of our most prized regulars of all time. We've watched this man go from living in a van, masturbating regularly, to swimming in pussy, having his own apartment, being on jet rides, doing arenas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Monty Campbell.
So I spent the day being extras with the trees and bushes, because that's what our troops are trying to look like. Those Lions have been there. So good they are nowadays. A lot of the people of the greatest generation are dead, which is, I believe, because they were kind of annoying when they were alive. They're like, well, this age, we defeated the Nazis. Well, half of you were the Nazis. Thanks for fixing the problem you created. Speaking of Nazis, I went to the Anne Frank house in Amsterdam when I was there, and I realized that it's not really her house. They squatted in the attic for a bit. Doesn't make it your house. Thank you.
Wow. Exactly. A brand new minute from Hans Smith, who does this every week, makes it look easy, comes in with confidence and that locked on smile.
I'm so happy.
Yeah. Okay, what are you so happy about right now?
I just got back from Las Vegas, really beautiful, great show. We had lots of sex.
Wow. My goodness. That's exciting. Where'd you guys stay?
At the MGM, the parks at MGM in New York.
Sounds like you slept in a park. That's good. I'm sure they love that promotion. Very exciting, Hans. And what did you do? Let's go over there for what, 2 days?
2 days, we did watch Love by the Beatles. We saw the Silk Sonic do a little show for $300.
I don't know what Silk Sonic is.
Silk Sonic is an R&B band. Bruno Mars, Anderson Paak teamed up to wet my girlfriend's panties.
That's it. They do the foreplay and you just come in and attack at the end.
Slide right in.
That was a real hook finger you had there, Hans. I love this get-up you're wearing. You look like you work at Restream or Joe's. It's funnier than saying Trader Joe's. Why are you wearing this?
I wore it in Vegas. I got it at Goodwill. Silk Sonic's a very R&B, like sort of like.
Can you stop saying Sonic? You're making Red Man hungry over here. He pictures milkshakes and burgers every time. There's icy girls on roller skates coming up to his window. Good to see you again, sir. So what about this Silk Sonic?
The kind of shirt that they kind of inspired me to buy.
Oh, wow. Okay. So Vegas was good. What like you see, we found out recently that you are extremely funny. So I'm interested to know, like, what row on the airplane a guy like you could sit in.
I was in the back row.
The back row? Yeah. So you're telling me that I fucking nailed this question? It was literally the back row?
Yeah, I was in the very back.
Give my odds of like 1 in 38 of getting that right?
Spirit.
Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Here we go. Hey. I thought ours was on last week's episode. This is great. Wow. Happy Asian Heritage Month. I'm so happy to be Asian that he's Jewish when he travels. I love it. So Spirit Airlines, tell us about this. So did you have any extra charges or anything like that? Did anything surprise you?
I mean, everything was pretty expensive. You know, we paid like $60 for shots in the Las Vegas Middle Airplane. And actually, all three of me to like an empty row. It's like, is it the back row?
They upgraded you closer to the middle of the airplane. It's not really an upgrade. It's like a sideways thing. It's right by the bathroom. Very interesting choice. What else?
On the airplane, I sort of wrote my friends.
Wait a second, okay. Now we're on to something. These are the issues that everybody wants to talk about. So tell us about the moment. Like, how long into this flight does this happen? What makes you want to start doing that? Describe the way that Mexican things on the Spirit Airline flight. What's she wearing?
He was wearing a skirt.
Okay, so she's wearing a skirt, you're wearing that shirt, so you're looking at any shot. And then what happens?
And then the wheels leave the ground.
Take off. Very good. Middle Eastern friends, will you teach him what the airplane terminology is here? Come on.
And then we start making out like that.
Wow, so you're in a gay relationship. That's very good. Gay straight couple.
I want to be standing on our feet together, George. I think it's great.
Walking lips, hands to each other.
These shows, I'm disappointed. It's my favorite. Even his shirts make the same thing. It's very disappointed. I love it. How would you go for it? Weren't you worried that like somebody in front of you, would forget or something like right there, stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean,
How long did you rep your girlfriend's vagina?
5 minutes.
That's not the button you're supposed to hit. It's crazy sound effects of this show. Vicky, have you seen Huntsman before? She's always got a great super sharp. It's great to see him kill him. It's great to see him kill him now. I forgot you guys are both Seattle starting. That's where you guys got your start, right?
Yeah, I looked up to Philippe. He was a great headliner that came to visit Seattle. Awesome service. Really nice.
Yeah, he is.
So, you were always one of the guys. Just like so sharp, dedicated to trying to get better.
So sharp. All he does. I mean, he's literally all the time on this wacky spreadsheet of jokes that he has, like a literal spreadsheet of just fucking, titles of jokes, and he's constantly adjusting things like it's crazy with it. Super Asian way of being a Spanish comedian. But
You were a little friend, right? So what was your experience of New York? Did you come here from New York? I think New York is really behind me, like rats.
yeah.
yourself on your toast vacation. Where should you go?
They're like surviving, like all their personality is just survival. But they're very capable of love to be bad. You wouldn't wear a shirt like that around them, that's for sure.
Should you interrupt your shooting's recommendation?
Alright, Hans, you did it. Another amazing way to start the show. You're the best, Hans. Thank you. Here we go. Now we go to the bucket. This is where shit gets a little bit crazy. Anything can happen here. We're about to meet someone. Well, actually, this young man's been on the show before. Very talented. Works here as a door guy. This is a brand new minute from Yonder, everybody. Yonder is here. Hello, my name is Yonder, and I don't mean to brag, but I know what the clitoris is, and I'm prepared to prove it. I look like Jesus if you turn the water into blue mountain.
To satiate your sunrise relaxation is great.
I look like Jesus if you said to his disciples, follow me on Instagram.
3 magic hours into the day.
I look like Jesus if he turned two nation loaf of bread and enough food to feed a multitude and ate it all himself.
Satiate beforehand empty.
I look like Jesus if instead of being nailed to a cross, he nailed his cousin.
What's the earliest time to get satiate? When you will realize that the form of the way.
All of the best foods for you are all named after body parts.
3 magic hours.
Your corn and a lettuce.
Divided by 12.
See,
What do you do if you miss
waka waka. There it is, a minute from Yonder, everybody.
Otherwise, satiate is good like average.
You look like Jesus if every supper was the Last Supper.
What do you do?
You can add that to your thing for free. It's just a gift. You just have that one. I like to give back to the Lord.
What time should you go?
My goodness to you. What a great session you are. You came in, you did good. Joke. How are you?
Even some course sites down.
Is it an all-time high? Why is your cortisol higher than usual? Well, it's just
Joyce is at our special days.
always had a lot of salt in my
Which
diet.
side should you carry the separate or
Man, I'm in the fucking epicenter of the greatest comedy city in the world right now, and I got a fucking word talking with it. I love it. Yonder, you're also, as well as a comedian and door guy here in London. How's that going for you? Pretty good, just trying to explain politely to people the difference in the last 2 lines of the punchline
Should
here
I
too.
put advantage of standing for 12
Because apparently they think it's the same thing. Like, when people are talking after somebody says a joke and then get laugh at their table over something the person on stage just said, prompt a little laughter from the person on stage. Yeah. The people that are being paid to be up there. So you're learning how to hate the audience. It's a big part of being a door guy at a comedy club. Yeah. Part of the secret recipe is you realize that they're just malleable humans, and it's just a word that really means nothing, you know what I mean? So regular people. Yeah. Alright. I love it, Yonder. What you been doing for fun? Last night I was fooling around with
You can move the guitar you want, but each of it has to be at least 3
playing
passes
acoustic
in
guitar by myself. Not too. And yelling over here as a wizard, as a real wizard, when it comes to like But what's funny is at 3 a.m. last night, a house full of police people were having a party right behind my house until 3 in the morning. It's crazy. Yeah. I don't really know the reasons. I'm not no reasons. Can you please tell me what are some stereotypes of the family so that at least I know I can be prepared?
request or anything like that. I need to know. People come after me. I need to know.
What's the sound effect that you would use? Some of the loud music and language elements. I'm glad you asked. So, basically, we have those TVs that you can, like, cast your phone to, and someone tried to cast their phone to our television in the living room. And every single name that came up was somewhere from, I'm not sure, the Congo, wherever the Congolese are from.
Granddad's just taking a chance and with an elephant sound effect. We've done no research to know if there are elephants there at all. Granddad just got a little excited. He gets a little trigger happy. We call him out the cold one sometimes. Hey, he just pulls that trigger whether there's bullets in the gun or not. Okay, so Congolese are basically, yeah, they are very deeply African American here.
Yes, I take that sound effect. And what do you
I'm sure you guys loved it more like that.
And we did the Shazam music that played in many of the songs. Well, how could you when it's just all drums and stuff, right? I thought there was a sacrifice.
Imagine what they must think about having you as a neighbor.
It's looking a lot different than the white folk where they're from. Yeah, like, kind of all look like this.
Nobody looks like that. I don't know exactly where you've been, but nobody looks like a dad from the Grateful Dead concert. Always like you do.
I feel like a great minute.
Is that exactly? Like you love the Grateful Dead too. Oh, so that's
Grateful garlic bread.
more than you need, but you're not.
I'm punching down.
Yonder, you are an amazing musician. Is there anything you want to do or anything? You guys want to hear Yonder do something? He has a very special skill. I don't know. What do you think, Yonder?
It's sure. It's like something that was supporting me. I didn't even know that was Princess Diana.
Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, I see. You're making supporting me for a pressure joke. The soundboard appears to be down right now. So,
All right, guys, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip.
something's about to happen here.
Okay, our annual conference is sponsored by Tafshin Kareem, Hosting Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos as a Zechus and Soros Tolos for Am Yisrael. Our correspondence goes for the month of Adar, Haba Avinu Tova, Stephen Taizin, in loving memory of Tavi's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Yosef HaKohen, on the occasion of his 12th yard site, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Bracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Mel and Karen Ram, including Mishma's Mel's grandmother, Esther Das Yaakov, Zichron Bracha. Yota in the merit of our Kamikola, all of the Nishmas of the families in the Kamo, all of those who need reflection should have one. The color of the should become all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful with all of Maaseh. So with that, let us begin today's battle with Ayin Ches 79. We are picking up the Mer session on Ayin Ches on the page 78b. We left off with Rabbi Nechemia, which is pretty far up in the back, but alright, that's fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines down from the top. Rabbi Nechemia, remember again, just kind of starting like from the middle of somewhere, just to orient ourselves. if you know, I was talking about the concept of incarcerating someone because you don't know what to do with them. So remember again, what's the relevance? What's the relevance of that for us? The relevance of that for us is as follows. We're dealing with a case over here where Reuben injures Shimon. And Shimon looks like he's going to die, but hasn't died yet. So we need to hold on to Reuben until we figure out what ends up happening with Shimon. So we're trying to figure out, where do you find the Makar? What is the source for this concept ultimately again that you can hold on to someone or incarcerate someone until you know exactly what the outcome is, what you're going to do with them. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Nehemiah, Yoleth Megadif. So Nehemiah learns out this term from Megadif. Megadif was the blasphemer, the first type of Ishmael to the Phanesia in public in the desert. So Lo Haviyah, Ibak Talibu, Kavshua. Because again, Rabbi Nehemiah says, Megadif is kind of an example. Why? Because the whole chapter from Megadif was no one knew what to do with him. So therefore, what did they do? They incarcerated him, they held him, they put him in a holding cell, because Kibo Parash, they did not know what to do with him. So the thing is off. That's the Makar. Sometimes when you don't know what to do with someone, by definition, hold them, incarcerate them, until you figure it out. So the Gemara says, that one saying, no, you can't bring the right from the Megadif, because the Megadif was an outlier. Horah Shah literally means, like a temporary allowance. But for our purposes, what it also means is it's an outlier. It's not a paradigm, it's an outlier. Why? This is very interesting. Kidisanyo. Remember, there were two instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. Okay, let me reframe that. There are multiple instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. There were two times where someone did something that Moshe did not know what to do with the individual. One of them was Mekoshish. The person was Mechal Shabbos, violated the Shabbos before in public. And the second was the Mikdadi, was the person who blasphemed the Kodesh Baruch to this. The Gemara says as follows: Moshe knew that the Mekoshish, the guy was Mechal Shabbos. Moshe knew that he was Chayiv Misa. Shneimar Mechalaleha Mosduas, because everyone knows that the punishment for Shabbos desecration is death. Hello, what didn't Moshe really know? Moshe really didn't know which death penalty should he get. Shneimar Kilo Parashma Yasalo Aval Gadif Lo Neimar Bo Lo Neimar Bo Ela Faish Lo Api Hashem Shlo Hayom Moshe Yodea Im Ben Shachol. But by the Gadif, Moshe had no idea what his punishment was. It's interesting. When Moshe knew, obviously something has got to happen to this guy. He did something terribly egregious. What is his punishment? But Moshe had no idea. Therefore, they had to go ahead and question it. According to the Rabbanon, because Moshe had absolutely no idea what to do with the Gadif, he cannot serve as a source for this concept of Chashua, of incarceration. So Bishlam of Rabbi Nehemiah, they would say trick into me. They must have said, here's this interesting. So that going back for just a moment. So we had this concept. Of that basic values or values. So remember, we're going to show this in the Mishnah, and I will see this in the next Mishnah as well, that halacha l'maisa, in order for someone to be liable, basically has to evaluate if the injury was strong enough to cause death, if the weapon used was capable of causing death. So the Gemara says, I understand why the Torah records two different contexts of injury. One case is Amdu Melissa, the Chaya. So one is talking about a case where based on originally says, so we didn't get Shimon. Based in, right, Shimon didn't violate previously. So what happens, based on evaluating the situation. They evaluated that Shimon is going to die. Shimon is going to die. What happens? The Chaya. Shimon lived. And what's the halacha in that case? The halacha is that Reuben goes free. The Chag, I'm doing this. The other cases where Reuben again injured Shimon, Baruch Hashem, while Shimon was looking like he was going to die, then Baruch Hashem, he has a recovery, or I should say, a partial recovery. That in that case also Reuben goes free. Why do you need two of these evaluations? So let's talk about a case where literally again, Reuven injured Shimon. Shimon was going to die. Days evaluated that he was going to die. Baruch Hashem, he recovered. Allah is that Reuven goes free. The Chag, Amdu Alechem. Chaim relates. And what is talking about is where Reuven injured Shimon. And then what happens? So Jason said, okay, he injured him, but Halach and Elisa didn't injure him in a way that's threatening to his life. And then Shimon ends up dying. Even in that case, Reuven goes free as well. Right? Why does Reuven go free as well in that case? Because Halach and Elisa, at the end of the day, Jason originally evaluated that Reuven did not do something that potentially caused Shimon's death. And Nehemiah would say, I'm doing the Chaim, Umeis Lotzar Chakra. No. Halach and Elisa in the case where Jason evaluated where they said, Shimon's not going to die. Right? And then he died. Of course, Reuven is going to go free. There's no Shiloh over there. Why? Shari Yotza, based in Isaac. Because again, once Jason already went ahead and said that Shimon is not going to die as a result of these injuries, Reuven is scot free already. Now again, he may be tied for damages. Allah Almighty is not going to be brought back to Jason for any kind of injury. Okay, let's say first hard line. Reuven injures Shimon, right? And what happens? Basically evaluated, and they said that Shimon is going to die of these injuries, or this is the type of injury that could bring about Shimon's death. And what happened? Shimon lived. Shimon lived. What's the halacha? Potrin also. Ultimately, Reuven is pater. Again, also, we'll have to see exactly what pater means. Pater, obviously, what does pater mean? What does it mean? Pater from death penalty, right? The shaila is he going to be chayiv or damages? All right, we'll get to that. I'm doing a misa, but how can I shahaya? And conversely, let's say again, Reuven injured Shimon, and then what happens? They evaluated and they said, okay, Shimon is going to die as a result of these injuries. And then what happened? And then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improved. What's the halacha? Only also Omed Sheni Lamama. Very interesting. At that point, I will say, obviously, if Reuven injures Shimon and Jason says, okay, Shimon is going to die, there's no financial judgment against Reuven. Why not? Why not? Right? You can't be higher both Lisa and Shimon. You higher death penalty and monetary compensation. Now this is very interesting. So Reuven injures Shimon. Jason says, okay, Shimon's going to die. So therefore, again, we're waiting for Shimon to die. And what? With Reuven, there is no monetary judgment against Reuven. In this case over here, interestingly enough, then Baruch Hashem, Shimon has a shtick of Rishon. He has another improvement with his condition. In that case, the Brisa says, we bring Reuven back to Beis Din. Omdin also Omed Sheni Lamaman. Okay, Baruch Hashem. Now Shimon's not going to die. No problem. Baruch Hashem will bring Reuven back to Beis Din for a second judgment to assess monetary damages. Good. So the Gemara says that in the Acher came hit with Reuven. Allah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So let's say what happens afterwards again. So now this is the case. Right? So we're getting into Shimon. At first, so basically says Shimon's going to die of injuries. So obviously there's we're going to wait for Shimon to die, so execute Reuven. And Shimon's condition improves. So Allah what we do, we bring him back to Beis Din for a commission, a second evaluation for monetary damages. Then what happens? Shimon becomes ill again. His condition worsens and he dies. So what's the halacha in this case? Halach Abad Omed, I'm sorry, they read Nehemiah. And Nehemiah says, okay, in this case over here, we're not going to put Reuven to death because there's too much going on over here. So we'll go after the second evaluation, which is damages, and we will pay those damages to Shimon's heirs. The Chum say, Aim Omed after Omed. Some say that we don't go ahead, we don't do valuations after valuations, and that's too confusing. Can you get another Brisa? Omdin also L'chaim. So listen to this one say. If I look for myself, Reuven injured Shimon, and again, and Beis Din judge Reuven, then he's going to be put to death. And then what happens? Omdin also L'chaim. If Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation. All right. L'chaim ain't Omdin also L'chaim. But interestingly enough, if Reuven injured Shimon, and Beis Din initially says Shimon's going to live, and then Shimon's condition worsens, we do not change the evaluation. In other words, essentially what we're saying is like this. We'll change the evaluation and it benefits Reuven. which is a line in general that motif that we are reticent to put people to death. That's what's happening over here. So therefore, if Ruben injures Shimon at basis that Shimon's going to die, and if Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation from capital to monetary. On the other hand, if Ruben injures Shimon and at first glance Basin says Shimon's going to survive, therefore this is a monetary capital case, and then Shimon's condition declines, we will not go ahead and switch the evaluation. What happens if we originally evaluated the situation and we said that, okay, Shimon's going to die, and then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improves. Right? So we'll go ahead and do another evaluation for monetary damages. And if Allah afterwards, Shimon's condition worsened and he died, so that law is Mishali Nezek Tsar Uyarshi. We'll go ahead and we'll make, so again, in that case, this was already a monetary judgment against Ruben. We'll make Ruben pay the damages to the inheritors. The Amosai Mishali, which is a general bad way, when assessing damages, especially in these kind of cases where there's an injury, maybe he's going to die, then he gets better. How do you evaluate damages? From ultimately from the time of the injury. So we don't, this is interesting, we don't assess damages, let's say from the time that Shimon's condition improves, when we switch it from a capital case to a monetary case, rather we assess damages from the time of the injury itself. And ultimately, again, the Stam Mishnah follows up that. Okay. So the way that I'm passing is just in this case, this is actually an interesting case about changing the status of valuation. So the way that I'm passing is a very story. It says, Hamakis Kadera Be'evan Be'egraf Yosef Om Yosef. Mamdul Chayim, no second should drive the lifter, Shafil Khala Hamuka Be'ekir Mesmak was a Makari Jehad. This is what I'm saying like this. Ruben injured Shimon. If they still evaluate the situation, they say, okay, you know what, Shimon's going to live. He's going to live. Obviously, we'll say, obviously, David is consulting doctor because also, I cannot make the decisions based on this. But I love how much David says, Ruben is going to live. Fine. So what do? They assess damages against Ruben and the word God. And even if the next day Shimon dies, and that's what's determined, Shimon dies as a result of injuries, that's it. There's no capital liability for him. Once judgment has been done. And Allah said this is that Ruben is high financially, the case is closed even if Shimon subsequently dies from his injuries. I think good. He goes on. Now Allah if Ruben injures Shimon, based on necessity, we say Shimon's going to die. So what do we do? We incarcerate Ruben until Shimon dies. It makes Yehari come back down. In this case, so if Shimon dies, we'll put Ruben to death. If Shimon experiences a refuah shalema, we'll get to this. What is actually something in yesterday's daf? What is the definition of refuah shalema? Definition that Shimon walks on his own volition outside. Like in that case, Ruben is totally free. So that's the Rambam. So again, Allah said it based on the assessments that Shimon is going to survive. We make this a monetary case. Assess damages against Ruben, and Ruben goes on his way. Even if Shimon drops dead next day, and it's clear that it's a result of his injuries, the judgment is done. If on the other hand, based on evaluated that Shimon is going to die as a result of his injury, we incarcerate Ruben until the time of death of Shimon. Then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has a refuah shalema. The refuah shalema is defined as walking on his own volition, of no power, his own power. Outside, then we release Ruben. But let's say that yesterday, one piece I don't know, I can't remember this. How long, does this go on for? In other words, what does this mean? That we incarcerate Ruben. How long do you incarcerate him for? Until one of two things happens. Until Shimon dies or he gets better. But it sounds interesting enough that if Shimon lingers as a result of his injuries, we keep Ruben incarcerated as long as it takes to go ahead and clarify what this is. Okay. So that is the halacha ultimately again by based on evaluations and assessments. Mishnah. This kind is a very interesting case. This kind of interesting case. Reuben intended to kill an animal, but he ended up killing a person. Okay, so again, his intent was going hunting, right? He's going hunting, right? And what happened, right? It's your season, right? He decided he's going hunting, and he ended up killing the person. Okay, or for that matter, again, he intended to kill an akum, but instead he killed the kid. He was going to kill a Nathal. Nathal in this context is a non-viable child, right? And he killed a regular viable person, right? But in all of these cases, Potter. We'll say in all these cases is Potter. Now, why? Because remember, again, in order to be chayiv, remember there needs to be intentionality. And intentionality is defined in at least in this first piece as you have in mind to kill someone specific. But if again, let's say in all of these cases, Reuben did have in mind to kill someone specific, and then that mindset did not materialize. Therefore, he's going to be punished. Next, this carving la kosa amasna, ba'olo hayaba kedela hamis amasna, ba'olkola alibo, ba'haisa kedei la hamisa alibo. Reuben goes over to Shimon. His intention is to hit Shimon on the leg. Right? Very hard. Now again, but that type of injury on the leg would not have caused Shimon's death. Reuben did not aim his punch, his blow very well. So what ends up happening? He ends up hitting Shimon on the heart. And when he hits him on the heart, Shimon dies. Shimon dies. So you're almost saying, but again, that the intentionality of the blow delivered, had it been delivered in the way that it was intended, would have caused injury, not death. But because the blow was not delivered in the way it was intended to be delivered, it causes death. So the Gemara says, Pater. Reuben's Pater. Once again, listen, because we see in order to be chayiv for capital cases, there has to be intentionality. And intentionality, we're going to see really means two things. The one, intentionality for a particular person, and intentionality to deliver the blow in a certain way. Next, this guy that goes Alibo. Reuben intended to hit Shimon on his heart, Papa buying that. But the truth is, and it was a hard enough blow that would have killed Shimon. But what happened? He ends up hitting Shimon on the leg instead, and this type of blow normally when delivered on the leg, this type of blow when delivered on the leg normally would not be a death blow. Would not be a death blow. What happens to Mace? But nevertheless, Shimon died as a result of it. Because we'll say, now why is he made part in this case? Because again, we'll say, what we begin to see is, in order to be chayiv in a capital case, the injury you delivered has to be one that under normal circumstances is capable of causing the death of the individual. So in this case over here, this type of blow on the leg normally would not have been able to cause death. It did. It did in this case, so therefore Reuben is going to be Potter. Incredible. This carrying the hakos al hagodol for the hayu bakadil hamis. Right, hagodol v'hol lo ala katon v'hayu bakadil hamis is hakaton. In this Potter, it's what's a similar case over here. So Allah for a second. You intended to hit the adult, and this type of blow would not normally kill a adult, but instead you end up hitting a child. And again, this type of blow can kill a child, and did kill a child. Once again, Potter. This carrying the hakos is hakaton. V'hayu bakadil hamis is hakaton. Is in this case. Reuben intended to go to deliver a blow on a child, and this type of blow would have caused the death of the child. What ended up happening? The halcha law ala gadol, Reuben ends up hitting a gadol. Now, under normal circumstances, this type of blow would not kill the gadol. But in this case, Mace killed the gadol, Potter. Again, on both sides, same theme over and over. About this topic, so again, on both sides, what you see over here, this seems to be according to the Mishnah. In order to be chayiv for killing someone, what do you need? Number one, intentionality of the victim, or intentionality as the identity of the victim. In order to be chayiv in the capital case, you have to kill the person you intended to kill. That's number one. And number two is the blow, or whatever it is, the mechanism of death has to be something that is capable of truly bringing about the death of the individual. Okay. Next. Avon is kabel hakos al masnav. So listen to this, but if Ruvain was going to injure Shimon, he was going to injure his intention was to injure him on the leg, and this type of injury is something that would have caused the death of Shimon. And what happened? And he did. He injured Shimon on the leg. And what happens? I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Reuben was going to injure Reuben was going to injure Shimon on the leg. And the type of blow delivered would have normally brought about the death of Shimon. And what happened? And his family delivered that same blow on the heart. And what? And halacha l'maisa again, he ends up killing Shimon. Chayiv. Why? Why? Because it was a death blow. Since again, had the injury been delivered in the way it was intended, it would have caused the death of Shimon. Therefore, this is called a death blow. And even though it ends up on a different part of the body, if it results in the death, it is going to be chayiv. Very interesting. It's the same idea. Reuben intended to kill an adult, and he injured the adult or the death. The death blow was delivered in a way that it would have caused the death of an adult. But then he ended up going and killing the katan. The katan died. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, Reuben's going to be chayiv. I will say that this is interesting. Over here, we'll have to see exactly what this means. But again, the Gemara says chayiv. Shimon says, "Afilu is having narag gezeh, v'harag gezeh patur." Shimon says, "No, even if you had intention to kill A, but instead you killed B, ultimately you're going to be patur." Okay, so let's analyze. It says in Gemara, Rabbi Shimon here. Where is Rabbi Shimon going on? Is Rabbi Shimon going on the Reisha or is he going on the Seifa? So the Gemara says, if you want to see that Rabbi Shimon is going on the last case, where Rabbi Shimon's case is the Mishnah, the problem is it shouldn't, right? It should say Rabbi Shimon Polter Migoyim. It should just say Rabbi Shimon Polter. That's it. You don't have to say Niskavim Arag Gezeh V'Harag Gezeh. Just say the Tanakama said that it's halacha. You intended to hit a katan, and the death blow delivered was strong enough to kill a katan, and instead you killed the gadol. Tanakama says you're chayiv. If Rabbi Shimon's arguing for that, it should just say Rabbi Shimon Polter. So rather what? The Gemara says, Ella Arisha. Rather, Rabbi Shimon is going on the Reisha. What's the Reisha? What's the This is fascinating. Reisha was, this Kadin Larag is Habay Mabarak is Adam. Like if you had mentioned to kill a behemah, but instead he killed a person, Avim Baharag as Yisrael, or he killed an Akud. And instead he killed a Jew. Or the father and Baharag is going to he had intention to kill a non-viable baby, and instead he killed a viable baby. In all of these cases, pater. Now, what can you infer from this? Now, we'll say, interestingly enough, which you can infer according to the Tanakama, which is indeed what the Tanakama says later on. The only reason why you pater in that case going to the Tanakama is because your action ended up resulting in the death of an entity in a different category, right? You had intention to kill a behemoth, you killed an Adam. You had intention to kill an Akum, you killed a Yehudi. You had intention to kill a Nephel, you killed a Ben Kayama. Okay, so your intention did not materialize. But listen to this, according to the Tanakama, if I intended to kill Reuven, but instead I killed Shimon, I'm chayiv. Because the Tanakama says the threshold for liability is intentionality to commit an act of murder, even if I end up killing a different person, if that person is falling into the same category as my intended victim, I'm chayiv. And that will go to Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, no, you're not. Rabbi Shimon says, Afilu Niskavim Lara Gezeh V'Harag Gezeh Pater. Rabbi Shimon says, no, that is not true. In order to be chayiv for murder, two things have to occur. Number one, you have to deliver a blow that is capable of causing death, and your intended victim must be killed. But if you end up killing the wrong person, you cannot be tried for a capital crime. Now again, there's still other forms of liability, but the might say you can't be tried for murder. So I'll say, so I just want to point out, this is a rate, just to understand, this is a rate in the focus. So this is what's happening here. According to Tanakama, as long as you end up killing someone in the same category, you're going to be chayiv. Okay, If it's different categories, Adam Behema, Akum Yehudi, Katan Gadol, Nathal Ben Nathal Ben Kayama, two different categories. Okay, you're not going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. But with the same category, even though again, you end up putting the wrong person, you're going to be chayiv. Shimon says, no, that's not the way it works. In halacha, you're only chayiv for a premeditated act of murder with a death blow that is capable of causing death, and with the victim you intended to kill. Incredible. So Pshita, the Gemara says it's obvious. Koi Ruben B'Shim, listen to this. If Ruben and Shimon are standing together, Va'amar, Arnold Ruben Kavachavno, Shimon lo Kavachavno, and what happens? Let's say again, Ruben and Shimon are standing together. And we'll call slowly, like the murderer. Murderer comes along and says, listen, guys, I'm going to kill one of you. I'm going to kill Ruben. And by the way, I only have Kavanah for Ruben. You know me move for the Muzuman, right? Right? And I only have in mind to kill this. My Kavanah to kill Ruben. And what happens? He ends up killing Shimon. And he'll put time. So what's that case? That's the Machol guess. Tanakama will be Shimon. According to the Tanakama, you'll be chayiv. According to Shimon, you're not chayiv. You must listen to this. Amar the Chavni and I who married. This is wild. That's what happens. What happens if Tony, the killer, says, Ruben Shimon, guys, listen, today, on my to-do list is to kill someone. I wasn't really specific as to who I'm going to kill. So it's going to be either one of you, and he ends up killing one of them. What is that like in that case? What would happen over here, where let's say again the murderer lacked specific intent for an intended victim? What would happen there? Inami, Kasava Ruben, Benimsa Shimon. The other possibility is what happens if the killer intended to kill, we'll call it the person on the left, because ultimately, again, he thought it was Ruben, but it turned out to be Shimon. So interestingly enough, in that case, he had Kavanah for that goof, for that body, but it turned out to be the wrong person. So what's that look like? So Tashman is here. Shimon Omer, Ad Shimon Laklonian and Miskabin. Shimon says, ultimately, one is only liable to death until literally the killer says, I have Kavanah to kill this particular person. My time to be Shimon. So again, it turns out that the point of Shimon, the only time you're going to be liable is when you have specific intent for a particular person, and that specific intent materializes. That's when you will be chayiv. So by the way, my time to be Shimon. What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? So the Gemara says, the pasuk says, "Va'arav lo v'kamalov." The pasuk says literally again that he will lie in wait for him. Va'arav lo, right? Ultimately, like he plans, he schemes for him. V'kamalov, and then he rises up against him. So the Gemara says, "Achi is covering lo." Ultimately, again, until he goes ahead and has kavanah for him. So the Shimon says, essentially, the pasuk says that Allah you're only going to be chayiv in the capital case until you have specific intent for the victim, and that specific intent materializes in exact accordance with, I should say, your actions materialize in exact accordance with your intent. Rabbana Amir, probably was like everyone goes. So listen, by the way, the Rabbana say that pasuk of Allah love become Allah, which will say that pasuk really seems to like really intentionality. That you're only going to be chayiv, if you intentionally go ahead and murder someone, which again, you have a specific kavanah for someone, and that kavanah materializes. So what did the Rabbana use it for? The Rabbana used that for a different case. Listen to this. The Zorik Evan Lago. That comes from a excluded case where I want to say, I come along, and there's a group of people standing, I throw a stone to a group of people, and the stone kills someone. So the person teaches me I'm not chayiv for that. Now again, I'm not chayiv death. I have a penalty for that. So said, by the way, what's that case? If that happens, let's say that way, just like on a more ethical level, it's an interesting case, right? I take a stone, I throw it to a group of people, the stone falls on someone and kills them. The Rabbana will say, I'm not chayiv for killing someone. Why? Now, be merciful. By the way, what's the case? If you got me, even with the Getisha Kusim, the Achad Yisrael and table hand, the Kusim. So we're talking about a case of 9 Kusim and 1 Yid. So okay, that makes sense. Why? Because again, there was a rule of Kusim, and therefore one would not be chayiv in a capital way for the death of a Kusim. Even if it's half and half. Ultimately, again, it's a suffix about whether or not to capitalize it. The end for again, I'll be part of. Wow. What's the case? The case ultimately again is where there were 9 Israel, and 9 Yidden, and 1 Kusi, but nevertheless on Potter. What's the pshat? Davile Kusi Kavua. That was again because since the presence of the Kusi is established, therefore Allah Almighty is Kavua, right? He's established. And we have a principle called Kavua. Listen again. This is the famous case of you find a piece of meat, right? And there are nine kosher non kosher stores and 1 kosher, the reverse case as well. So what's the status of the piece of meat? It depends where you find it. You find it in the public, you find it in the store. We have a concept. Whole kavua, anything that is established within the group essentially switches the group dynamics and makes it 50-50. So even in the case where you have 9 Jews and 1 Kusi, since that Kusi is established in the group, it's considered to be like half and half. And now, nevertheless, if I stole into that group and the stone kills someone, I am not liable for that. So so we'll say, so again, so therefore, what we have over here is just to point out, we are left with this raging debate. I cannot really even underestimate the raging kite or the ragingness of this debate. Right? So again, I will say, literally again, I have in mind to kill Ruvain and I end up killing Shimon. What's my liability? According to the Rabbanan, why? Because I had in mind to commit an act of murder, and I ended up murdering someone who's in the quote-unquote same category as my intended victim. Therefore, I'm chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, I'm patur from death penalty. Chayiv and a lot of other bad stuff in life. But again, patur from death penalty. Why? Because according to Rabbi Shimon, in order to be chayiv for death penalty, number one, there has to be a premeditated act, a desire to kill someone, and my intentions must materialize upon the intended victim. Incredible. So let's analyze more. So Bishlama, Nurabana, that means carrying out rugby. That one is a chayiv. So great Rabbanan will say, if I have a mind to kill the end of killing Shimon and chayiv, it said that he not so anashim, but not fully shahara. So the Pasuk says, most I told us that if men are fighting and they end up going ahead and shoving a pregnant woman, and she ends up miscarrying. So it's talking about again that the men are fighting and they end up causing the death of the first person, right? So Reuben's fighting with Shimon. His intention is to kill Shimon, and he ends up killing someone else. So therefore the Torah says, the sip imason yeah, and the Pasuk says Reuben's fighting with Shimon, and Reuben ends up killing someone else. Reuben is liable in the capital sense, which means that even though Reuben had a mind to kill A, but he ends up killing B, he's going to be liable. Elder Shimon, what does that Shimon do in capital? To which the Gemara says, Mammon. But the Shimon says it doesn't mean capital case. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. According to Shimon, if Reuben's fighting with Shimon with the intention of taking to kill Shimon, and he ends up killing someone else, so it's not capital liability, but rather what is there? Financial liability. In the Rebbe, the sign wrote, Rebbe says in this case of us over here, the Torah says the Nefesh Tachas Nefesh is talking about the case of where Reuben is fighting with Shimon. Like Reuben ends up like falling onto her, hitting a pregnant woman. She ends up miscarrying. So the person says that the Nefesh Tachas Nefesh, she will be one life or another life. Next says that refers to monetary compensation for the loss of the pregnancy. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Nefesh Mamish, you say means money. Maybe it literally means a life for a life. Ne'emra Nesina Lamata, Ne'emra Nesina Amadeus Limala. It says in the Sina above and it says in the Sina below, Malahalon Mamo, Afkan Mamo. So in both contexts it means monetary compensation. So Rabbi says, Hi, come to the Chizkiah, Matzah with the debate, Rabbi in the debate, with Rabbi in the So just so you know, so first of all, we have our focus on the Shimon and the Tanakh. Right, so that is still sitting there. About again, I have intention to Reuben, I end up killing Shimon. Is there liability? And Thomas says yes, but Shimon says no. So just hold on to that. Now I will say, you brought up, but that my focus, by the way, is really awesome. You go ahead and interpret that pasuk. Where two people are fighting, they end up bumping into a pregnant woman, and she ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "V'nasat nefesh pas nefesh." Rabbanon understand that means capital liability. Rabbi Shimon, based on Rabbi, says that means financial liability. Now, he must. By the way, there's another opinion. Rabbi says another opinion. How to turn the Bechizkiah, Mafka Midrabi, Mafka Midrabanan. This opinion of Bechizkiah is not like Rabbi, not like Rabbanan. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi is in the second half of the time. But how to turn the Bechizkiah, Mafka Midrabi, Midrabanan. Rabbanan Mechayiv Le Misa, then it's Chadi Laro Gizah, Vahara Gizah. Rabbi Mechayiv Le Mami. You know the time of the Bechizkiah, Lo Mechayiv Le Misa. This doesn't look. Watch this. So there's essentially going to be three sheets, right? So when I intend to kill Ruvain, but I end up killing Shimon, what's the halacha? So according to the Rabbanon, Chayiv Nisa, right? According to Rabbi, which is also the view of Rabbi Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Nisa, but I am Chayiv what? Monetary conversation. Now there's a third thing, Bechizkiah. When I have in mind to kill Ruvain, I end up killing Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Nisa, nor am I Chayiv Mama. I'm not Chayiv anything. That's right. So third opinion over here, not going to be chayiv anything. So the Gemara says, now where does that come from? Listen to this. Kind of ridiculous. It's fascinating. Maki adu maki behema. So right, Torah speaks about again one who kills an animal, one who goes ahead and kills a person. The pasuk says, maki behema yishamena, umaki adu yunis. So this is very interesting. Torah equates killing an equates. But juxtaposes the death of an animal, the killing of an animal, the murder of an animal, the murder of a person. And so it says, if I kill an animal, you shall never have to pay. And if I kill a person, you must put to death. Okay, so watch this. So when it comes to killing an animal, the halacha makes no distinction to whether or not what, a meshogeg or a mezik. Also makes no distinction. Whether I have kavanah or don't have kavanah. Makes a difference if I kill whether I kill the animal going up or coming down. And in all cases, we'll say if I kill an animal, makes no difference. Shogeg makes no difference. What's the halacha? I'm trying monetary compensation for the owner of the animal. Watch this. What the is focusing on over here is this juxtaposition of the death of an animal to the death of a person. To show it's just like when it comes to the death of an animal, it doesn't make a difference how I killed the animal. What's that halacha? I'm liable. So too, when I go ahead and I kill a person, there is no distinction of also whether I kill someone with shogeg or I kill someone now with or I kill a mason, right? Shogeg or mason. Intentionality, lack of intentionality. Derech Yerida, Derech Aliyah. Whether I kill a person going up or coming down. In all cases of murder, now the variable is sometimes you're chayiv death for killing someone with something else. But one thing is clear, which is in all cases of murder, I'm never chayiv murder. So this is the Bechizkiah Shita. That anytime you kill a person, you are never chayiv financially. Now, whether or not you're liable to be put to death, that's going to depend on how the murder occurred. But one thing is clear, which is you never chayiv murder, and that's the juxtaposition. When you kill an animal, it doesn't matter how you kill the animal. One thing is clear, which is what? You chayiv murder. When you kill a person, one thing is clear, you're never chayiv murder. Whether you're chayiv lisa or not is a different discussion, but never chayiv murder. So the Gemara says, "Ma'ishin miskaven." Now, what does this don't have kavanah? Even machine miskaven cloud and a shogeg. So when we say, so we'll say, what does it mean in the case that I'm not miskaven? So if not miskaven means I didn't have kavanah to kill someone at all. That's called shogeg. Ela pshita she miskaven lazet. Ela lazet. Then we'll say shogeg means I killed someone accidentally. And miskaven means I had intention to kill Ruvain and I ended up killing Shimon. V'katani v'chayv moment el leposhel moment. What do you see? So nevertheless, in that case, I'm not chayiv moment. V'ibar katalahu. One second. Obviously, the kind of death penalty, then of course there's no need to exempt you from monetary compensation. Why? Why is killing the drug me? Ella, lav shmanina, lav bar kitalo, the lav bar mamo. That was already seen here. If there's a case where I'm not liable to that penalty, and I'm also not high for money. What's that case? That case is where I have intention to go relate, I end up killing shimon. I'm not high for myself. Why? Because again, I didn't kill my intended victim, and I'm also not going to be high for money. So I was like, this is it's not even the most exciting thing that has happened today so far. I was saying, I just want to point out some of the ladies. What we have over here are three different opinions. Three different opinions. Opinion number one, drop on us. Tanakama. Tanakama says, I have intention to kill Ruvain, I tell you Mukhar Muzuma, Lara is Ruvain, and it ends up killing Shimon. What does Tanakama say? Tanakama? I'm liable. Chayiv Nisa. Why? Because ultimately, again, at the end of the day, you had intention to kill someone, and your intention materialized upon someone in the same category. As long as you're in the same category, you're going to know. Obviously, you have intention to kill an Akum, and you kill Yehudi, you're not going to be Chayiv. You have intention to kill a Behima, you kill an Adam, you're not going to be Chayiv. Neitha Bar Chayim, okay. But as soon as your intention materializes in the same category, Allah Lamaisa, you are Chayiv Nisa. Then Shimon, I have intention to kill Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Pater. Now what it sounds like is Pater, but Chayiv for monetary compensation, like Rabbi. Then third category, you have intention to kill Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Pater Gamro, not Chayiv Nisa, and not Chayiv Moment. How do we paskin? This is like, how do we paskin? So let's listen to this. Right, but you understand. Let's listen to this. Rambam, Hilchos Rotzea, Peretz Dalet Halacha Aleph. Here it is. I'm miskavim Hara Gezer Hara Gezer. I have intention to kill Ruvain, and I end up killing Shimon. Hotter Mimisas Bezdin, Umina Tashlumin, Umina Gauss. How's that make this year? How's everything? Now, again, on one side, I just want to be clear. It's bad, right? It's bad. And I'm be saying, Klapi Shmaya, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's also going to be some level of liability. But halacha l'maisa, if I have attention to Ruvain, I end up killing Shimon. I'm not chayiv death, right? No death penalty. Not chayiv tashlumin, and not even chayiv galus. Now, what's galus here? What's galus? Remember, I can't wait to get to the sentence. It's not good. It's so exciting. Right? But l'maisa, again, when does galus come about? Shogeg. So you can't call it a shogeg. Because halacha l'maisa, again, it wasn't accidental. There was intentionality over there. Right? Not chayiv tashlumin, because as the Hizkiah said, apparently in any case with this bloodshed, it's not monetary compensation. And also, again, not chayiv because I lack intentionality. It's incredible. It goes on. Now, by the way, the way the Rambam illustrates this is Hazorek Evel Esok Idali Yisrael Arek Ekner Patinis and Casey. So the Rambam illustrates this in an interesting way. I throw a stone into a group of Jews. Right? So we'll say, and now again, I know that when you throw a stone into a group of people, it's definitely possible it's going to cause death. And in fact, it causes the death of someone. I'm Pater. That's how you pass it. It's like Rav Shimon, but as modified by Torah Skill. So therefore, I will say again, you intend to kill A, you end up killing B, even if you're in the same category. Pater from Isa, Pater from Tashlumin, Pater from Gavas, absolutely riveting. All right, what's the Mishnah? Let's go. We're catching up with the rest of the Yomi world. Emir Hashem. So what's actually is Ari Bachir. This is an interesting case. A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So I will say, which by the way, it happens, right? Sometimes based on the decisions you make, really dictates the chevra that you hang with, right? It's just like the chevra that you associate with makes you the kind of person that you are. Sometimes the person you choose to become also dictates the chevra that you end up gravitating towards. So Rotzeach shenis arev bachir. How does that even happen, right? A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So what's the halacha? So we'll have to see. Well, in all reality, so besides the Mr. Haskell with it, that ultimately your actions will dictate, right? Your peer group influences your actions, and your actions often dictate your peer group. So say if a murderer gets mixed up with other murderers, so that's halacha kulam turim. I'm sorry, that was other. Really, the case of it, achir means other people. Other people. So in other words, Reuben killed someone, or Reuben gets mixed up with other people. That was we'll have to see the exact mitzvahs of this in Mishnah, but it sounds like is we don't know which one Reuben is. Kulam turim. Everybody is potter. Okay, we'll see the exact dynamics of that case. So Reuben says, no. Closely also the keeper. We put them all literally again in the jail cell. Now the Mishnah doesn't spell out the rest, but the rest is we go and we feed them barley until their stomachs explode. Okay. Certainly needs a smidge of clarification on that. All right, so we'll see. Let's say in general, we have a group of people who were all condemned to death, but different deaths, different misos based in. And now, because they all got mixed up, we don't know who is subject to which penalty. And I want to imagine, they say, I'm the skila guy. Me, give me skila. Like I said, she needs Sreifa. No one's coming forward and volunteering the information. So all we know is we have a group of people who are all subject to a death penalty. We don't know which death penalty. So what's called nidonim b'kala. So we administer the most lenient death penalty to all of them. Essentially, what that halacha is we're going to see you cannot give someone a more stringent death penalty than the one they are obligated to. So therefore, by definition, if we're not sure which death penalty, we give them the more kal one. Now, of course, there's going to be a little, as we know, there's a machlokas as to in misos based in which is considered to be more kal and what's more common. So, for example, haniskelim and israfim. Let's say you have a chevra. Some of the chevras chayv skila, some of the chevras chayv shreifa. You don't know who's who. So, what do you do? Rabbi Shimon already throw the skila. Rabbi Shimon says we give them all skila. Right? Why? Shasreifa chamura. Because everyone knows Sreifa is more common than Skila. From this we say, no, you don't have a Sreifa. Just the opposite, we give them Sreifa. Why? Shaskila Kamura. Because everyone knows that Skila is more common than Sreifa. Rabbi Shimon says, it's not true, it's not true, Sreifa is clearly more common. How do you know that? Because the Sreifa wasn't more common than a Paschal who committed adultery, would it be singled out for Sreifa? It's not true. Skila is more common. How do you know? Because the blasphemer and the person who worships idolatry gets skila. The Gemara says, what happens if they have a chevra? Some of them are subject to hereg, which is beheading, like sayif, and others are strangulation. Which one gets which is the more kal? Rabbi Shimon says sayif. Beheading is the more lenient form of death penalty from the hereg. And said ultimately it's hereg. So listen, just enough. Everyone agrees on the principle. What's the principle? That you have a group of people on death row who get mixed up with each other, and we're not sure who's getting which death penalty. We're not sure who's getting which death penalty. So what's halacha? You can only administer the most lenient of death penalties. What's the problem? Clearly, there's a machlokas again in two categories between skila and sreifa, which is kal, which is chomer, and between chenek and herek, which is kal and which is chomer. We'll say, incredible. We'll stop here for today. We are all caught up. Tremendous stuff. Great job.
Okay, your next comedian goes by the name of Kimberly Weddle, everyone. Kimberly Weddle. Oh shit, there she is, coming from the audience. Kimberly Weddle, everyone.
What's up, Vulcan? Any Garden Brooks fans here today? I hear he has friends in low places. They gotta be the ones helping to find the bodies. I'm an artist. I also help these people often ask me if I'm a tattoo artist or if I'm about becoming one. I think it's kind of cool, but
All right, someone say good morning, let us begin. Beginning, I think, all of that. Our sponsors for this morning will be David. Our annual commentary sponsor for Talk Show 5785 in Tulsa, South. The dedicated holiday shooting of dress shows this year, and the splits of the stars tell us for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of August, Stephen Tenzin, in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sri Rosh, Ben Yosef Hakohen, and the Zika and the Boom and Boom families in many of these communities gather small babies sich wollen gebracht. Also that what is really a lot ahead of us in the session. They've got these iron tests, 78 looking up on that iron days, 77 deep, about 15 lines down from the top. So you might say yourselves, on the level. This is very interesting to notice as follows. Zara Slavicosa, the cover of the harbor house. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws straw is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately again it springs back and kills someone. One is fired. Obviously, that's the case there. So those are actually very interesting. So look at Rashi. Rashi is right across to the left. Lars Slavicosa is kind of the harbor Cavero. He has intention to kill his friend. Now, what's the result? Yeah, we look at the person clock. The comes from the Coco Lakola, the hard book, Yahal, Nami Kokovu. So Rashi points out the very primary case of intentionality. Ultimately, again, so you're going to throw in the rock at the wall. If you intentionally ricochets fall to the wall, in order to go ahead and kill someone. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, however, the motion is considered to be the clock of the thing, and therefore it is going to be fired. So he wants to be kind of here. So we kind of say it again. We probably define this keep going inward, and the second can be covered. So we can be there. This is not the case of those who go ahead and play a game. They're going to play with the ball. Shahar did amazing. Now, the sugar ball, if they kill someone intentionally, they're tired. So if they kill unintentionally, ultimately they're getting goals. So what's the case of? Yes, singing in Rashi, no more Rashi. You know, English and the second the college Shahar, this is so interesting. The given to Novos, Lahako is Hakabla the close of the cloth. It was common for children and young people to go and take the ball, throw it against the wall with immense force. If you should talk so much about the ball would go ahead and ricochet off the wall and go very far. Well, after the throwing throw the ball, rocks the other side. Rocks. So the thrower will run to the wall. The Chavero indicates as a cover of Maka also. I want to go over here. The guards will catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throws out the runner, it's not all the cover, and he's right to go. So I'm going to talk about the Miscad, the Chavero, the Chazara, the Lachara, each with their own Miscad. So what's it? This is like not touch ball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it like organ? No.
Hey, Rabbi.
Whatever. It's a bit. Yeah. Well,
You mean?
Interesting. So you have to get to the wall, someone catches the ball, and you throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, yeah, that's it. So yeah, using smooth here, and the thrower is trying to throw hard enough that it can kill somebody. So again, if you have that couple of, presumably it was like the idea, it was to be called to killing someone, you have to get pretty much suicide. That's the only way.
My dad is a fire
Not the best name, so again, if there's intentionality, and the thrower goes ahead and throws the monster back on the ball, my girlfriend could get this someone who gets it. It's been lazy. It's been lazy. And the type is what's up, isn't it? If it's the show, you don't think the other is close. It's also not good. Let's give you the show. Is secondary. What we're calling is, I want to call it a secondary force, because that's secondary
No way.
And the idea here is I would have thought that because it's the war essentially makes it that this is no longer the core of ruling. Commercial Malone, even with the war, is still considered to be the core of ruling. And therefore, yeah, if there's intentionality, you will be fired as a lover. And if it's Bishogin, he'll be fired dollars. Incredible. So we want to Bishogin dollar. You get this out of Bishogin dollar. Shita. Sadly, if we just raise the ball hard enough and it kills the shimmy accidentally, everything's going to go to dollars. That's obvious. That's obvious. So it's the most is right. The lazy thing I love you to color. The English of it is not in the shoulder case. The English of it is in the lazy case. And if you don't show that he goes to dollars, that's the English of it. Now you say, no, has sucker keys, meaning like the hundred. I'm going to bet that this is a case of what you call Hasras suffering. What does it mean, Hasras suffering? I'm going to bet that this was another day. In order to be hired for a Hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and work someone with a certain level of definitiveness. Right? But again, maybe in this case, over here, the ball's not going to go back. The ball's not going to go far enough. I'm going to put it at Hasras suffering. Come on, for one that it is not. Come on, for the local Mesa. The same place is game. We're going to go fight with the ball certainly with the shoes back. And if I get the mindset sequence with the intention to go, someone ultimately really will be fired. Incredible. So this is a very important part. So remember, what's our topic? Our topic over here is about peace fight inside, or peace fight inside. And the goal that we've been doing is one who kills another. But we yesterday thought we were focusing on was with something, confining someone. If you can find someone which is directo after time, now you might do is branching out a little bit and moving to a place where there is another intervening factor that can still be considered your car. So this is a real example. The other intervening factor is the wall. I'm at a part that the presence of the wall makes it that it's no longer my car. Kamash Malone, it's still considered to be my car. Incredible. Okay. I'm second in the cover, so I'm going to focus on this ballplaying case. Shahadu told the Amos Potter, took the Amos highest. Really interesting. So now, we're going to turn the ball against the wall. So if we're going to turn the ball against the wall, we're going to remember intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, not the answer like this. If he goes ahead and he kills Shimon, within the Amos of the world, ultimately they're going to be Potter. Outside of Amos, he's going to be fired. So let's put shot over here. So it's going to be Rashi. Rashi is right across to the left. Rashi is the middle exactly the color. So how do you turn down on this between? And how you Hamuka over this soul, how the Hamuka also, where it is super locked. So the Amos action itself, the Hagasa Potter has Zorak reverse. So again, this is something that we have shown you. So if the man says if we shouldn't understand the thing that Amos in the wall, we will be Potter. More than that, Amos in the wall, we will be fired. What's going on here? I'm going to know actually if he comes, what's the case? He became the color. Right, if at the end of the day, usually do not want the ball to go further than the Lions. We didn't want it to go further. Right? I think it's worth it. But even if the ball went less than the Lions and killed Shimon, ultimately we didn't should be fine. He delivered it from it. But again, if at the end of the day, if at the end of the week, you do not want the ball to go farther at all, want to get the ball, I think it's the movie. And even if we're worried about that, what the case is here, it says, I'm going to let it stand inside the cover, come up, may not be in color. In general, people play this game, and come up and learn something wrong is what. The goal to throw the ball, what does the throw want? What does the throw want? Throw wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, we might suggest it like this. If the ball only goes less than $1, then that's again, that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately again, the thrower will be Potter. if the ball relinquishes dollars on this award, that is a manifestation of you and Christ's brother. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, he will be tired. Okay? Let us say, now we get to the core surface, to which the Gemara says, sorry, what's the top of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? Think of all that you got right here. Just the little ones of ball against the wall. Different tennis, different tennis. And therefore, what is going to kill shooting? Ultimately, we don't tight. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting off the wall is considered to be eliminated. Watch another again. If you have one rule, you can only use time for killing someone if what? If it's your force. That's why, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases you had in your snow. For example, I go ahead and I tie moving tie shit up at night, even though the sun is going to rise the next morning and kill shit because of heat heat stroke. But even if that is why, because the death force is not there, it's not this color. First of all, he incites the dog against shooting. That's how it's now his car. The taking from all of it is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball with the shame against the wall and turn shooting is considered to be Ruben's car, which the Gemara says, really? It's not really considered to be Ruben's car after all. It's considered its own. It's a passion. But which is on the Kaddish for that, but Kiddush al Yado or al Hasak. And the Africa, no further showless puzzle. So it's a very interesting case here. How do you create part out your memory again? How do you create the part you want to capture? You take the red apple, you go ahead and you slow it, or you create ash. You then mix that ash with spring water. Mind kind. I can go ahead and afterwards, you take that and mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now listen, interestingly enough, the halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the car of the individual. Right? If the ash is rough, stays by itself. If that's me coming with the car of the individual, then the entire concoction is involved. Think about it slowly. On the Kaddish, first of the already applied out to the Rashi Kaddish. Make hot us the April Messias in Kahalayim. Kari Kiddush, Kiddush on the substance. So let's say, now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right here, has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of this hand. Then what happens? It hits against the side and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water and then falls in afterwards. That's not the Hustle. The concoction is hustle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of control. So what is it here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your car. That's not your car. Therefore, using that logic, if Ruben throws the ball against the wall, the ball ricochets against off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be on the ball? The also should not be his car. That shouldn't be his car. If you know exactly what stealing, what's the case over here? The showcase. David actually says over here, the showcase. First of all, right? Yonitas Mikot, Yoni Shoma, Ellen Mehatsi, Wakata, the Shasas, Yota, the showcase. Showcase, you know, my showcase, he doesn't know what to do, so you do not need to be able to get ash. Falls out of the hands of you, falls onto the side of the food. Stops. Then, a moment or two later, slip. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the tree, then the cost of moving ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different than the whole case. Why? In the whole case, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. If all these two things ends, it hits the wall, it ricochets in your So Ruben's car never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's a big in the wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it not a car. The moment that there's cessation of whatever activity, i.e. ash, sits on the side because it is freeze for a moment. So you see it. All underneath there, so then just like a second later, slips in. That's no longer my car. That's no longer my car. I was actually supposed to hospital in that also. With a whole idea of right. This is why. Perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary, even if it slows down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my car. It's my car. And so even if it's going to be slower, kind of faster than that, as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial car. Let me kind of stop. Stop for a moment. That's the moment where your car ends. The moment where your car ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way. No longer your car. You got it. So I go like that. Uma concha aí em cima da cara, it's very mysterious. You have a needle. You have the needle is literally in here. Let's say you're in contact with an ace, right? So that you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the spring water from the water color ideas. Okay? So now what happens? My child is soon out of house. He's Allah. So what you have, so each of the visitors are becoming the sitting on the party with us. So now what happens? The he's Allah. You speak with the words of paradigm on the needle. Something Allah Mecca, Caesar, something Allah Caesar, Mitzvah has also. So they speak of the word. Well, actually, again, this is the word on the needle, but perhaps the water with the forest until you whistle and then splash back on the needle. What's that? Hustle. Open up your little hustle. It wasn't officially what we learned, but actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkled, even if the water splashed back up the clitoris onto the needle, that should still be what? That still be what? My car. No difference as if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills the shade. But it's the same idea. We are using that stuff to see here, the way is an intervening factor is no longer controlled. So we should be nice and real. I'm not sure about even figure out matzah, not pizza, which is that's the matzah. Matzah is what I say, but ultimately available. We're not sure if we're actually here. That's matzah, not Russian mitzvah to have a puzzle. It's not mitzvah, which means splashing back. Hello, Russian mitzvah. Generalize, that means it's a case of weird. The case over here is where you find Hara Aduma water underneath. But when we're not sure, but that's how I got there. We didn't get there somehow because there's two possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we'll get to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the clitoris and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's control. But then there's possibility three, and possibility three, the water hits the clitoris and what? Trickles back onto the needle. That is not okay. So therefore, also, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of confuse each other's argument, both fell flat, they both failed. And then it's like, I love Vanessa, what we thought originally, namely that cold will work, or that we throw a ball against the wall. And that right here becomes the wall against the wall, the intention to kill shillings, and both the Christians are the wall, and kills shillings. I love the other place, so you will be tired. Even if you can be in the world, but it still considered to be called home. So, I'm not talking about still similar cases. I'm on the top. The Ashburn system, moving ties up his friend, ties up his friend. And to have an outfield, he sees right because it's the place of fire jam of water. And after it's boys of holding the water, these friends, right? It's not like boys of holding the water, and the water comes and drowns shit. What's that, right? So the mother says, give it to the people of fire. You have to sit in the hours of the day, also between 6 before. Here today is another expression for your co-op. So this is considered to be the co-op of reading, and then the reading is clarification. So that's how you do cognition. If you only assuming that it's cognition means initial force, which means It gives you a immediacy. And it really goes ahead and makes the whole thing there. The light comes gushing up immediately, and Chile is right there. Chile is right there. However, by the clock, Chile, going back on the way. Let's say again, we can tie Chile off, away half a mile away from the village. But we know that over time, the grandmothers will come and kill Chile. That's called secondary force. And therefore, they will not be like radiating out into their case. So this is very important. Okay. So they're good. Like, come on, Papa. You gotta turn around and do this. Let's go another. We will raise a stone upward. Listen to this. The whole thing is starting. Now the stone does not come down. Instead, the stone comes solid. It's the hard rock. It just shitty. What's the hard? Shitting is high. Thinking about is high. And that's very interesting. So let's say, what do you see from this case? Look at this text. Listen to this case. I'm saying it's lovely. Look at this high when the stone doesn't come down straight down. It's only high when the stone comes down and I'll totally decide. But if the stone were to come directly down, we will not high. Now listen to this. The only reason I'm not actually like I kind of know. What's the reason for that? You shouldn't get called Kobe. Because it's his car. But listen, interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down, so when the stone comes straight down, so that's right. What is that, right? Let's go gravity. Let's get gravity. Gravity is not the car for moving. But when the stone comes down, it's right? And it comes down. That's moving. That's what moving is. Moving doesn't contribute to gravity. Moving contributes to the movement of the stone to different locations. So we go, my God, we should just go home. We call home from somewhere else. That's interesting. If I'm up on my side, if it's moving car, it's just moving to go upward and upward and upward. So which I'm guessing that if something is going to be not call, it's going to sound nice. And if it's not his car, so I think the elections and you don't know that these ones are fast. But you have to get the load started. It all took you to just fall right down. To which the US, Drug Ella is very interesting. Car shoot. So this is not the typical case of cocoa. So that's what they say, we might be introducing a new category of car. Those car push me. Even this car, that just says every other car push. Even car, cars out. So this is not like a strong car, and like a sense car. But I did it, I was going to be sure shit, car, so as we go. Yeah, I didn't play this, I thought I'd die, well, that's the test for home. So it's great. So you look at that. Your car is looking, I would continue on its way because of your car. So obviously, this isn't the unit's car. Why? Because again, we didn't get that one to throw it out. Obviously, unit's car is coming to an end. Hasn't coming back down, but his car is still above wide because it's not coming straight down, which would not be the car. We're overriding just gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down, moving at an angle, at the arc, that's moving his car. But again, not a full-blown car, but rather a car size, a little bit of a car. Okay, incredible. So let's say, thank God, by the way, which you can see that so far, it seems like we're having things of car. Like, there's what we call direct car, which is, moving from the object that shooting kills him, okay, or moving home, shooting down and one kills him. It's almost like we call it an indirect car, which is really throwing the ball against the wall and tensions, and making sure it doesn't go so it's tight. And then there's almost what we call a diminished car. Right? So direct, indirect, diminished. What's the diminished car? Moving close to that with the intention. The intention is going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down to the angle of the arc, that diminished car. So what you need to do is because of it, I'll get myself not close, the things listen to this. So 10 people come along. And they hit you, they not just with stabs. And you guys, well, one of the biggest things about Sanka's being is the archives, so every day, whether they hit me at once, or they hit at once, or they did it one after the other, they're fucked. But you never see this. whether they go ahead and learn the old things together, or they make the one after the other, and make the other really hotter. Because it's joint responsibility that you can't point the finger at one particular individual. And you guys are just remember it together. If they go ahead and do it together, and make the other really hotter. But the Zach has one after the other, the last guy who hits relays, he's going to be fired. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actually listens the death of relays. So what's this one? Because Halacha, there's comfortability for Haitian death. Haitian death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So for the last guy who goes ahead and hits relays, he's going to be fighting for what he has to fight for. He's going to extinguish the Hadashi. Or the Chanakama, and we're going to see that. That shouldn't say us. And what's this is fascinating to this. It is Kiyake Kol Nefesh Adam. This is fascinating. The concept is that the person, if we can watch the tradition that Kiyake Kol Nefesh Adam. But let's say that Kol seems to be a little bit serious. Person will kill being tired to become a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the word says, Rabbi Sadi, Kol Nefesh, Adi B'Kol Nefesh. The only responsibility of what? Is to take the entire life. In order to take the responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, you have 10 people involved. One person is not taking the entire life, therefore they can't be responsibility. But if you get that the same Sabbath, Kol Nefesh, Kol Nefesh. You understand it's very like Kol Nefesh means anyone from Nefesh. If you take anyone from Nefesh, for example, this is not bad to me. So like, hold on, Kol Nefesh means everybody. If you take a life into account, but if you're only using one of them, you're not fighting. But you have to see that Kol Nefesh, even any amount of Nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. Because I'm not right, it's like, how come all this whole gets that trade respect? Very interesting. How come all this the whole gets that trade? But shoot my brother, so let's talk about that terms over here. Everyone agrees that if you kill a trade bot, you're potter. If you kill a trade bot, you're potter. Now, again, who's a trade bot? Now, it's just, it actually just the way it actually says over here. Akomo Mahor gets a Trefa, Kiko Nakab Hakashat, or Kolas Lamar. It's like a Trefa is someone who has some type of fatal internal, or some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay? It's very, we're coming up with different terms. Tell the Trefa. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees, if you kill a treifa, you potter. And let's say, why do you potter to kill a treifa? Like, because in Halakha, a treifa is considered to be as if he's dead already. But that's Halakha the treifa. So if you kill a treifa, there's no liability for that. The goat says Kedushamayim, the goat says Shemayim, Shukayim. So let's say then we have a goat says Kedushamayim. Now what's a goat says Kedushamayim? What's a goat says? A goat says is someone who is dying. There is the thing in life, goat says doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. What's the uncle? What's the focus on goat says Kedushamayim? Someone who's very old, they're just dying. Some people just sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the groceries. Like, remember, there's no tricky. It's all like different terms. Because often people kind of love groceries and straight up together. Because they're both really very different users. A trade bot has some kind of internal injury, which is 1000% fatal. A good says it's just someone who's dying. They may or may not be someone that is dying because of the old age, or could be just some kind of illness. is something else. But truth, again, it's an internal injury. So if you go ahead and I wouldn't use those internal processes just how it was. It's very important. Why? Because a process is consistently formalized everywhere. A trademark is how that's the process to get right. A process is formalized. That's why this is a consistent major package to have the right decisions. So people are having to make the right decisions that actively accelerate the depth of the process. Because we want to take it. So somebody says, well, let's look at other processes to the other. So that's the point of convention over here. Process to the other. Let's process to the other. She says over here. She goes out. She kind of runs. Macos. And then also how you show them trade up. So let's say process to the other is someone again who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, and not a trade injury. But nevertheless, is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So if you want to monitor the dynamic trade call, monitor the dynamic basis. One of the things says, go to speedy outcomes like the trade fight. I want to look, go to speedy outcomes like the go to speedy shine. So you go, not me on every trade call. What is the go to speedy outcomes? It's like the trade call. My time of lessons, my time of understanding as a go to speedy shine. Why does he not compare to go to speedy shine? Go to speedy shine was out of the best side. But the go to speedy shine was like, nothing happened to the go to speedy shine. There's no traumatic event, there's no injury, no one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a ghost is. You might just hide, it's out of the nicer. But that ghost is to the other, something happened to him, someone did something to him. The American is dominating the constitutionally. The one who's compared to ghost is to the other. The ghost is constitutionally. Might kind of dominate Shrefa. Why is he not compared to Shrefa? Shrefa, the fact is simony. How long the fact is simony? Because a Shrefa is something very specific. Shrefa is someone who is injured in a stable way. Something happened to this man, something happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why there is liability. How do you find congratulations? First of all, kind of open it again. Pick up the congratulations. She got to come that fish. The person will go, you can probably call before. The person will go ahead and really distress. And let me make a shot. The happy Hamaki as happy. The aim both to be the hummus. The go after the Lisa, shoot fight. So let's say, this is very interesting. We know those are the risk shimmy. We're going to shimmy. But it gets to be a non-favorite way. And then what happens? And then what happens? So if someone else comes along, let's say there's babies, comes along and gets shimmy and kills him, then you're going to need these cards. I think that's process. Which we might say, what's the tradition here? In the way, how much shit that obviously, let's say, if Lutheran delivers a non-fatal blow to shimmy, and he comes along, and then delivers a fatal blow to shimmy, of course, we're going to okay, so that's the tradition here. You open the Muhammad school, but behind yourself, shoot higher. So if I learned something that's very interesting, let's say you deliver a fatal blow to shimmy. But shimmy didn't die yet, and then Lizzie comes along and delivers another fatal blow to shimmy. That's what Lindsay's higher under the religion. Here's the thing, is if someone studied with a babysitter, but then she went to the babysitter, you don't see that even say shoot is combat. What's combat? In order to be high for taking the life, you have to perform the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act when you commit it, ultimately again you are not going to be high. Incredible. Like, oh yeah, but how are you going to take a papa? So it's just like a if you can trade for your papa, well, this is pretty amazing. A trade plan is considered to be a lot of good guys. And therefore, if you go out and you kill it, there's not liability for that. You trade for something for your basic hire. Trade for your basic papa. Oh, let's say watch this. What happens if a trade for kills someone? Say if you kill a trade for, your papa, fine. What happens if a trade for kills someone? What follows? What does it depend? If the trade for kills someone in the presence of Beijing, Beijing according to that, if he didn't kill in the presence of Beijing, the trade for will be perfect. One quick shot, listen to this. If they Beijing might want to hire the sit, will be out there on the Quebeca. So listen to this. If the trade for kills in the presence of Beijing, essentially, how can Beijing not act? How can they not act if they are the Quebeca? There has to be something like Beijing saw, we're going to kill Shimon, we're going to trade for, he's dead, But how see Something you have to act. Sometimes you see things that are wrong. It could be I see someone get, or I see something get abused, or I see someone themselves. And so you see that something going, not my problem. Not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try it out. In this case over here, they see someone doing something terrible. The guy's a trick ball. He's not as good as that. I got it. You still have to do something. You know what I'm saying? If you see something, do something. Not just say something. If you see something, you see what my culture says. That everything that we see in this world, how we only see it because of how this person wanted me to see it. And if he wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now it's true. I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I could somehow be involved in some way. If you see it, or if you hear it, you need something probably wants you to do something about it. You saw this guy, he's a trade for Kill this guy, he's a trade for. You still have to try to do something incredible. But if you do this, Shalom, that's the answer. We don't kill Shimon. So we do kill Shimon. Outside of dating, so now what happens? They're being rooted in the trade for. They were the trade, the dating, so that's kind of hard. He was really hot there. But you know why he's hot there? If you do this, it's an English chapter of Palazzo. Because they also remember again, it was for Jesus to be believed. You have got the ability to be able to agent zone. Now what happens ultimately in your agent zone? You set up a punishment. Not doing it over here. Why? Because they're testifying about a man who's already dead. So because they're testifying about a dead man, therefore again the witnesses themselves are not subject to Azama. Or any testimony that is not subject to Azama, by definition is never believed. That's what we're not going to tell you already. So what's the body of the Azima? Most not agents. Bobby, I love this. However, there's a trade-off. If one sodomizes a trade-off, you try it. The sodomizer is chayiv. Trade-off about the neighbor is chayiv. So if you're about that, but if a trade-off itself sodomizes someone else, then what's halacha? If he does it, it's like he's a baby for the chayiv. Not because he's a baby. He starts the first part of it by saying, if this is the chayiv, it's the yata and it's the halacha. So because it's a baby, it's going to be chayiv. Why? Because once again, I said, how can they not take action if they see something so horrible happen in their presence? Shalom is baby about that. But now because it's a baby, about that, so we didn't talk about the trick was talking why. The idea is even check it up on our Zima. Because we'll say that same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not subject to our Zima. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because it's not a dead man, therefore again, there's no Zima possibility. Therefore, Allah is not how you must one second. How do you know this case? Why do you know the case of sodomizing, right? And the case of murder is the same result. To which Murder says, hey, however, there's a previous true part. You're right. The previous case of Rebecca is actually one who's sodomizing the traitor. And that's the previous area. And you answer why. It's true for it. Now, between now, so how did you rank in the Spanish religion? When you talk about, I'm going to cross that. Sodomizing a traitor is like sodomizing a corpse. Now let's say, what's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse, right? So if you don't know, it's okay, by the way, right? And I'm not too happy to get that know, right? So let's say, what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, potter. Okay, not good, right? Hey, fuck the Mesa, there's no liability here. So I would have thought that sodomizing a traitor is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha the Mesa, again, there's no clue, right? I'm not sure that you should know, but if you know, because you know, but as much as the traitors are not considered God, and technically speaking, they're still considered to be religion, with human beings, and therefore there is liability for that case. Only that, one says follows. Even should be the traitor, but wasn't even I love you. When you do this, so witness and testify about a traitor, and was then made into agents only, are not put to death, which is what we just said before. AJ, trade my shit, wasn't it? Yeah, I love it. I also do this. So witnesses who testified about a trooper and then are found out to be liars are not put to death because, again, they testified about a dead man. But witnesses who themselves are traitors, like witnesses who themselves are traitors, who testify and have been found to be liars, even Jordan, can be put to death. The Rashi says, no, I feel that even traitor should be in the legend, but these shit in the zoning zoning. Now, even witnesses are also what even zoning. So even witnesses who are traitors cannot be named even zoning. Why? Because to this. In order to be named even zoning, the witnesses who made you into zoning themselves have been into zoning. And just remember again, how do you become even zoning? That witnesses show up, they testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you could not have seen it because you were with us at that time. Well, in order for witnesses to be able to zoning, the witnesses who were made to zoning also have to be able to name to zoning. But concerning the witnesses about witnesses that traitors came into zoning, why? Because the witnesses that were testifying about themselves are considered to have been dead. So because the witnesses who make the zoning cannot consider the zoning, Karen is going to be put to death. Okay, Karen, says, short change. This is this. What happens if Ruben has a shard, and Ruben's shard is a traitor? It's a traitor. Right? Ruben's traitor shard kills someone. What's that? What's that? The short shard is a traitor shard puzzle. But if the owner is a traitor, the owner is not liable. The shard is a traitor, the owner is liable. If the owner is a traitor, and the shard takes somebody's puzzle, which is going to listen. It says that the owner is going to run off being dead. Right? I want to use it. I'm a car. Shari Sakel, the Gamba Allah Yumas. The Pasuk says, the shard will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Correct the Gamba Allah Yumas. Karina Shari Sakel. The Correct the Gamba Allah Yumas. Karina Shari Sakel. So essentially, it's a combination. Wherever the owner can be put to death, that's when the shard will be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shard is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a traitor, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shard can't be put to death. The Rashi says, no, after the shard traitor, now means shard cutter. Even if the owner is totally fine. But the shard is a traitor, you also can't put the shard to death. Why not? Shard not cutter, because essentially the Rashi goes like this. The shard also be cutter under similar circumstances. The owner would be cutter if he is a traitor. If he is a traitor. So therefore, Allah for the Mesa, the owner will also be cutter inside. Since if the owner was traitor, will be cutter. So too, if the shard is a traitor, the shard will also be cutter. Okay, we got about she's the ones that have us. So I'm going to have to this is what we're using. Allah's Nachash B'Yishina, the people of Makish, the site of Nachash Pater. So what's another thing back to the Mishnah? Back in the Mishnah, we got an interesting thing. So what happens if Reuben takes a snake? He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon's hand. So what's the halacha? So in that case, again, that we need to hold that you're chayiv, and the Chacham say that you're patur. Now, what's the logic? The Gemara says. So that can say that the statement we have to say is as follows: that in the snake, the poison, the venom is already at the tip of the fangs. It's already there, and therefore, essentially, when Reuben comes, Reuben is directly punishing by inserting the fangs of the snake into the Shimon's fangs, and therefore, again, not just decide. Ultimately, when Reuben is going to be tired, that we are going to get by the heaven, not as Pater. But ultimately, again, the Nefesh is Pater. Those children do not why? Because the Nefesh is like a sword. Nefesh doesn't do anything. Because the venom is just already right there, very present. It's very present. You don't come right to like 100, all of Nefesh and Hashem are not. No, not true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Reuben is taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that produces the venom, and therefore it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha on himself, Therefore, the United Dollars not is last for my people think of not as the schema, but not is part of it. For local events, again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, moving is technically part of. So, by the way, the Abraham and Pastor a lot of ways of never has been ultimately like the company. That we don't view the devil as being there on the tips of the tongues of the snake, and therefore we view this case, even though we don't result in teaching the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Ruben. And therefore, technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not. And therefore, Shimon will not be executed there on just on a technicality. There was it. Obviously very bad. Obviously very bad. Compliments again, that's not a Mishnah. Hamak is Kabero. Being the Egel, Bandur, and Misos. What's the interesting reason there? Ruben hits Shimon. Right, which either with a stone or with his fist. And now what happens was that Shimon said he died immediately. But in this sense, so the reason says, okay, Ruben definitely delivered the death threat. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay, then what happens? The Aikel and Ashaya, and Rahman can listen to this, to this, or bring it, okay? Then Shimon Bar had a special recovery, because he got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's this one time? Since you've been doing this case, so again, we made injured Shimon, and they themselves in this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? And Shimon has a stick with a fish label, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now, okay, let's say he dies. Never he gets hit by a boss. Right? Well, he dies like I literally just like as a result ultimately of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was this little bit of a fear. So what's the halacha? When you see what it says, count. Comment says ultimately again rules the entire protection. That when you hang your partner shop on the devil, when you hang says no, he's not the boy, but I'm going to use your substitute. With that one, so with that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he's distinct from you, right? Since he did have a little bit of this with your Shimon. Okay, so turn up on it. I think that's something that can be out. We love from this how it puts on the Shantar to the politics. So, really is Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside on the Shantar. And you guys said that on the Shantar means on both strengths. So what's that? Something way, we come up with it. And therefore, again, Ruben does not have liabilities. He doesn't want. If you send out that talk, she'll tell me how this person is very high. She'll say, I think you have to tell me that if I'm not when I say Shimon recovered, but Ruben is not killed. It's not obvious. If Ruben is a Shimon, like hit Shimon, Shimon may not need it. But then Shimon goes ahead and he's up and down and he's walking in the marketplace and he's on the mission. So he can go execute Ruben. How can he go execute? If Shimon's there walking around the marketplace, of course he's going to execute Ruben. What's going on? What's really going on? Hello, yes, I'm doing this. So the Ephraim Mashaya and the Akaka literally makes Shimon Potter. And then what's the Lord says the Philippines is as follows. They're really interesting. And then he says this was because of injury. It's could have caused Shimon death, but then Shimon has a strip of the blood, and as a result of that before, what happens? Function is an overflow. And then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury. That Ruben is Potter. Ruben is Potter. It doesn't mean one thing, but the person who's teaching you is if after the injury, the Ruben is very poor, there's no other team. Even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, Ruben is really Potter. You know, so Rabbanan, I can knock down on yesterday. So what's the rest of my comment? What did Rabbanan do with this Russia? Rabbanan, Shekov Shinosa. He's like, you know, the thing is like this. Let's say any case of injury, right? So we didn't injure Shimon. And now, again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon is right here with Rabbanan. Please do incarcerate Ruben until you see what happens with Shimon. Right? We incarcerate Ruben until we see what happens with Shimon. Then the Kenya, Shimon knowledge, we need to be having that incarceration, which is still at the same time before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish legal code. Why? Because as I understood a long time ago, Punishment are meant to be rehabilitated, not to go. Right? Either rehabilitated or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back to functional member of society, or maybe you can't come back to society, or execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that life, locking someone up in a cell and keeping it up for long amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on the person. Okay, this is not a police. Right now, he's been drunk and reading a drug. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. So you can find incarceration is when you don't know what to do with a person. So for example, he wants to get rid of you, even if the shooting is either going to result in death or not. You gotta hold them, you gotta hold them to figure out what to do. You must be threatened anyhow. How do you really get in some way around because of incarceration? The other thing is coaches. Those are the kids in the coach case, right? The coach is the guy who's been gathered and going to chop you without Shabbos. Chop you without Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. So, remember again, the pastor says by a human Mishnah, they incarcerated him. He learned that off like that, they didn't know what to do with him. So they learned that incarceration. Rabban only worked with the coaches. So I think Rabban also worked with the coaches. The coaches, but probably emotional, probably yoga tackling them. No, the coaches were different. The reason they coaches and coaches is they knew if they were going to execute it. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? How to execute it. La fruta high, the one that you eat back telling you, eat lot back telling you. That's different than in this case. In this case, when we didn't intershimmer, we didn't know what to do with it. Right? Is it a murder? Is it not a murder? That's a different kind of incarceration. We'll several different ways. We'll pick up again with this study of incarceration tomorrow. This is really how interesting. Was an excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you can get. Right? So look at where you can get, and I'll say, and again, if you're right, tremendous accomplishment there. Start everyone.
This is a sound that's never changed. Like never sit down. I love it. I'm some deep madness on this. That's not cool. That's not cool. I actually have that. You're not our friend. Follow your tag on your ears. All
right, fellas, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin now thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here to thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tuction Pay 5785 until Smish Baba. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year and the Skush of the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry Zinn, in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Bracha. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot ahead of us in Yos Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Zairo base 77b, about 15 lines down from the top. So the Marshal says, Amarava. This is some very interesting things here. Torah says as follows: Zarat Tzlava the Chazor La'achareh V'Hargat. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, throw is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it swings back and kills someone. One is held. Okay, so what's the detail? So this is actually very interesting. You look at Rashi. Rashi is right across to the left. Zarek Tobikov. So he's having the Harug Chavero. He has intention to kill his friend. Now what's the case? Zarek Sar, the Hika Bakos, the Chach, the Chazra Mikol Kola Koreha, the Harug Chayiv, Yaha Nami Kol. So Rashi points out that there are talking about these have intentionality. We're ultimately again, so Reuben is throwing the rock at the wall with the intention of looking off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, a lot of the mice is considered to be the cause of the age, and therefore again it's going to be higher. So the mice is becoming too much. So the pastor again refers to finds to go Ilu and the Sachakim B'Chazim. So we come over here. This is like the case of those who go ahead and play a game. Really play with well, Shahar Gubernation. Now, the children if they kill someone intentionally, they're tired of themselves. If they kill unintentionally, you ultimately make any goals. So what's the case? Take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. We got English and the Sachakim B'Chazim Shahar. This is so interesting. We give them two logos. Lahakos Hakadra because of the cloth. It's common for children, young people, to go and take the ball, throw it against the wall with immense force. So they should capture Lakarahab, that the wall will go ahead and ricochet off the wall and go very far. Now, after the thrower would throw the ball, ruts, ruts, so the thrower would run to the wall. And what would the goal be over here? The goal would be that someone would catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throw it at the runner. Who's running the ball. So actually, in the Taka, in this Kavish, so listen, this is like not touch ball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it like what is it? No. Isn't it like suicide? Like whatever. Yeah, whatever it is. You throw the ball. Hey, stop. Hey, none of you are correct. Hey, so again, so you're going ahead, you're throwing the ball against the wall. Again, the idea of it is to throw the ball against the wall. I know this. You throw the ball against the wall. Like the goal is you throw it as hard as you can because you want the ball to go as far back as you can. You, the thrower, have to get to the wall. Someone catches the ball and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the ball, you're out. That's it. So this case right here is a smidge of a twist in this game over here, and the thrower is trying to throw it hard enough that it can kill someone. So again, if he has that kavanah, now remember again, what's like the idea, in order to be chayav for killing someone, there has to be a Christian suicide. It's called suicide. Right, that's the name of the game. So not the best name, but fine stuff, but that's good. And so again, if there's intentionality, and the thrower goes ahead and tells the man that he wants the back like straight ball with enough force to kill somebody, so if it's amazing, this high is what's that? It's a murder. If it's Pishogate, then ultimately again it's go. So when I say nothing, what's the Kiddush? What's the Kiddush? The Kiddush over here is that there is a secondary, what we'll call is, I want to call it a secondary force, because that'll be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence, right? It's not the shot that like the thrower, Ruben is throwing the ball directly at Shimon and hitting him. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is how the fact that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the koach of Ruben. Kamash Malan, even with the wall, is essentially still reproduce the koach of Ruben. Therefore, again, if there's intentionality, Ruben will be chayiv as a murderer. And if it's Bishogig, it will be chayiv doubles. Incredible. So the imagine Bishogig doubles. Bishogig golden, Shiva. Obviously, if Ruben throws the ball hard enough and he kills Shimon accidentally, then Ruben's going to go to goals. That's obvious. So the says, you're right. The amazing in Harag is three. The Kiddush over here is not in the Shogeg case. The Kiddush over here is in the Mazik case. That if Ruben did it intentionally, he goes to Golos. What's the Kiddush over here? Malgatema Hasras Safeki Miyemar Dahadre. I might have thought that this is the case of what we call Hasras Safek. What does it mean, Hasras Safek? That I might have thought that this was, remember again, in order to be chayiv for a Hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and work someone with a certain level of definitiveness. Right? But again, maybe in this case over here, the ball's not going to go back, the ball's not going to go far enough. I might have thought that this Hasras Safek. How much how long that it is? How much longer? Halacha l'meisa. If someone plays this game, they're going to throw arguments with the ball so that it pushes back, and therefore halacha l'meisa, if it's with the intention to kill someone, ultimately Ruvain will be incredible. So we'll say, so this is very important for us to remember again. What's our topic? Our topic over here is well, who's chayiv inside, right? Who's chayiv inside, and the example that we've been given is one who kills another. What we yesterday thought we were focusing on was the sounds confining someone. Confine someone, which is direct you are chayiv. Now it's what I'm doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, it can still be considered your cause. So in this case over here, for example, the other intervening factor is the wall. I'm at a part of the presence of the wall makes it that if you no longer have a cause, incredible. Okay, here's the amount of 20 and the Sahakim Bakadr. So again, we're focused on this on the quote case. Shahardu Kok Arba Amos Tucker. What's the Arba Amos house? This is interesting. So now, we may turn the ball against the wall. So if we're going to turn the ball against the wall, we can remember intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, now the answer like this. If he goes ahead and kills Shimon within the Amos of the wall, ultimately you're going to be really popular. Outside of Salamis, he's going to be tight. So what's the shot here? First, we're going to do Rashi. Rashi again is right across to the left. Rashi is you know, it's actually in the color. So how you go to Salamis is and Haya Hamuka only just so Arba Amos also. Then when we speak a lot to Amos, actually, it's also the Hagasa Potter Hazoric Nikos. So again, this is something that we have to show you. So if the mice are Shimon was standing between Dalamis and the wall, Reuven will be Potter. More than Dalamis and the wall, Reuven will be tired. Those are the ones here. And we have actually hit examine what's the case. Right? If at the end of the day, Reuven did not want the ball to go further than Dalamis. He didn't want it to go further. Right? He would put it on. And even if the ball went less than Dalamis and killed Shimon, ultimately Reuven should be kind. Yeah, the wrong way for life. But again, at the end of the day, Reuven did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to push it all. He was running. And even if it more than Dalamis, what's the case here? Gemara says, Amar Lei, Stam Misachakim Bekador, Kamo Menach Mechale. In general, when people play this game, right? Halacha l'maisa, the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball. And what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, your Gemara is suggesting is like this: if the ball only goes less than Dalamis, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be punished. If the ball ever ricochets Dalamis or more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he will be chayiv. Okay, now one second. And now we get to the concept, to which the Gemara says, Amalei, sorry, good. Remember, did the High Gafra call home? Now, what's the chapa ball? What's the takeaway of all? The takeaway of all this is that when you throws the ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately Reuven's chayiv. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting off the wall is considered to be Reuven's clock. You also remember again, if you have one rule, you can only be chayit for killing someone. What? If it's your force. That's like, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we have in the Mishnah. For example, I go ahead and I tie Reuben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because if he died, he's stroked. Reuben's not tied. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his car. It's not his car. He incites the dog against Shimon. Not tied. It's not his car. The takeaway from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Reuben's car. To which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Reuben's car? After all, listen to this. There's a kasha. Very interesting case here. I'm the Kaddish in the Kiddush al Yado or al Hatzad, the Akhatat, no further shokas, possible. So it's a very interesting case here. Paraduma. How do you create parad? Remember again, how do you create the paraduma to action? You take the red apple, you go ahead and you spread it, you create ash. You then mix that ash with spoon water, with mayim chayim. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. That wasn't interesting enough. The halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, or it doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction is invalid. So you look at Rashi slowly. Hamikadesh, first of the intermediate, why was the Rashi Hamikadesh? Meifak as the Efer Mesinas Efer Alamadim. Kari Kiddush, some sense good. So now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, we'll call him Reuben, has the ash. So the ash comes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water, and then it falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Hustle. The concoction is hustle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of kochot. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your cloth. That's not your cloth. Therefore, using that logic, if you're going to throw the ball against the wall, the ball ricochets against off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his cloth. That shouldn't be his cloth. First, the Gemara asking, what's the case over here? The show says. We'll give Rashi says that we have the show says. First white line, and the first white line. Lonitas mikvah b'filu yishona ela me'atsi okaza b'shasas miyada l'shokes. Show says kimo ma'im show says. You guys know what's the case over here? You can imagine the case over here where the ash falls out of the hands of Reuben, falls onto the sides of the cleat, stops. Then a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the cleat, the cloth of Reuben ends, the rest of it trickles through. It's very different than why. In the whole case, there's no cessation of dynamic. The ball it hits the wall, it ricochets in the cloth. So Reuben's cloth never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my cause. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the utensil, just for a moment, right? You can see it, falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later, slips in. That's no longer my cause. It's like tremendous responsibility in that also. You know, hold the upright. This is why perpetual growth, perpetual movement is always necessary, even if it slows down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my cause. Right? So even if it's a little bit slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial cause. The moment you kind of just stop for a moment, that's the moment where your cause ends. The moment where your clock ends, some stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, and it's no longer your clock. Incredible. Someone goes like that. The Gemara says, good. This shows you. Tashma, another case. Very interesting case. You have a needle. The needle is ritually impure. let's say, came in contact with a mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the spring water from the water of Allah Abdullah. Okay. So now what happens? My Shayrusu ala Haras. Vihiza Allah. So what do you have? So interestingly, this was I have a determined needle that is sitting on your perfume vessel. So now what happens? Vihiza Allah. You sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Safek ala Mechat. Safek ala Haras. Right? Mitzala has also. So they sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the Ticheres, the perfumery utensil, and then splashed back on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, again, it's puzzle. Therefore, so that based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkled, even if the water splashed back off the Ticheres onto the needle, that should still be what? It still be what? My car. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills Shimon. That is the same idea. So yet over here we see that it's possible. So you see over here that when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer controlled. To which the Gemara says no. I'm going to put about anything straight it out. Matzah. Not mitzvah, which we splash back, but matzah. Matzah is what I say that ultimately, again, but we're not sure if you're rational here. That's matzah is not love lashon mitzvah to have a taza. It's not mitzvah, which means to splash back. Ella lashon mitzvah. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we find para aduma water on the needle. And what are we not sure of? We're not sure of that. Did it get there? Somehow? Because there's three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the Ticheres and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay. Because that's both all. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the Ticheres or what? Trickled back on the needle. That is not. Therefore, both sides, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of defuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, what we thought originally, namely that Kofo will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that Reuben throws the ball against the wall, with the intention to kill Shimon, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills Shimon, Allah and the Maisa Reuben will be fighting. Even with this intervening wall, it's still considered to be Kofo. You can all, let's go back there. So, Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases, Haman, the Kapsi, the Chavre, the Ashkele, Git the Mayo, this. Reuben ties up his friend Shimon. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right, he's the same time up by a dam of water. And then afterwards he pours a hole in the dam. His friends, pours a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. Let's talk about